Chapter 1026, given to Feng Huang. Master, please speak the secret code. That timid voice spoke again. Wuxie spoke. Heaven has 9 layers. That voice continued. The land has 5 regions. Wuxie spoke. Throughout the ages. The voice continued. Ruling over all beings. With a loud sound, 2 knees landed on the ground, and a sobbing voice could be heard. Nu pays respects to Master. Stand up. Wuxie laughed, raising his hand as a signal to the kneeling Rockman Gu Immortal. The Rockman Gu Immortal kowtowed 3 times before respectfully standing up. However, facing Wuxie, his hands were still dropped, his legs were closed tightly, and his body was still in a half-bowing posture, his eyes only gazing at Wuxie's feet, not daring to look straight into Wuxie's eyes. The Gu Immortal aura from him was strong, at rank 7 level. Wuxie used fixed immortal travel, but did not go straight to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and seize Danghun Mountain. Instead, he arrived at this secret base of Shadow Sect in Central Continent. Wuxie's soul was a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Previously, his childlike frankness and lack of sophistication were, because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, erasing the soul's memories. With his memories erased, Wuxie was like a newborn. He would naturally have limited shrewdness. But the battle on the edge of life and death tempered his character, and going through the imparting of spectral souls will in the Red Lotus true inheritance, Wuxie's memories had already recovered to some degree, and was much more mature and steady when handling matters. He had experienced rebirth, and thus already knew Fang Yuan's arrangements. Not only could he not use any Gu worms on his body, Fang Yuan's fake will was in his mind, and slight carelessness would have his thoughts influenced. He had an extremely large number of Gu worms, as well as a dazzling array of immortal Gu, but Wuxie could only use fixed immortal travel. In such a situation, he naturally would not stupidly run to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Even if he had ways to deceive the land spirit, he still required many Gu worms to put them to use. If he entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land without any preparations, he would definitely be found out by the land spirit, and that would be truly troublesome. Thus, Wuxie used fixed immortal travel to first arrive at this place and make preparations. First take me to the underground core. Wuxie instructed. Yes, Master. Gu Immortal Nu quickly responded. The 2 drilled into the ground, going through many twisting dark tunnels, and arrived before an underground chamber. This chamber was extremely large, spanning as far as the eye could see. The yellowish-brown soil in the chamber was extremely dense and thick, constantly rolling around. In the periphery of the chamber were layers and layers of Gu formations, for healing, concealing, supporting, and other uses. Wuxie fixed his eyes upon a spot, vaguely seeing a sphere made of a soul in the center of the soil, sinking and rising. He observed it for a while, letting out a sigh. This soul sphere was Bo Qing's soul. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed in passing his tribulation and was barely saved by Shadow Sect's split soul yellow. Thousands of years had gone by, but the injuries to Bo Qing's soul were instead worsening. Not only did it not recover, it was reduced to this soul sphere. Bo Qing's soul was struck by the myriad tribulation. Water path down marks lingered around him, constantly generating without pause. Although it was inhibited by the dense earth path down marks in the underground core, it was temporary relief that could only delay for some time and not cure it. Even with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's foundation, they were at a loss on what to do. However, Shadow Sect had never given up. To look over this area, Shadow Sect subdued a group of rockmen. After some nurturing, they raised a Rockman Gu Immortal. This Rockman Gu Immortal was Nu originally. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had planned and conspired for tens of thousands of years to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Although Nu was only rank 7, he was also a considerable battle strength. Unfortunately, when they were about to summon him, an unexpected mishap occurred here. A wild one-eyed giant ape appeared. Nu had no choice but to come out and fight the giant ape and draw it away. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already set the situation. Shadow Sect was already busy dealing with this, and thus did not summon Nu. As such, Gu Immortal Nu had luckily survived. Actually, there were many unexpected incidents occurring in all aspects related to Shadow Sect. Apart from Nu, the most clear example was Qin by Shang running into Feng Gu. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wanted to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, desiring to go against Heaven. Heaven's will would naturally see to stop it. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon, the situation would be somewhat better. Unfortunately, he was a native of this world and was extremely restricted by Heaven's will. Shadow Sect's strength was absolutely not small, and it was spread over 5 regions. But because of Heaven's will's obstruction, they were not able to use all their strength. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was defeated, Shadow Sect dispersed. In particular, their subordinate organization, zombie alliance, was completely annihilated. But in the 5 regions, they still had some remaining arrangements. Like Gu Immortal sure knew. After half an hour, where is this? Tai Bai Yunsheng came out of Ing Wu Xie's Immortal Aperture. It is not Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Lulan also came out of Ing Wu Xie's Immortal Aperture shortly afterwards. The two gazed at their surroundings in doubt. They found they were in an underground room. The arrangement here was extremely crude. The two used investigative goo worms and immediately found this underground room was only a small portion of an entire underground maze. This is the underground environment of Rockmen. So this is below the ground. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a slight realization. Ing Wuxia nodded. Right. We have already returned to Central Continent. Right now, we are in Earth Abyss. The Rockmen here have already been transferred out. This is a secret base arranged by Master. No wonder you put star form Blessed Land in Earth Abyss. So Master had already arranged a location in Earth Abyss. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled. So Fang Yuan's second Blessed Land is also in Earth Abyss. Ing Wuxia mentally noted it down. Purple Mountain True Monarch. He Lulan's mind shook as she narrowed her eyes, staring at Ing Wuxia and asking, why did you not go directly to Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Ing Wuxia was already prepared, replying calmly. It is not that I don't want to return. But my identity is exposed now. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals know about me. Although their speed in returning to Central Continent can't match fixed immortal travel, don't forget that they have information path methods. They can notify the 10 great ancient sects to surround Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Such a simple matter. They definitely have already done it. If we directly return there, we might just be sending ourselves into a trap. So I first moved here to scout for intelligence. Then what did you find out? He Lulan asked. Ing Wuxia sighed. It is like I expected. My identity has been exposed. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects already know that we are the true culprits of the destruction of 88 True Yang Building. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is already surrounded, and they will attack the Blessed Land any moment now. Tai Bai Yunsheng was greatly shocked. Dang Hun Mountain is still there. What should we do? Tai Bai Yunsheng knew Fang Yuan had already found a revival method. As such, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's value had greatly reduced. What was more important were the cultivation resources in the Blessed Land. Dang Hun Mountain was extremely important. They had an inexhaustible source of income with it. Ing Wuxia sneered. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is lost. I will let the 10 great ancient sects safeguard the resources inside for a while. Sooner or later, I will take them back. The urgent thing is to make preparations and recover. Ing Wuxia suddenly stopped speaking, his face revealing a shocked and startled expression. What happened? Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly asked. A furious look flashed past Ing Wuxia's eyes, before he bitterly smiled and brought out Fixed Immortal Travel's destroyed body. I was struck by Shadow Sect's moves, but forcibly activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Now it is destroyed. This, for a moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan both felt deeply regretful. Fixed Immortal Travel was extremely practical. Now that it was dead, the 3 immortals all felt great loss. Ing Wuxia was extremely furious inwardly. How could Fixed Immortal Travel self-destruct all of a sudden? It seems Fang Yuan left behind some methods. Damn it. He not only schemed against me, he intentionally let me use Fixed Immortal Travel to try to lure me into going to Etion Mountain. Moreover, he still left behind this method. Since Fixed Immortal Travel could self-destruct, then the same should also apply to Fang Yuan's other goo worms. Thinking of this, Ing Wuxia was immediately unable to stand by. He now had to think of ways to subdue these goo worms of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's arrangement had truly caught him unprepared. Special will. It should be the special will. Looks like I need to race against time. I need to borrow Immortal Gu to suppress his goo worms. I can't let them self-destruct as well. Ing Wuxia screamed internally, unable to conceal his anxiousness on the surface. Tai Bai Yunsheng felt something amiss and asked in concern. Fang Yuan, what's wrong? Ing Wuxia's face was very gloomy. We have huge trouble. I must quickly deal with it. Otherwise my other goo worms will also have the same ending as Fixed Immortal Travel. What? Is there anything I can help you with? Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately felt like his heart was burning. He also felt anxious. You two rest and recuperate first. You will be led to your rooms by the Rockmen in a while. I can deal with this situation. After all, Master has not only left behind this stronghold, we still have our network. Ing Wuxia finished speaking and then left. Meanwhile in Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. We have broken through. We have broken through. Ha ha ha. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has finally been captured by us. Let me see what benefits this kid Fang Yuan had gotten. Be patient. Don't forget Dang Hun Mountain will be managed in turns by us, the 10 great ancient sections. Gu Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent flocked inside, excitedly storming their way into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Afterwards, it was like their whole bodies were drenched in cold water. Empty. How could it be empty? There is nothing here. What's going on? Where is Dang Hun Mountain? Where did Dang Hun Mountain go? Central Continent's Gu Immortals shouted one after the other. You are Lord Feng Gu? Gu Immortal Land Spirit appeared in front of Feng Gu and looked at him with her large watery eyes. Feng Gu was slightly taken aback. I am. My master instructed me to tell Lord that he has already taken everything he needs. As for this blessed land, it shall be given to Lord's daughter, Feng Huang. Gu Immortal Land Spirit said openly. What? Fang Yuan was faster than us. Didn't our combined deductions say he was still in southern border? Why did Fang Yuan hand over Gu Immortal Blessed Land to Feng Huang? Could it be that the two of them? Speaking of it, ever since the Refinement Path Convention, these two have been pretty close. Everyone in the 10 sects know of this. The Gu Immortals mumbled. Feng Ji's gaze swept past them, and these whispers immediately stopped. Chapter 1027, 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture, 1/2, going back a while ago in time. Fang Yuan chased Wu Xia with no results. He stopped in the air, feeling dejected. Darkness was becoming deeper as it enshrouded the land. This was a cold night. Wind blew eerily, as Fang Yuan felt a chill in his mind. His original plan was great. Making arrangements in his body, leaving behind fake will and special will, lending fixed immortal travel. According to Fang Yuan's estimations, this plan was very likely to succeed. But the result in reality was failure. Fang Yuan did not know that he had succeeded once, but because of heaven's will and spring Autumn Cicada, it all fell apart. Even though he lost, Fang Yuan decided to face the results without denying or trying to make excuses. In fact, he was mentally prepared. This was his mental fortitude created after hundreds of years in this world. Any plan, no matter how detailed, had a possibility of failure. Even Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul's plan over tens of thousands of years, after so many deductions, didn't it still fail? Even the former demon Venerable failed, not to mention Fang Yuan. In this world, no matter who it was, there was no one who would never fail. Fang Yuan attempted to guess Wu Xia's situation. The most likely scenario was that right now, because of the obstruction of southern border Gu Immortals, Wu Xia could not go to Etian Mountain. If that was the case, Fang Yuan's arrangements were still in place. Wu Xia had not discovered them. This was not the worst situation. Perhaps if Fang Yuan continued chasing them, he might get back all his Gu worms and regain his peak battle strength again. But this was only one possibility. Fang Yuan had a vigilant nature. He considered defeat before thinking about victory. He preferred to make the worst possible assumptions and prepare against them. Then, what would be the worst situation? Fang Yuan floated in the night sky, asking himself. The worst-case scenario was if Wu Xia found out his arrangements and exploited them to his benefit, deceiving Tai by Yun Sheng and He Lu Lan, going to Star Form Blessed Land or Hu Immortal Blessed Land and taking all of his assets. This was very possible. From Fang Yuan's perspective, Wu Xia was Spectral Soul's split soul. His foundation was very abundant. It may not be hard to detect this arrangement. The most important thing was, Etian Mountain had manifested a gigantic dream realm. The dream realm was the greatest obstacle. Wu Xia could not return to Etian Mountain. Spectral Soul's main body had already fallen deep into the dream realm. Wu Xia definitely wanted to rescue his main body, but he had too few Dream Path Gu worms. In his previous body, there were a number of Dream Path Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu, but after the body detonated, it was unknown whether these Gu worms still existed. Gu worms were very fragile. Even Immortal Gu could be destroyed by a child's fingers. Even if these Dream Path Gu worms were still alive, the dream realm was way too big. In his current state, Wu Xia could not enter the dream realm and take these Gu worms back. Fang Yuan did not have a mentality of leaving things to chance. He stopped chasing them and landed on a nearby mountain. There were many mountains in southern border, with many forests on these mountains. Fang Yuan was leaning against a huge pine tree. He sat on a thick branch as he calmed his mind, using Connecting Heaven Gu. He had borrowed 4 rank 5 Mortal Gu from Huang Dong. One was Flying Smoke Gu, one was Fire Cape Gu. The other 2 were Connecting Heaven Gu and Divine Sense Gu. The latter 2 were necessities to Gu Immortals. Using these 2 Gu worms, they could connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. It was the biggest market for Gu Immortals across the 5 regions. It was not suspicious that Fang Yuan sought these Gu worms from Huang Dong. If he had them in the first place, he could buy some appropriate Gu worms in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He would not need to run around naked. But he could not ask for more. Even if Fang Yuan had Attitude Gu, and Huang Dong would not suspect his identity, the latter would think that he was taking advantage of him. Fang Yuan had inspected these 4 Gu worms before he carefully used them. There was no issue with Connecting Heaven Gu, but when Fang Yuan was about to use it, his body shook. He showed an expression of immense shock. With his mental fortitude, he could already completely conceal his emotions. But at this moment, his shock was so great, it was unprecedented in his entire life after rebirth. Even when he learned that the mastermind of Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan had never been so shocked before. His body and mind were trembling. His mind was quaking incessantly. He was staring with wide-opened eyes. Looking at the night sky and lush leaves, he appeared like he was in a daze. Calm down. Fang Yuan blinked, telling himself, but his breathing was rough, his heart was beating rapidly. He sent his consciousness into his immortal aperture again. At the second glance, Fang Yuan observed his brand new immortal aperture again. Immense shock. He frowned. His entire body tensed. An unbelievable immortal aperture was presented to him. What sort of amazing immortal aperture was this? If I did not witness this personally, I would never believe that such an immortal aperture exists in the world. Fang Yuan was filled with this thought. In fact, he had already been mentally prepared. Spectral Soul had spent tens of thousands of years and used up almost all of Shadow Sect's assets. What was it for? It was to refine this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Looking over the entire refinement process, they first used the 10 extreme immortal zombies to create the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. They next used the bodies and immortal apertures of countless southern border Gu immortals who died as Gu refinement material. They next sent the members of Zombie Alliance, over 100 immortal zombies, into the formation. Finally, the demon Venerable did not stint on sacrifices to himself to activate the 10 extreme formation. Finally, using the countless grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, this grand feat was achieved. The difficulty of each of these steps was unimaginable for rank 8 Gu immortals. Just the first step, to collect all 10 of the 10 extreme physiques, it was very difficult. Tens of thousands of years of planning and waiting, along with some luck, were needed to do this. Not to mention the rest of the steps. After spending such a great sum and sacrificing so much, a rank 9 immortal Gu was formed eventually. Even if Fang Yuan did not know the inside details, he knew that this sovereign immortal fetus Gu had extraordinary power. Rank 9 immortal Gu, in the vast numbers of Gu worms, had the same status as rank 9 venerables. They were extremely rare, extremely precious, and extremely powerful. Fang Yuan had interacted with a rank 9 immortal Gu before. That was Wisdom Gu. Facing Wisdom Gu, he did not even have the ability to refine it. He could only use the light of wisdom. It was like seeing a luxurious meal, but he could only smell it. Even so, the smell was so amazing and brought Fang Yuan immense benefits. Without the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan could not progress so rapidly and fiercely to this extent. He recently encountered his second rank 9 immortal Gu, sovereign immortal fetus Gu. This time, not only did he smell it, he swallowed this supreme meal whole. Spectral Soul refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It is definitely not so simple. There are profound mysteries behind it. After rebirth, this idea was lingering in Fang Yuan's mind. But he was chasing after Ing Wuxia. He had no time to explore the mysteries of this body. Fang Yuan's new body was formed by sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Even though there were huge mysteries behind it, there was no rush. The urgent matter was to catch Ing Wuxia and take back his Gu worms. Thus, Fang Yuan threw this matter to the back of his mind. But now he failed to catch Ing Wuxia. He had to make a response to the worst-case scenario. Thus he wanted to use connecting Heaven Gu to enter Treasure Yellow Heaven. At this moment, he looked into the immortal aperture for the first time. With just one glance, he was extremely stunned. Because the scenery of this immortal aperture was not normal, it had greatly exceeded Fang Yuan's common sense in regards to cultivation that had been accumulated over hundreds of years. This immortal aperture was a rank 6 Gu immortal blessed land, but the space was huge, extremely huge. To what extent? Most rank 6 Gu immortals had medium or low-grade blessed lands. A low-grade blessed land had a size of 2,000 square kilometers at the maximum, while a medium-grade blessed land could have a size of 2,700 square kilometers to 4,000 square kilometers. This was the case for most rank 6 Gu immortals. A smaller number of rank 6 Gu immortals, who were like Tai Bai Yun Shang, had an impressive inheritance and had abundant foundation when ascending to immortal. They would obtain a high-grade blessed land. High-grade blessed lands were formed with a size of 4,700 square kilometers to 6,000 square kilometers. High, medium, and low-grade blessed lands were the cases for most rank 6 Gu immortals. Most because there were exceptions. The 10 extreme physiques. Great strength true martial physique, northern dark ice soul physique, verdant great sun physique, desolate ancient moon physique. Once a person of the 10 extreme physiques became a Gu immortal, like He Lu Lan, they would obtain a super-grade blessed land. Super-grade blessed lands had a territory of over 6,700 square kilometers, but did not exceed 13,000 square kilometers. The above information refers to the starting size after Immortal Ascension. Super-grade blessed lands were very rare. Because the 10 extreme physiques were already rare to begin with, and most of them would die along the way, there were few who could become Immortals. Of course, once a 10 extreme Immortal came into being, just the space of the Immortal Aperture was a huge asset for them. Bigger Immortal Apertures were better, because the larger they were, the more space path down marks they had, and the more they could carry. The production of resources and limits on their growth would be higher as well. Many Gu Immortals encounter a problem when they cultivate. Their Immortal Aperture did not have enough space. Their beast groups were too big, they had to sell some. The variant humans were too large in number, they needed to sell slaves. There were too many flowers and grass inside, they had to get rid of some. Everyone knew that the larger the beast groups, the more young they would produce. Everyone knew that the larger the number of variant humans, the more they would reproduce. Everyone knew that their plants were more valuable when they were allowed to grow and expand further. But they had no choice. The size of the Immortal Aperture was the limitation. Thus, many Gu Immortals tried all ways possible to increase the sizes of their Immortal Apertures. For example, Expand Space Immortal Gu could increase the number of space path down marks in the Immortal Aperture. It was one of the ways to increase the space inside of the Immortal Aperture. Chapter 1028, 9.5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture, 2 halves. However, methods like Expand Space Immortal Gu were only icing on the cake. No matter what methods were used, the biggest factor in determining the limit of the size of the blessed land was still its grade. Looking at Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture again. Every layer of his Immortal Aperture had over 33,500 square kilometers of space. 33,500 square kilometers already exceeded the super-grade blessed land of a 10 extreme physique Gu Immortal vastly. And this was just one layer. Fang Yuan found that his Immortal Aperture had 10 layers, and each layer had more than 33,500 square kilometers of space. Adding them up, 10 layers amounted to over 335,000 square kilometers of space. What did that imply? Fang Yuan could not imagine, because he had never heard of such a ridiculous Immortal Aperture in the world. The large space inside was only the first point. Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture was split into 10 layers. This was very unique. Normal blessed lands would not have separate spaces, they only had one unified area. For example, Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land. When would the space inside the Immortal Aperture split up? It was when Immortal Apertures become Grotto Heavens. By then, the Immortal Aperture would undergo changes according to the Gu Immortal's body, creating many different areas and segments. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was a prime example. My blessed land has the characteristics of a Grotto Heaven. Even what may be the greatest blessed land in the world, Langya Blessed Land, only has one unified space. And Langya Blessed Land has fallen from a Grotto Heaven, while my blessed land has just started at rank 6. And in this first layer, it is split into 5 areas. Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture had 10 layers. The first layer was a vast piece of land, split into 5 areas. The second to 10th layers had no soil or earth, they were empty. What made Fang Yuan surprised was that the 5 areas in the first layer were divided very clearly. The central area had the most fertile soil and differences in terrain within. The southern area had many mountains and peaks, it was moist and foggy. The northern area had huge grasslands with strong winds. The eastern area was a sea with countless islands, like a huge chessboard. The western area was desolate and had high temperatures, it was mainly a desert. This arrangement, isn't it the 5 regions of this world? Southern border, eastern sea, central continent, northern plains, western desert. Fang Yuan mumbled internally. What shocked him were the 2nd to 10th layers. In these 9 layers, there was no soil, there was nothing, but they were all colored red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, and black respectively. Aren't the immemorial 9 heavens arranged with these colors as well? But later, Renzu and his 10 children caused 7 of the heavens to collapse, resulting in the fragment worlds of the immemorial 7 heavens to scatter and fall. Right now, only white and black heaven are left. 9 heavens, 5 regions, 9-5 sovereign. So this is why it is called Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. In fact, Fang Yuan had some expectations that his Immortal Aperture would be different from others, that it would be very exemplary. But he did not expect it to be so impressive. Impressive to the point that Fang Yuan felt a little fearful. Fearful? This emotion seemed hard to understand. But to make a comparison, Tai Bai Yunsheng was an elite person. He Lu Lan was a 10 extreme immortal, a genius among elites. And what was Fang Yuan? He was far beyond any genius. If he had to be described in one word, that would be monster. Towards geniuses, people would feel admiration, envy, or resentment towards them. As for monsters, freaks who went far beyond common sense, people would feel fear, and the urge to eliminate them. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, his aperture was only high grade. After rebirth, his strength path Immortal aperture was only medium grade. He had worked hard for the goal of attaining super grade. But suddenly, he obtained this Immortal aperture. All of a sudden, he had turned from an ordinary Gu Immortal to a ridiculous and freakish monster. Naturally, he felt some fear. I cannot let news of this Immortal aperture be exposed. Once it is exposed, I will face an endless wave of enemies who wants me dead. But even if I told people about this Immortal aperture, nobody would believe me. No. At least, Spectral Soul would believe it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. The better the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal aperture was, the deeper the enmity between Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul, along with Shadow Sect. Even though Fang Yuan had not uncovered the mysteries of the Sovereign Immortal aperture yet, on the surface, with just these traits, his relationship with Spectral Soul and Shadow Sect was already irreconcilable. Even if the other party did not have rank 9 cultivation level, they were quasi-rank 9. Against such an enemy, Fang Yuan felt deep pressure. Right now, Spectral Soul's main body is still trapped in the dream realm. But he has planned for tens of thousands of years. He definitely has backup plans. Wu Xie is his split soul. He is now in my body with his whereabouts unknown. Most importantly, Zombie Alliance is finished, while Shadow Sect lost terribly. How much foundation does this secretive superforce have left? And, in the 500 years of my previous life, did Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul succeed? His new body was very useful. In just a moment, Fang Yuan thought of many things. The thoughts in his mind collided into one another, causing intense reactions. I should connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven first. Fang Yuan cleared his mind. It only took a bit of time for him to absorb the information regarding the Sovereign Immortal aperture. There was no big issue. He used Connecting Heaven Gu and Divine Sense Gu, easily finding Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven was the #1 market for Gu Immortals of the 5 regions. It had a huge origin. It was formed from a Gu Immortals Grotto Heaven and a large immemorial Yellow Heaven fragment. Yellow Heaven, of the immemorial 9 heavens, was of the same level as White Heaven and Black Heaven. Even when a mortal raises their head, they would see White Heaven and Black Heaven. When a Gu Immortal uses Connecting Heaven Gu, they could sense Treasure Yellow Heaven, which was like a torch in the darkness. His attempt at connecting to Treasure Yellow Heaven was very successful. Soon, within Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal aperture, there was a smooth mirror. Inside, he could see Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan activated Divine Sense Gu, sending his thoughts inside. In a short time, he found Little Hu Immortal. In accordance with Fang Yuan's instructions before he left, Little Hu Immortal had been keeping her Connecting Heaven Gu open the entire time. After rebirth, even though Fang Yuan did not know how the Battle of Etion Mountain would turn out, he knew that if he was exposed, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would be besieged by Central Continent Gu Immortals. The Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already been shifted into Star Form Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land only had Dang Hun Mountain, several Fang Yuan stone nests, and a large number of Hairy Man slaves left. In the underground cave, there was Wisdom Gu, as well as the Sword Path Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had taken from Immortal Zombie Boqing. Dang Hun Mountain was kept in Hu Immortal Blessed Land so that he could easily sell Guts Gu. After all, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was connected to Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane Sect. If it were in Star Form Blessed Land, it could be easily deduced. There was another point. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path Blessed Land. It had a larger number of Enslavement Path Dao marks. It could allow Fang Yuan to manage the Hairy Man slaves more easily. If these Hairy Men were moved to Star Form Blessed Land, they would not be as obedient and would not refine Gu as enthusiastically. Even though Hairy Men were variant humans, they had emotions, their attitude to work varied. Of course, Fang Yuan was considering He Lulan and Blazing Heaven Demonis as well. As for Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan wanted to relocate it the most. But Fang Yuan did not have this ability. Back then, his agreement with Wisdom Gu was made under a special situation. Fang Yuan and Little Hu Immortal quickly connected. Is it Master? Little Hu Immortal was joyous as she asked this. It's me. Fang Yuan answered. It really is Master? Quickly confirm the secret code with me. Little Hu Immortal said again. The two confirmed the code as Little Hu Immortal said happily. Master, are you okay? I miss you so much. Fang Yuan laughed. He told Little Hu Immortal some important details as he told her to use Plan B Section C. All along, Fang Yuan had been facing a lot of mental pressure. He was worried that Central Continent's Gu Immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To minimize his losses, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom and deduced many plans to deal with many situations. Furthermore, he gave these plans to Little Hu Immortal. It was good to prepare in advance. But after hearing his words, little Hu Immortal thought about that plan and was stunned. She spoke as she cried. Master, Master, you don't want me anymore? I am very obedient. I will listen to Master more from now on. Heh. Fang Yuan laughed. Don't worry, Plan B Section C has been recently edited. Act according to it, and the other party will not truly accept you. Little Hu Immortal smiled through her tears. She trusted Fang Yuan completely. She did not doubt his judgment. She followed this plan and contacted Langya Land Spirit. Over on Langya Land Spirit's end, Fang Yuan had already told him long ago. After all, he was the external supreme elder of Langya's sect. Langya Land Spirit quickly dispatched a group of rank 6 Hairy Man Gu Immortals, using a stargate to get to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They displayed the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar, turning into a giant and carrying Dang Hun Mountain, before placing it in the immortal aperture of one of the Hairy Man Gu Immortals and going back to Langya Blessed Land through the stargate. Little Hu Immortal next brought them to Wisdom Gu. The Hairy Man Gu Immortals were stunned. They transmitted the information back to Langya Land Spirit, and after his shock, he used his methods to convince Wisdom Gu to enter one of their immortal apertures before going back to Langya Blessed Land. After learning about this outcome, Fang Yuan relaxed. He had no choice but to expose Wisdom Gu to Langya Land Spirit out of necessity. The outcome was that Langya Land Spirit did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He was an obsession of the rank 8 long-hair ancestor after all. Back then, long-hair ancestors' refinement path attainment had exceeded that of 2 venerables, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. He was the #1 refinement path immortal of all times. He had an unfathomable foundation. Some people in the future who researched him conjectured that long-hair ancestor's limitation was that he was a hairy man variant human. If he were a normal human Gu Immortal, he might have reached the supreme realm of rank 9. After Langya Land Spirit transported Wisdom Gu to Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan contacted Starform Blessed Land and sent Luo Pa Valley, which was inside, to Langya Blessed Land as well. This way, Dang Hun Mountain and Langya Blessed Land were both inside Langya Blessed Land. Even if fixed immortal travel did not self-detonate and Ing Wuxia obtained it, he would go to Dang Hun Mountain or Luo Pa Valley, and Langya's sect would have to deal with the danger instead. Chapter 1029, Vital Immortal Gu, Dogshit Luck. The relocation of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land is also settled now. Fang Yuan could finally exhale a breath of relief after completing this matter. He considered defeat before considering victory. After this matter was settled, no matter how Ing Wuxia reacted, Fang Yuan's losses would already be reduced greatly. It was interesting, actually, under a series of odd events, his and Ing Wuxia's statuses had swapped. Fang Yuan aspired to attain eternal life. A physical body to him was no different to a bag of flesh, and he felt no reluctance in altering it. What he cared about were 3 aspects. First, his original body's Gu worms. Second, the cultivation resources he accumulated in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land. Third, the relations with He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yun Shang, Langya Land Spirit, Spirit Affinity House, Immortal Crane Sect, and others. Fang Yuan gazed at the dark sky, the mountain winds shaking the branches of the pine tree he was resting on. He pondered. By this time, fixed immortal travel should have already self-destructed. Next, the other Gu worms will self-destruct one after the other. I wonder how Ing Wuxia will deal with this. There is little to no hope for me in taking these Gu worms back now. The resources of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land have already been moved. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has fallen into the hands of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, and Starform Blessed Land is hidden deep within Earth Abyss. Now, only the third matter remains, He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, and others. Fang Yuan carefully pondered. Regarding the third aspect, the relations with Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane Sect were already broken. The truth of Fang Yuan destroying 88 True Yang Building was already exposed everywhere. Heavenly Court would definitely pursue this and find trouble with Fang Yuan. From a certain perspective, Ing Wuxia possessing Fang Yuan's physical body meant he would face the disaster for Fang Yuan to an extent, so he did not need to worry about these. What Fang Yuan was worried about were He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demonis were dead. He Lu Lan's value had fallen sharply, but she was still a 10 extreme physique Gu Immortal with the great strength true martial physique. Adding in her identity in his previous life as Spirit Affinity House's fairy, as well as her strong luck and formidable character, she absolutely could not be looked down upon. And Tai Bai Yun Sheng might only have 2 immortal Gu, but each of them were top-grade Gu worms with huge practical value. Fang Yuan was extremely worried that these 2 would be used by Ing Wuxia to make difficulties for him. So after he connected with Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, he immediately tried to communicate with He Lulan and Tai by Yunsheng and Treasure Yellow Heaven. They had left behind their wills in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This was a communication method prepared early on. But although Fang Yuan contacted these two wills at Treasure Yellow Heaven, he had yet to truly contact the two of them. Only when these two people connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven and their wills return to their main bodies would they be able to understand and learn the truth. With no contact from them, the worry in Fang Yuan's eyes became even deeper. Without other options, he chose to give up trying for now and contacted Langya Land Spirit. And this time, he obtained a reply almost immediately. "Lad, you finally contacted me." Langya Land Spirit appeared extremely excited as he called out. In truth, he had agreed to help Fang Yuan relocate the resources mainly due to Fang Yuan's status as a member of Langya's sect. But when he saw Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Po Valley, and especially Wisdom Gu, he was completely dumbstruck with amazement. To sum it up in a single word, he was shocked. He had never expected Fang Yuan's hidden accumulations to be so deep to the extent it made him unable to believe it. Hearing Langya Land Spirit's words, Fang Yuan smiled. It was as if he was looking at the land spirit, with hair all over his body, like a gorilla jumping around with an exaggerated appearance. Langya Land Spirit originated from long-hair ancestor. He was extremely special as he was formed from two obsessions. This current obsession was filled with aggressiveness, wholeheartedly wanting to make hairy men the rulers, the masters of the 5 regions, suppressing humans. Compared to the previous sagely-looking land spirit, this one was more erratic. But no matter which one, land spirits could not lie. They were frank and honest. Fang Yuan could be much more at ease in dealing with the land spirit than human Gu Immortals who were able to hide their intentions from him. Seeing that Fang Yuan was keeping quiet, Langya Land Spirit could not endure it and continued speaking. "Fang Yuan, Langya sect has done a huge favor for you this time. What if you lost these? Wouldn't you want to smash your own head and die? So how will you repay me?" Pausing for a while, Fang Yuan heard Langya Land Spirit speak again. "Lad, contribute these things to the sect. I absolutely won't let you suffer a loss. You are our external supreme elder. I will give you an uncountable number of sect contribution points, enough to exchange for countless Immortal Gu recipes and Immortal Gu." Since Fang Yuan had asked Langya Land Spirit for help, he naturally was already mentally prepared. Anyone who saw Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Po Valley, and Wisdom Gu would definitely be moved. Even Langya Land Spirit was not an exception. Langya Land Spirit might be straightforward and stubborn, with a one-track mind, but he was not without intelligence. Fang Yuan calmly replied, "I am Langya sect's external supreme elder. These are all mine." "First elder, you are not thinking of embezzling my possessions, right?" Langya Land Spirit grabbed at his hair while yelling. "If I had known this beforehand, I would not have let you join Langya sect. I could have directly confiscated these supreme treasures if so. Damn it, I told the truth again." Fang Yuan laughed. Back then, Langya Land Spirit sincerely wanted Fang Yuan to join Langya sect. Now that both sides had already set the agreement, it was too late for Langya Land Spirit to go against it. At least by his current means, he was not able to breach the agreement. Even if he wanted to renege on the agreement, he needed to prepare for some time to break the information path agreement between the two sides. Even so, because he could not lie, Fang Yuan just needed to probe slightly to extract the information. Just based on this point, Fang Yuan already had Langya Land Spirit firmly in his grasp. After some careful thinking, Fang Yuan still felt it was better to leave Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Po Valley, and Wisdom Gu in Langya Blessed Land. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley were two treasure troves once held by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If fixed immortal travel hadn't been destroyed, wouldn't it mean Ing Wuxia and others could casually return to these two places? If Fang Yuan placed these two treasure troves in his own immortal aperture, that would be a huge mistake. It would be opening the door for robbers, letting a wolf into one's house. As for Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan could not use it for the moment. He had now revived with a new physical body, unlike his previous immortal zombie body. In his immortal zombie body, Fang Yuan had no need to fear the light of wisdom. But right now, if he entered this light, his lifespan would start decreasing, which was a price Fang Yuan could not accept. So from now on, unless he had no alternative, it was better to not use Wisdom Gu. "I have obtained the sovereign immortal aperture but lost the support of Wisdom Gu. It can be considered that there are losses along with the gains. But there will be a day I will find a method to use Wisdom Gu with a living body. During this period of time, it is better to let Langya Land Spirit safeguard Wisdom Gu, saving me from worrying about it." Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said to Langya Land Spirit, "First Supreme Elder, you want me to present these 3 treasures to the sect? That is impossible. But we can cooperate. I can lend Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Wisdom Gu for the sect's use. The sect will be in charge of safekeeping them. If anything unexpected happens, you will have to compensate me 10 times over. Besides this, you need to compensate me with some sect contribution points too. Lang Yalan's spirit was jubilant, almost dancing with joy as he shouted, "Lad, you are quite tactful. That's good, that's good. With Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley, I can let these children refine and strengthen their souls. It will be a huge help to their Gu refinement. Also Wisdom Gu. This is a rank 9 Gu of Wisdom Path. In the past, it was the vital Gu of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Using it to deduce Immortal Gu recipes is simply too wonderful." From the land spirit's tone, he actually knew how to use Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan could not help asking. Lang Yalan spirit was not stupid, replying with a chuckle, "You want to know the method to use Wisdom Gu? Then exchange for it with contribution points. Our Langya sect is fair." Both sides negotiated for a while before completing the matter of collaboration. Fang Yuan then casually mentioned the Featherman Zhou Zhong. This variant human was Fang Yuan's slave, but it was not impossible for this relation to be exposed. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan knew of Zhou Zhong. He was already exposed. It was better to let him lead those feathermen to stay in Langya Blessed Land for the time being. In any case, Langya Blessed Land's space was extremely huge. Of course, it was unable to compare with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture in terms of potential future space. As for those hairy man slaves in the Fang Yuan stone nests, after Fang Yuan haggled with Langya land spirit, these hairy man slaves still belonged to Fang Yuan, but he had to remove their slave status. They could only be considered Fang Yuan's subordinates in Langya sect. Because of his identity, Langya land spirit had deep love for hairy men and disdain for other races, having a doctrine that hairy men were to be the rulers. Naturally, he would not let Fang Yuan continue to order these hairy men as slaves. It was already extraordinary for him to still let these hairy men be subordinate to Fang Yuan, not arguing about it. Fang Yuan was actually quite happy about this. These hairy men were now free and belonged to Langya Blessed Land. But as long as Fang Yuan mobilized them to refine Gu, they would have to obey his orders, which was not much different from beforehand. These hairy men would even be nurtured by Langya land spirit, building their own families and working in the Blessed Land, which would stimulate their passion for Gu refinement and increase their work efficiency. Finally, Fang Yuan briefly informed Langya land spirit about the matter regarding Ing Wu Xie and Shadow Sect. Langya land spirit listened on while staring blankly, and only a long time after Fang Yuan finished talking did he react. "So you even had Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada." Langya land spirit cried out again. "Lad, what kind of dogshit luck do you have? No, don't tell me you even have Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's vital immortal Gu, dogshit luck?" So Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's vital immortal Gu was actually dogshit luck? Not fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Langya land spirit snorted. He refined fortune rivaling heaven in his later years. In his early years, it was dogshit luck. I had cooperated with him when I was alive. How would I not know? Chapter 1030. Making He Lulan Defect. Fang Yuan had a peculiar expression. This was the first time he was hearing about dogshit luck, this strange-sounding immortal Gu. In the current situation, it was not a big deal to expose Spring Autumn Cicada. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals already knew about it. That meant the 10 great ancient sects also knew of it. The entire world would basically know of it. Langya land spirit continued. "It is a pity that this Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6. If it were the former rank 9 Spring Autumn Cicada, you would definitely obtain victory. Since Spring Autumn Cicada is in Ing Wu Xie's hands, you cannot allow him to use it. But thankfully, I have quite a few time path methods. Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6 and I know who has it. It is quite easy to counter it." Counter Spring Autumn Cicada? Fang Yuan felt great interest. In fact, this was his biggest worry currently. Langya land spirit said, "Spring Autumn Cicada is merely rank 6, so be it if we do not know who owns it. But since we know, it is easy to deal with. It might be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal Gu, but so what? There are only invincible Gu masters. There are no invincible Gu worms. In the entire world, time path is not the strongest. All of the different paths have their strengths. But if we use time path methods, it would be more effective as a counter." Fang Yuan heard this and nodded, feeling that Langya land spirit's words made a lot of sense. Like just earlier, he used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth and was used by Shadow Sect after they deduced it. This was a classic example of Wisdom Path countering Time Path. Spring Autumn Cicada had its unique ability, but it was not invincible. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. The world was balanced. It made sense that Spring Autumn Cicada was countered by other methods. Since rebirth, I have been treating Spring Autumn Cicada as my greatest trump card. To think that I would need to deal with it one day. Fang Yuan sighed internally. When he was contacting Langya Land Spirit, at the same time in Central Continent, Mingtang Valley. This valley that was bathed in light all year round was famous in Central Continent. It was under control of Wind Cloud Manor and Heavenly Lotus Sect, two of the 10 great ancient sects. It was famous in Central Continent for being among the best places to produce light path Gu worms. This land of treasures was incredibly rich in light path Dao marks. Almost every 20 years, there would be wild light path Immortal Gu formed. Deep in this Mingtang Valley, there was a hidden demonic path Gu Immortal. Unmoving mountain, Gong Sun Liang. Suddenly, he opened his eyes from his deep sleep. Oh, someone is calling me. He muttered lightly. The suspicious expression on his face faded at once, turning into a serious and solemn expression. His consciousness entered his immortal aperture as he used a special information path method to communicate. Boss, you want to borrow my Immortal Gu? On the other end, in a deep part of Earth Abyss, Ing Wu Xie answered, yes. Gong Sun Liang opened his eyes, without any sleepiness left. He was very hesitant, his gaze was flickering. He was a demonic path Gu Immortal. He had been chased and suppressed by Central Continent's righteous path, especially the 10 great ancient sections. He lived like a fugitive. During one of his near-fatal escapes, he fell into a trap and nearly died. At that time, he was saved by a mysterious man. Gong Sun Liang not only kept his life, under the lead of the mysterious man, he joined a mysterious organization. This organization was called Defect. The members of the organization were identified with numbers. They were very mysterious. Gong Sun Liang had obtained much help from this organization. If not for that, he would not have been able to escape up until now, without getting caught by the 10 great ancient sections. As time passed, he saw the importance of this organization and had some guesses towards the motives of this organization. This organization's code name shows the time the person joined and their status in the organization. Boss is at the top. He is the person who created Defy. He suddenly wants to borrow my Gu. After hesitating for a long time, Gong Sun Liang gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect. 2 Sword Path Gu Immortals, Miao Jun and Miao Yu, were discussing the matters of their sect. Suddenly, Miao Jun's body shook. He received the information that Ing Wu Xie sent. Facing Ing Wu Xie's request, Miao Jun was very hesitant. He said to Miao Yu, the boss contacted me. He wants to borrow our Immortal Gu. Miao Yu frowned. This boss is very mysterious. We have only joined Defy for a short time. We have not heard about the boss information. But the moment he contacted us, he wants to borrow Immortal Gu. Miao Jun nodded. We joined Defy because we wanted their help. But earlier, when trying to leave Immortal Crane Sect, they did not provide us any help. And now, they want to borrow Immortal Gu from us. This boss is truly shameless. A few years ago, someone in Great Heavenly Sword Sect ascended to Immortal. Thus, this force had 3 Gu Immortals. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane Sect. After having 3 Gu Immortals, they wanted to get rid of their vassal status from Immortal Crane Sect. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Immortal Crane Sect's plan worked, and they lured their 3rd Gu Immortal away. After this matter, Great Heavenly Sword Sect was taken care of by Immortal Crane Sect. Miao Jun and Miao Yu's lives were getting tough. The two wanted to borrow the strength of Defy, but their wishes were not granted, thus they were not happy. As a result, Ing Wu Xie failed to borrow their Gu using his identity as the boss. Bang! In Earth Abyss, in a secret room, Ing Wu Xie slammed the table in front of him, smashing it. Umph! Miao Jun, Miao Yu. Ing Wu Xie gritted his teeth. His expression was dark. This organization called Defy was created by Shadow Sect. Central Continent was different from the other 4 regions. Heavenly Court ruled over it. Its subsidiary forces, the 10 great ancient sects, split up most of Central Continent's resources and controlled it tightly. Below the 10 great ancient sects, there were countless forces trying to survive. People looked up to bigger forces who would not want to improve, who would not want to expand their territory and obtain more resources for themselves. Especially Gu Immortals, they had to face tribulations once in a while. Thus, Gu Immortals were forced to improve. Otherwise, they would die from the calamities and tribulations. It was not so easy to increase one's strength. One couldn't cook a meal without the ingredients. The most important thing was the lack of resources. But the 10 great ancient sects had incredible strength. They occupied most resources. The other forces could not gather enough strength to influence their control. People with aspirations noticed this and interacted with one another, forming all sorts of alliances. But these alliances did not last long. Because Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sowed discord between them, or the members of the alliance went into internal conflicts themselves. Of course, the fundamental problem was insufficient strength to challenge Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Shadow Sect thus secretly created the organization Defy, selecting the members carefully and getting stronger. But this was only a casual move. Even the Shadow Sect member who created the organization Defy back then did not have much expectations. The more members there were, the more inflated the organization was, and the more complex and hard to manage it was. Furthermore, these members were not otherworldly demons. They were not even fate escapees. They could not be used to resist heaven's will. Thus, back then, Spectral Soul's Gu refinement plan did not involve these people. If he mobilized them, would they listen? Even if they did, there was a high chance that heaven's will would make use of them. It was not worth it. But at this moment, Shadow Sect's plan failed. They were dealt a huge blow. After rebirth, Wuxia had to make use of the strength of Defy. His experience in borrowing Gu was not very successful. Most Gu Immortals gave lots of excuses. Immortal Gu were very precious. The identities of the members of Defy were kept secret. They did not know each other. The organization was not strict in enforcement. How difficult would it be to borrow Gu? Only people like Unmoving Mountain Gong Sun Liang. These demonic path Gu Immortals without any support would need to make use of Defy in order to escape from the pursuit of Central Continent's righteous path and avoid deductions. He could not leave Defy. Thus, even if he did not want to, he had to take a risk and lend the Immortal Gu to Wuxia. Wuxia tried for a long time to borrow Gu, while Fang Yuan's Gu worms were in the processing of self-detonating one by one. Eventually, even though Wuxia managed to suppress them and prevented the Gu worms from continuing to self-detonate, his losses were severe. Fang Yuan, good job. You are really resolute in cutting your losses. In the darkness, Wuxia had a grim expression. But only a person with your caliber would be able to obtain sovereign immortal fetus Gu, after all. After suppressing Fang Yuan's Gu worms, Wuxia used the borrowed Immortal Gu to get rid of Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind. Just as he was about to continue and use the Immortal Gu to make Fang Yuan's Gu worms his, he had a feeling as he noticed He Lulan's actions. He Lulan was sitting on a rock bed, opening her eyes. She was frowning, as worry flashed across deeply in her eyes. In the room, from a corner within the darkness, Wuxia's voice could be heard. He Lulan, you can stop trying. In this place, it is impossible for you to use connecting heaven Gu to reach treasure, yellow heaven. He Lulan's gaze shined. She was about to speak. At this moment, Wuxia continued. You don't have to pretend and lie to me. I know you are suspicious of my identity, then I will tell you. That's right. I am not Fang Yuan. I am Wuxia. He Lulan's expression changed. She was not Tai Bai Yun Shang. She was not easy to fool. After Fang Yuan woke up, he acted strangely. He Lulan held back her suspicions because they had to use fixed immortal travel to escape first. But to think that Wuxia brought her here. There was a super Gu formation here. The defenses were tight, actually preventing connecting heaven Gu from use. She could not connect to treasure yellow heaven. After He Lulan failed to reach treasure yellow heaven, she realized that Wuxia's identity was even more suspicious. But now, Wuxia directly told her the truth. He Lulan did not know how to react. You know my identity. Wuxia's voice continued. I am one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Split Souls. I took over Fang Yuan's body. You have two choices now. One is to die. The other is to abandon Fang Yuan and join me. For Wuxia, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and was someone who escaped fate. She was a high-quality pawn. But if He Lulan did not know what was good for her, he would kill her with no reservations. He could use He Lulan's corpse to revive his current body. Using the Gu formation here, Wuxia was completely confident in taking down He Lulan. He Lulan was startled and furious. Wuxia's sudden declaration made her situation very passive. Even though He Lulan did not know that Wuxia was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, she had experienced the Battle of Etion Mountain. She was aware that Wuxia, Shadow Sect, and Spectral Soul were on the same side. In the Battle of Etion Mountain, He Lulan's aunts, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan, had died one after the other. These two people were the only two remaining family members that He Lulan cared about. As Shadow Sect was the culprit for killing Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan, He Lulan's hatred was immense. Wuxia knew this, but disregarded it. He directly approached her and forced He Lulan to surrender. If she did not, he would kill her. Even though Wuxia was in Fang Yuan's body and was a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had the rank 7 Gu immortal Xiangs with him, who had high battle strength. Most crucially, he had a super Gu formation set up here. It was able to prevent Heavenly Court from investigating the place, and could resist the attacks of the wild beasts living in Earth Abyss. Being able to protect Bo Qing's remnant soul for so many years, this Gu formation was extraordinary. This was Wuxia's greatest assurance. Even though Wuxia was only a split soul, He had inherited spectral soul demon venerables, killing nature and firm personality. He Lulan's expression was dark. Deep hatred was flickering in her eyes. Sensing Wu Xie is fearlessly challenging me, he surely has made preparations and is fully confident. The other party's capabilities are unfathomable, and they have a close relationship with spectral soul demon venerable. If I resist, I would likely end up dead. I can only endure this and find a good opportunity later. While having such thoughts, He Lulan snorted, speaking. Your shadow sect killed 2 of my family members. You want me to join you? Aren't you afraid I will betray you? Ing Wu Xie's laughter could be heard. What is there to fear? Pausing for a while, he continued. Firstly, I am strong while you are weak. There is nothing to fear. Secondly, I have information path methods to restrict you using an alliance agreement. Thirdly, I understand your personality. You have not taken revenge yet. He Cheng is still alive. Are you satisfied with this ending? Even if you already had killed He Cheng, you would endure this for now and cultivate, finding a chance to take revenge in the future. He Lulan was silent. Hearing that Ing Wu Xie was so aware of her personality, He Lulan's heart sank. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He Lulan did not expect Ing Wu Xie to know so much about her. In contrast, she knew nearly nothing about him. This was caused by Fang Yuan. Back then, Old Man Yanshi and Shadow Sect found out something wrong with Fang Yuan and used Heavenly Secret Gu to deduce matters about him. As someone close to Fang Yuan, He Lulan was implicated. Shadow Sect collected information about her, deducing many details. Ing Wu Xie originally did not know, but because of the Red Lotus true inheritance in the River of Time, he received the guidance of Spectral Soul's will. He learned much about He Lulan. Seeing He Lulan become silent, Ing Wu Xie showed great patience. He did not rush her. There was only a hint of light in this simple room. He Lulan's entire body was nearly shrouded in darkness. A long while later, she spoke. You want to recruit me to deal with whom? If you want me to fight against Heavenly Court, you might as well kill me now. Ha ha. Ing Wu Xie laughed. No need to probe me, He Lulan. I want to recruit you to deal with Fang Yuan. Bright light flashed in He Lulan's eyes. Her pitch became higher. Oh, it seems Fang Yuan isn't dead yet. Not only did he survive, he has obtained great gains. Hatred could not be concealed in Ing Wu Xie's tone. You want to make use of me to harm Fang Yuan and take Hu Immortal blessed land for you? He Lulan continued asking. Humph. Ing Wu Xie smiled coldly. Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal blessed land and Star Form blessed land should be empty already. The cultivation resources inside, including Danghun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley, were all moved to Langya blessed land. Langya blessed land? It is the place where you and Fairy Lishan fought against Qin Bai Sheng, He Cheng, and Jiangyu. Why? Fang Yuan didn't tell you. Ing Wu Xie asked. He Lulan sank into silence. Ing Wu Xie continued. Langya blessed land was the immortal aperture left behind by long-hair ancestor. It is a former grotto heaven that had fallen to a blessed land. But its foundation is so abundant that it could be said to be the #1 blessed land in the 5 regions. Imperial Court blessed land is already destroyed. No other blessed lands can match it. Fang Yuan not only moved his resources into Langya blessed land, he even joined Langya's sect, betraying humans and becoming the lackey of hairy men. He Lulan heard this, and her gaze flickered. Ing Wu Xie seemed to know her thoughts. He continued speaking with a smile. You guessed right. I have an insider in Langya blessed land. I know everything that happens inside Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan will not be running around for long. You can only survive by joining me. The sights of Etian Mountain appeared in He Lulan's mind again. Spectral Soul's gigantic body was deeply ingrained in her mind. Spectral Soul, demon venerable. He Lulan muttered internally. She gradually closed her eyes, saying solemnly, the circumstances are not in my favor. I will join you. But I will remind you, even if you want me to deal with Fang Yuan, we still have an active alliance agreement. Merely an alliance agreement, I can get rid of it for you easily. Ing Wu Xie said confidently. But He Lulan said, are you sure? Back then, when we made the alliance agreement, it was stated very clearly, if any side breaks the alliance agreement, the other party would not need to follow it anymore. Ing Wu Xie felt that this was turning troublesome. Oh? So if I help you get rid of the alliance agreement, I will be helping Fang Yuan indirectly? He Lulan nodded. Precisely. Fang Yuan had included this line back then because he was afraid of Fairy Lishan secretly removing the alliance agreement. After all, she primarily cultivated information path. Fang Yuan had to guard against her. But things changed too quickly. Unexpected events happened in life. Fairy Lishan died, and Ing Wu Xie wanted to help He Lulan remove the alliance agreement. The essence of alliance agreements is the use of information path methods to leave information path down marks on both the body and the soul. To remove the alliance agreement, I have to get rid of the information path Dao marks. Ing Wuxie thought. It is very easy for me to get rid of He Lulan's information path Dao marks. Using this super Gu formation and my Gu worms, I can accomplish it. But this way, I will be helping Fang Yuan too. Ing Wuxie did not want that. In his opinion, the best situation would be that He Lulan was free from the alliance agreement, while Fang Yuan was still restricted by it. In this way, he could use He Lulan to deal with Fang Yuan. He would have a huge advantage. Actually, it is not impossible to achieve that. As long as I can find the corresponding information path Dao marks and remove them first. On He Lulan's body, there had to be one or multiple information path Dao marks that represented the condition. If one side breaks the alliance agreement, the other party did not need to follow it. And these information path Dao marks had to be related to the other information path Dao marks. Ing Wuxie only needed to remove these information path Dao marks first, before removing the others to achieve the result that he wanted. In the future, he could use this alliance agreement to restrict Fang Yuan. But to do that, it is very difficult. Ing Wuxie was frowning more deeply. Using an inappropriate analogy, the alliance agreement between Fang Yuan and He Lulan was like two interlinked bombs strapped onto them. Whichever side broke the alliance agreement would cause their bomb to explode, and they would suffer a severe punishment. Ing Wuxie had the ability to remove He Lulan's bomb now, but that would cause Fang Yuan's bomb to deactivate as well. This was not what Ing Wuxie wanted. But to get the result he wanted, he needed to get rid of He Lulan's bomb while finding that crucial wire or multiple wires to remove first. It was very difficult to do that. Ing Wuxie did not have the attainment level, and he did not have corresponding Immortal Gu either. Damn it, this Fang Yuan does things so flawlessly. Ing Wuxie felt stifled internally. If it were before the Battle of Etion Mountain, it would be easy for him to do this. He only needed to ask the other members of Shadow Sect to do it. There was even Spectral Soul's main body. But the situation now was different from the past. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect's plan failed. They faced massive losses. Only a small portion of their forces were left in the 5 regions. Ing Wuxie knew that even if he rebuilt Shadow Sect and combined all of the remaining forces, he could not reach its former level again. In this way, He Lulan's value is greatly diminished. Should I kill her and turn her into a great strength true martial immortal zombie, allowing me to obtain a life and death immortal aperture to revive? Ing Wuxie had an idea, but after considering it, he gave up on the idea. Reviving with a life and death immortal aperture has a huge flaw. If I am unlucky, the immortal aperture might explode. I might as well use normal immortal zombies to create a stable life and death immortal aperture. Thinking about the life and death immortal aperture, Ing Wuxie naturally thought about sovereign immortal fetus Gu. At once, he gritted his teeth, feeling his hatred towards Fang Yuan intensify. After Shadow Sect created the life and death immortal aperture revival method, they had performed many experiments and found lots of problems with it. Next, they paid a huge price to modify it step by step. Eventually, even Spectral Soul's main body joined in, using the essence of human path, transformation path, and heaven path to create the Immortal Gu recipe for sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Fang Yuan snatched sovereign immortal fetus Gu and obtained the 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. He ascended to heaven in a single leap. Shadow Sect's countless years of effort and hard work had turned to nothing. Such deep hatred could not be expressed in words. Forget it. I should let He Lulan off. I am too short on manpower now. He Lulan's aptitude is great. She can be a very good lackey. Fang Yuan, you will end up in my hands one day. By then, I will pull out all of your tendons. I will use every inch of flesh and skin on your body to refine the sovereign immortal fetus Gu again. Chapter 1032. Treasure Yellow Heaven transports Gu worms. Well, have you considered it? You are an external supreme elder of Langya's sect. You can use your sect contribution points to exchange for the method. Langya's spirit smiled. Over in Central Continent, He Lulan was forced by Ing Wuxie and had no choice but to submit. Fang Yuan did not know this and was contacting Langya's spirit. Speaking of the method to counter spring Autumn Cicada, Langya's spirit was indeed formed from long-hair ancestor. He had a deep foundation. In their earlier conversation, Fang Yuan was shocked to find out that Langya's spirit had more than 10 methods. All of them were effective in dealing with spring Autumn Cicada. These methods involved many aspects. With so many choices, at this moment, Fang Yuan felt a bit uncertain. But he quickly focused his mind, asking as he thought of something. I have a question. How many sect contribution points do I have? 300. Langya's spirit hesitated for a moment before answering. 300. Fang Yuan frowned. He knew that he had not done anything for Langya's sect yet after joining it. This amount of sect contribution was obtained because he had lent Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Wisdom Gu to Langya Land Spirit. However, either of Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Po Valley, or Wisdom Gu were unparalleled things. They were only worth 300 sect contribution points. Immediately, Fang Yuan had some suspicion, but he did not question him. He asked in a roundabout manner, "First Supreme Elder, I am not sure how your 300 points were calculated. I would like you to explain for me." Langya Land Spirit heard Fang Yuan call him First Supreme Elder and felt very pleased internally. He said frankly, "This is very simple. Dang Hun Mountain counts as 100, Luo Po Valley counts as 100, and Wisdom Gu is also 100. Fang Yuan's tone became lower. Wisdom Gu is a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Why is it worth the same number as Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley? No need to be suspicious. Langya Land Spirit quickly answered. You lent all 3 of them to the sect, but my Langya sect has to bear the expenditure of the Earth Qi and the feeding of Wisdom Gu. 300 sect contribution points are given to you according to the rules in the sect. I know that fairness is required for a sect to grow. Don't worry, we will not shortchange whatever is rightfully yours, but we will also not give you extra that you did not earn. After pausing for a while, Langya Land Spirit continued. Of course, if you contributed them to the sect, the contribution points would be much higher. It is possible for you to become the first Supreme Elder of the sect as well. Fang Yuan heard this and couldn't help but feel excitement. Becoming the first Supreme Elder of Langya's sect, wouldn't he obtain the highest authority? Even if he was not the owner of Langya Blessed Land, he would be able to mobilize the Hairy Man Gu Immortals inside Langya Blessed Land, right? But quickly, Langya Land Spirit said, but for you to become the first Supreme Elder, you need to get rid of your human status and become a true Hairy Man. Only an exceptional Hairy Man can be the leader of the Hairy Men. Langya Land Spirit's tone was full of confidence towards the ideology of Hairy Man rulership. Fang Yuan dispelled his earlier thoughts. He had no doubt that Langya Land Spirit had methods to turn humans into Hairy Men. But if Fang Yuan became a Hairy Man, the price was too great. Most fundamentally, the current trend of human dominance could not be overturned. Hairy Men and other variant humans, even if they became immortals, would be pushed aside and ostracized. Furthermore, Hairy Men and the other variant humans were flawed to begin with. They could not become rank 9 venerables. Fang Yuan aspired to reach immortality. Cultivation was only a tool. But evidently, the higher his cultivation level, the closer he would be to this goal. This logic was simple. Between an ant and a tree, which one was closer to eternal life? Fang Yuan only had 300 sect contribution points. Langya Land Spirit calculated the amount very precisely. He did not give Fang Yuan 1 point less or 1 point more. Fang Yuan sensed keenly that these 300 sect contribution points were very precious. They had great value. If he used them wisely, they would be a huge help towards him. Thus, after he thought over it, he did not spend these contribution points rashly to obtain one of the ways to counter Spring Autumn Cicada. At the other end, Langya Land Spirit said, sect contribution points are meant to be used. Don't be too stingy with them. We have many sect missions for you. As long as you complete one, your sect contribution points will increase. Oh, what kinds of missions? Fang Yuan asked lightly. Langya Land Spirit wanted to make use of Fang Yuan's strength. He naturally explained them to him. Fang Yuan soon shook his head. Disappointment was all over his face. These sect missions were split into 2 types. One was to collect Gu refinement materials. The other was to spar with the Hairy Man Gu Immortals and nurture their fighting skills. Earlier, after Qin Bai Sheng and the rest attacked Langya Blessed Land, Langya Land Spirit turned from the shape of a human and white-haired land spirit to a hairy man and black-haired land spirit. The management of Langya Blessed Land had changed drastically. The black-haired land spirit wanted hairy men to be the rulers, the overlords of the Gu world, to trample on humans and all other races. Thus, he tried to train his Hairy Man Gu Immortals, wanting to raise their battle strength. Before this, these Hairy Man Gu Immortals only knew how to refine Gu. They did not even train normally. Their battle strength could not be said to even be at the dregs. Currently, Fang Yuan did not have the time to help the black-haired land spirit search for Gu refinement materials, or be the nanny of the Hairy Man Gu Immortals. How about this? First Supreme Elder, I lack Gu worms now. Could you buy some southern border Gu worms from Treasure Yellow Heaven and inspect to check that they are not tampered with? If they are fine, send them over to me. Fang Yuan changed the topic, listing his needs. Langya Land Spirit did not reject this. Batches of Gu worms quickly passed through connecting Heaven Gu via Treasure Yellow Heaven, reaching Fang Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture. The first batch was a large number of mortal Gu, including Wine Sack Flower Gu, Rice Pouch Grass Gu, Spring Water Gu, Eating Wind Drinking Dew Gu, and others. The situation now was different. Earlier, Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie. He did not need to eat. But now that he had revived, his body was alive. He needed to consume food and water. Even Gu Immortals would die if they did not eat, unless they had the relevant food path down marks. Other than these food path mortal Gu, there was also some clothing Gu. Fang Yuan was not satisfied with Fire Cape Gu and Flying Smoke Gu. The effect of the flames was too eye-catching, they were unnecessary. After acquiring these clothing Gu, he immediately changed his clothes. There were also Gu for housing. For example, the Wood Path Gu Worm, 3-star cave. After it was used, it would turn into a tree house with space in the trunk. The second batch provided was Moving Perspective Cup Gu and Stargate Gu. It was not safe to use Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven was an open market. It was not a secret channel. Moving Perspective Cup Gu used the space door to transport objects. It bypassed the 5 regions' regional walls. It was a superb mortal Gu. Be it the Moving Perspective Cup Gu recipe or Stargate Gu recipe, Langya Land Spirit had already obtained them from Fang Yuan. According to the previous Langya Land Spirit's personality, he would have refined a lot of them. Thus, these 2 Gu worms were directly taken out from Langya Blessed Land. Once they entered Treasure Yellow Heaven, the 2 Gu worms shined with bright treasure light. It drew the attention of many Gu Immortals. They were mortal Gu, but the treasure light was really very bright. It was out of the ordinary. This special situation drew the attention of many Gu Immortals. They went to ask, but Langya Land Spirit rejected them. The third batch was also mortal Gu. They came from Langya Sect storage. Fang Yuan wanted to use them to test his sovereign Immortal Aperture. The earlier tests were only observations on the surface. To learn about the secrets of the sovereign Immortal Aperture, he needed to use Gu worms as tools. The fourth batch was the main objective. Sword Immortal Bo Qing's Sword Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan stole quite a number of Immortal Gu from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. He used the Light of Wisdom and Wisdom Path methods to deceive these Immortal Gu temporarily, as he gradually refined them. Before joining the Battle of Etion Mountain, he only managed to refine Change Soul Immortal Gu. And during the crucial moment in the Battle of Etion Mountain, he used it to turn the situation around. Right now, Change Soul Immortal Gu was still in Fang Yuan's hands. As for the other Sword Path Immortal Gu, they were filled with Bo Qing's will. They were much harder to refine compared to Change Soul Immortal Gu. They were left inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and were not brought to Etion Mountain by Fang Yuan. After all, these Immortal Gu were not refined. They could not be used even if they were brought. As it turned out, it was lucky that Fang Yuan did not bring them. Otherwise, according to what happened, these Immortal Gu would be left in his body and become Ying Wuxia's property. These Sword Path Immortal Gu were the Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Gu, Rank 7 Sword Escape Gu, Rank 7 Sword Eyebrows Gu, and Rank 7 Flying Sword Gu. Langya Land Spirit only sent Sword Escape Immortal Gu and Flying Sword Gu over to Fang Yuan. The two of them made an instant transaction. At the first moment, Fang Yuan used a rock that he picked up to buy Sword Escape Immortal Gu and Flying Sword Gu. The treasure light is hundreds of meters tall. What happened? Transaction of Immortal Gu. How is this possible? I saw it earlier. Someone bought 2 Rank 7 Immortal Gu immediately. They were so fast that no one could react. Buying 2 Rank 7 Immortal Gu? Heavens! I do not even have a single Rank 6 Immortal Gu. Who is that rich? The earlier few batches of Gu worms had already attracted some attention. With this transfer, involving Immortal Gu, heated discussions were occurring in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The trading of Immortal Gu was usually done through exchanges of Immortal Gu. They were rare, even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, Fang Yuan and Langya Land Spirit's transaction was like a rock that was thrown into a calm lake. Ripples formed immediately. 2 Immortal Gu, each having around 300 meters of treasure light. But the other party paid with a rock. A lucky Gu Immortal who witnessed the transaction transmitted using his divine sense. This information caused more heated discussion between Gu Immortals again. Impossible. A rock? Are you kidding me? This is not a normal transaction. They are using Treasure Yellow Heaven to transfer Gu worms. Even if they are transporting Immortal Gu, it is very rare. Treasure Yellow Heaven's fee is charged according to the treasure light's height. At once, countless divine senses conversed in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The wills of many Gu Immortals were engaging in conversation enthusiastically. The commotion was similar to a mortal fish market. Because of Fang Yuan and Langya Land Spirit, the entirety of Treasure Yellow Heaven was in chaos. Chapter 1033. Taking large strides with unwavering determination's southern border, on the peak of a nameless mountain. Fang Yuan held Sword Escape Immortal Gu in his left hand, and Flying Sword Gu in his right hand. He observed them. Sword Escape Immortal Gu was like a golden bee, while Flying Sword Immortal Gu was like a silver-winged dragonfly. Both had their merits. The first was a movement Immortal Gu. It was extremely fast, not inferior to the Rank 7 Qi Escape Immortal Gu. The second was very famous in history. It was Bo Qing's most used offensive and defensive Gu worm. The aura of Rank 7 was oozing. Fang Yuan smiled as he stored the two Immortal Gu. After Etian Mountain, the sword path Immortal Gu were all successfully refined under the light of wisdom, becoming Fang Yuan's Gu. These two Immortal Gu were among them. Fang Yuan could use them now. With these two Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan felt more assured about his safety. Earlier, he had Attitude Gu, Change Soul Immortal Gu, and Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. He lacked movement and attacking methods. With these two Immortal Gu now, Fang Yuan's weakness was alleviated, his battle strength surged. If he met Huang Dong again, Fang Yuan could use his Immortal Gu to kill him. He had stopped using Connecting Heaven Gu. Because Lang Yalan Spirit sent Sword Escape and Flying Sword, two rank 7 Immortal Gu, Treasure Yellow Heaven was in a commotion. More and more Gu Immortals were joining in and discussing the matter. In the Gu Immortal world, rank 6 Gu Immortals were the majority. And among them, a large portion did not have any rank 6 Immortal Gu. Thus, this transaction that involved two rank 7 Immortal Gu had such a huge impact. Treasure Yellow Heaven was an open market. Secrets could not be kept. Fang Yuan had no choice but to use Treasure Yellow Heaven to transport his Immortal Gu. After obtaining two Sword Path Immortal Gu, he stopped using Connecting Heaven Gu, allowing Treasure Yellow Heaven to dwell in that commotion on its own. Using Moving Perspective Cup Gu, he continued to communicate with Lang Yalan Spirit. Just now, you spent 30 sect contribution points. Lang Yalan Spirit said. It was not free to use Treasure Yellow Heaven to transport Gu worms. Treasure Yellow Heaven would take a cut from every transaction. According to the Treasure Light, the higher it was, the larger the processing fee. The processing fee was paid by Lang Yalan Spirit. He converted them into sect contribution points in Lang Ya's sect and deducted them from Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan's sect contribution points fell. He had 270 left. Of course, a portion of the 30 points had been used on Fang Yuan's purchase of different Mortal Gu. I want to talk to you about the trade of Guts Gu. Fang Yuan replied. This discussion took a long time. Only until late at night, both sides came to a detailed agreement, concluding their negotiation. Trade of Guts Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. Excitement was still lingering on his face. The winds of night blew. They were cold but were unable to extinguish the fire inside him. All along, Fang Yuan's Guts Gu trade had been restricted by the number of hairy man slaves. Because Guts Gu needed Airsack Gu as the container to leave Dang Hun Mountain and to be sold outside. But Airsack Gu needed He Lu Lan's Strength Qi Immortal Gu as the Gu refinement material, and the hairy man slaves needed to refine it continuously. Now, He Lu Lan was missing, and Strength Qi Immortal Gu was not with Fang Yuan. But this was okay. Long ago, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom to deduce a new recipe. He had been keeping it a secret because he wanted to maintain his cooperation with He Lu Lan. Therefore, the number of hairy man slaves was the main limitation towards this trade, and it was very difficult to increase the number of hairy man slaves. Firstly, hairy man slaves were the most expensive among variant human slaves in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Especially those skilled in refinement, they were even pricier. Secondly, the process of refining Gu was filled with danger. Hairy man slaves would die during the process. Thus, even though Fang Yuan replenished many hairy man slaves inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land, their numbers did not increase. Fang Yuan wanted to raise his own hairy men, but because he did not have the methods to do so, he could not execute this idea. But right now, Fang Yuan had joined Lang Ya's sect. How many hairy men were there in Lang Ya Blessed Land? It was an unimaginable number. This blessed land was perhaps the most populous location for hairy men in the whole 5 regions. Fang Yuan had his motives in lending Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley to Lang Ya's sect. Using the vast number of hairy men in Lang Ya Blessed Land to refine Airsack Gu for him, the number of Guts Gu produced would far exceed Fang Yuan's previous scale. His profits would rise to an unprecedented level. As long as it is inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, even if Central Continent attempts to suppress it, so what? The trade of Guts Gu will not be affected. I am really excited. According to our negotiation, even if Lang Ya's sect takes more than half of the benefits, my profits each month from the Guts Gu trade would reach 6,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Before this, Fang Yuan's total profits, including his other businesses, only reached 2,000 Immortal Essence Stones a month. Now that he joined Lang Ya's sect, with just the Guts Gu trade, he could obtain 6,000 Immortal Essence Stones a month. This was a number that many rank 6 Gu Immortals could not imagine. After rebirth, Fang Yuan had joined Lang Ya's sect after deep and careful consideration. Firstly, one day, when Fang Yuan faces the pursuit of the entire world, which place was more reliable than Lang Ya Blessed Land? Others were targeting Fang Yuan's giant Sun True inheritance, but they were also after Lang Ya Blessed Land. After Lang Ya Land's spirit transformed, he wanted to strengthen the hairy man race. He was a natural ally for Fang Yuan. Secondly, Langya Blessed Land was very powerful. It resisted 7 waves of attacks in the 500 years of his previous life. Thirdly, Langya Land Spirit could not lie. Fang Yuan would easily sense it should he decide to turn on him. With these 3 reasons, Fang Yuan joined Langya's sect. Indeed, on the first night after reviving, he obtained a huge benefit. Fang Yuan not only used Langya Land Spirit to solve his dangerous situation, he even used Langya Blessed Land's foundation to increase his wealth. I have passed the weakest period after revival. Now, I need to inspect my 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This was a night without stars in the sky. Cold winds were blowing. Fang Yuan entered the house Gu. After eating food, he inspected his Immortal Aperture. With so many mortal Gu, his efficiency in inspecting it was higher. It was a sleepless night. Around dawn, Fang Yuan left the 3-star cave Gu, seeing the start of the sunrise. Southern border was mountainous and foggy. When the sun rises, it would make the direction where it was facing look like a burning cloud. As the sun rose, the first light of dawn could be seen as golden-red traces. Soon, light burst out, bringing heat along with it, like metal that had just come out of the furnace. The morning sun ascended slowly. The clouds between the mountain peaks were moving about. Beautiful lights were created after the rays of sunlight hit them. There were gorgeous red clouds in the sky. In Fang Yuan's heart, a grand feeling of ambition was brewing. Ambitious mountains with steps firm as steel, taking large strides with unwavering determination. Taking risks to obtain the essence of the universe, my heart still seeks to rise beyond heaven. As he recited, Fang Yuan opened his arms like a bird, jumping down the cliff before ascending rapidly. It was as if he was stepping on the clouds, flying towards the southeast direction. After this night, he gained a greater understanding of the sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Immortal Aperture had a huge space of over 335,000 square kilometers. Not just that, there were rich time path resources. One day in the outside world was 2 months inside the sovereign Immortal Aperture. He Lulan's Aperture, with her having the great strength true martial physique, was only at a 1:38 ratio with the outside world's time. But Fang Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture was 1:60. It greatly exceeded that of He Lulan. But compared to the space in the Immortal Aperture, the time path aspect was not as impressive. But this was a huge relief to Fang Yuan. When the time flow in the Immortal Aperture was fast, calamities and tribulations would occur more frequently, and Fang Yuan would have bigger problems dealing with them. Perhaps Spectral Soul had considered this point when he was refining the Gu. At a ratio of 1:60, it surpassed super-grade Blessed Lands, but was not too exaggerated. Fang Yuan could handle it, although with difficulty. Other than time path resources, Fang Yuan also found 16 beads of green grape immortal essence in his sovereign Immortal Aperture. An Immortal Aperture that was alive was different from a dead one. It could produce immortal essence. 16 beads of immortal essence in a day. That meant 480 in a month. It was extraordinary, far surpassing Fang Yuan's previous life. Fang Yuan also found that his body was full of Dao marks. These Dao marks were of all paths: fire path, water path, wood path, light path, dark path. Even poison path and luck path were encompassed within. What shocked Fang Yuan more was that these Dao marks were not just high in variety, they were also of a large quantity. He could vaguely estimate that on average, each path had around 100 Dao marks. 100 Dao marks could amplify the effect of Gu worms by 10%. No wonder Fang Yuan could use the Fire Path Fire Cape Gu and Flying Smoke Gu to such an extent. But this discovery did not make Fang Yuan happy. He felt a bit grim. Gu Immortals usually pursued one type of Dao mark. Because Dao marks could amplify the effect of Gu worms, they could also weaken and counteract them. For example, when a Gu Immortal who cultivates Water Path and has Water Path Dao marks all over their body uses a Fire Path Mortal Gu, the effect would be worse than a Mortal Gu Master. Even if Gu Immortals cultivated more than one path, they would choose one to be primarily used. This was common sense in the Gu Immortal world. But strangely, I used the Mortal Gu of so many paths, but I did not feel any resistance and weakening from the Dao marks of other paths. In fact, the amplification is working normally. This goes against the logic of the cultivation world. What is going on? There is another point. Any Gu Master who ascends to Immortal has a vital Gu. But my Sovereign Immortal Aperture does not have one. What is going on? Towards the mystical properties of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the deeper Fang Yuan explored it, the more questions appeared in his mind. I have already used all my methods for yesterday's investigation. It seems that to understand the mysteries behind the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, I need to get answers from Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, and Wuxia. But near Etian Mountain, the changes are too large. With the Dream Realm manifested, Southern Border Gu Immortals would seal it up and turn it into a forbidden area for outsiders. And I also do not know Wuxia's location. Forget it. The matter at hand is to find Southern Border's current generation in Xiang. Chapter 1034, Man-Made Disaster Southern Border, Rotten Mud Mountain. It was noon, the sun was high in the air, it was a clear sky with no clouds in sight. At a certain area in a forest at the back of Rotten Mud Mountain, a youngster was fighting with a mature bear. The atmosphere was tense. The bear stood as tall as 3 meters in height. It had a bulky body and brown fur which was thick and shiny. At this moment, the bear was opening its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth as its red eyes stared at the young man with a ruthless look. The young man who was facing this bear was only 15 or 16 years old. He was only 5.5 feet tall. Compared to the bear, he was tiny and weak. But the young man's eyes were shining with vigor. He dared to face the bear head-on, without any fear. Roar! The brown bear growled, opening its mouth and pouncing at the young man. The brown bear might look clumsy and heavy, but any experienced hunter would know that it had incredible explosive strength. When the brown bear moves from a still position, its speed rises rapidly as it pushes forward. The young man only felt a gust of wind as the bear suddenly arrived in front of him. The young man's expression did not change. He activated his Gu worm during the crucial moment. His movement Gu allowed him to move away by a certain distance. The brown bear missed its target. It crashed into the tree behind the young man. With a loud sound, the thick tree trunk was snapped by the brown bear. With the falling of the tree, another loud sound was heard as it slammed on the ground. The surrounding birds flew away in panic. The young man let out a breath of cold air, thinking, "Thankfully, I dodged in time. If this bear hit me directly, even if I had defensive Gu worms, my bones would break and I would suffer heavy injuries." However, after dodging this attack, the battle tilted in favor of the young man. The young man's eyes shined brightly. He cried out, "Stupid bear, feel the power of my sword Qi Gu." Before he finished speaking, he had already stretched out his middle and index fingers on his right hand, pointing at the brown bear. The next moment, whoosh, with a soft sound, a burst of pale white translucent sword Qi shot out of the young man's fingers. The sword Qi flew through the air, hitting the brown bear's back. But there was the aura of wild Gu on the brown bear. The fur on its back turned firm, becoming hard plates. The sword Qi hit the hard plates and made a buzzing sound. As the sword Qi dispersed, the brown bear's bulky body was completely uninjured. It shook its head as it recovered from the dizziness earlier. It turned around towards the young man. The young man was dumbfounded. "What? This bear has a wild defensive Gu. How can my sword Qi Gu hit it? Grandpa, did you intentionally put the wild Gu on that brown bear?" The young man shouted. Grandson, I walked along the mountain's paths for over 10 li to find this brown bear. It is a great opponent for you." From the tree branches, a voice said this. It turned out that the young man's grandfather had been sitting on top of the tree, watching his grandson fight this brown bear. The young man's strongest method was sword Qi Gu, but against the brown bear, it had little effect. Each sword Qi could only shave off some of the bear's fur. There was no choice. The young man could only dodge everywhere. The brown bear attacked fiercely, but it was a beast. It did not have enough intelligence. Even though the young man could not defeat the bear, he was agile and had much experience. Because of that, he dodged everywhere, while causing the bear to crash into trees while fighting. Seeing the young man's difficult state, the grandfather laughed. "Rascal, do you know sword Qi Gu's weakness now? It attacks by piercing. Once it is countered, you will waste your primeval essence with no damage dealt. Come, catch this Gu." Saying this, the grandfather tossed a Gu worm to the young man. In order to receive the Gu worm, the young man was almost hit by the brown bear. He tumbled to the ground. But because he reacted quickly, he rolled away from the brown bear's bite. After getting some distance, he jumped and stood up again. "This is Muddy Gu." The young man cried out, recognizing this Gu worm. This Gu worm was not his, but his grandfather had lent it to him. The young man could use it with no problem. After injecting primeval essence into Muddy Gu, the Gu worm shined with a murky light. The young man's hand flicked, and the murky light on the Gu worm left his hand, landing below the bear's feet. Gu. A large amount of bubbles emerged from the soil below the brown bear's feet. In the blink of an eye, this area became a pile of soft mud. The brown bear's 2 feet were stuck inside the mud. It struggled intensely, shaking off a lot of the mud on it. The young man was hit by mud on his body and face, but he did not care. He used Muddy Gu again. The murky light went into the pile of mud again. The brown bear was already stuck at the bottom of the mud. It struggled and was about to get out. But because of the light, the mud deepened. The brown bear's 4 limbs were stuck inside. The more it struggled, the more it sank. The bear stood on 2 legs, but the depth of the mud was already at its waist. When the young man used Muddy Gu for a 3rd time, victory was decided. The brown bear sank again. Eventually, only its head was exposed. It growled, unwilling to give in. "I finally won." The young man was tired. He sat on the ground, breathing roughly. His face was pale, his primeval essence was almost expended. With a soft sound, the young man's grandfather jumped down from the tree, floating down slowly for several meters, landing in front of the young man. Rascal, you know the advantages of Muddy Gu now? Without this Gu, how could you defeat the brown bear? The grandfather chided. The young man did not answer. He breathed roughly for a few seconds before snorting, looking at his grandfather. Grandpa, you did this on purpose. I know you want me to give up on Sword Path and cultivate our Ni clan specialty, Earth Path, right? The grandfather raised his finger and tapped the young man's head. He said in a loving but bitter tone, Rascal, you are smart. It would be great if you could use it on your Earth Path cultivation. The young man had his face in his hands, saying, But I like Sword Qi. It is so cool when I shoot out Sword Qi. Earth Path is so lame. Grandpa, look at me. I am covered in mud. After one battle, I lose all my coolness. The grandfather heard this and stared with wide eyes, about to scold him further. But at this moment, the bells from the base of the mountain started to ring. Both of them were startled. The young man jumped up, standing and looking at the base of the mountain, saying anxiously, this is the alert bell Gu of the clan. The bell is ringing so rapidly. What happened? Go. The grandfather was more direct. He stretched out his arm and grabbed the young man, running towards the base of the mountain rapidly. The young man felt the wind blowing past him. All he saw were shadows of trees that rapidly moved behind him. He was shocked. This is the power of a rank 5 Gu master? Such speed. After a dozen breaths of time, the young man's vision returned to normal as his grandfather put him down. With the sudden deceleration, he felt queasy. His stomach was churning as he almost vomited. Lord Clan Leader. Greetings to Lord Clan Leader. The young man heard the voices of clan elders. He tried to stand up, but realized that he was already at the wall surrounding Ni clan village. The young man's grandfather was Ni Kuan, the current leader of Ni clan and a rank 5 Gu master. Ni Kuan frowned, asking with a serious expression, What happened? Why was alert bell Gu used consecutively? Clan leader, the matter is urgent. Take a look. A clan elder used the clan's Gu formation. This was an investigative Gu formation. It was directed to Ni Kuan. Ni Kuan's vision flashed with all sorts of images. In an instant, he saw a scene 100 li away from the village. His breathing paused. He frowned as he showed confusion on his face. A beast tide. Strange, we had already survived a beast tide a year ago, and the surrounding beast groups near the village are insufficient in forming a beast tide. That's right, we found it strange too. If there is an abnormality, there must be a cause. I suggest that we send our elite Gu masters to investigative. Nevertheless, we should focus on defending ourselves. This beast tide is colossal. The question now is whether we can protect the village. Ni Kuan's expression was grim. The danger had arrived so suddenly and severely. His grandson, Ni Jian, was staring blankly in a daze. Earlier, it was a calm and peaceful day, but now, his village was on the brink of destruction. The beast tide is fierce. An attack of this scale has not been seen in decades. Ni clan is facing a life and death situation. Activate all 3 layers of our defenses. Second elder, third elder, quickly go and lead our elites to use the Heavenly Fire Gu formation. Sixth elder, lead the medicine hall and the medical team. Seventh elder, check our transportation Gu formation. If anything goes wrong, send our youths away. Ni Kuan ordered. The elders knew that the situation was dangerous. They moved immediately, showing firm determination. The beast group attacked like fierce waves, rushing forward relentlessly. Wherever they went, dust rose as trees in the mountain were snapped. The young man, Ni Jian, saw this on top of the village wall and felt immense fear. His expression turned pale. He had never seen such a fierce beast tide. Normally, beast tides came in one species, for example, a wolf tide or a tiger tide. But now, this beast tide had many different types of beasts: wolves, tigers, leopards, bulls, deer, foxes, snakes, and more were mixed in. Strange. Why are these wild beasts not attacking each other? They are forming together and attacking our village. The grandfather Ni Kuan mumbled. At the next moment, Ni Kuan shuddered. The Ni clan Gu masters around him also stared with wide-opened eyes. The terrifying beast tide slowed down, before stopped entirely. An enormous group of beasts of all kinds stood 10,000 steps away from the village wall, watching the people in anticipation. Ni clan's Gu masters looked at each other, feeling uncertainty and fear. A mound tiger moved out. Mound tigers were mutated beasts. They had huge bodies, far larger than normal. They were like small mounds. Fang Yuan was lying on the mound tiger's back. His eyes were half open as he looked at Ni clan. Seeing Fang Yuan, Ni clan's Gu masters shouted in shock. Ni Jian's eyes were wide open. He finally realized. This beast tide was not a natural disaster. It was a man-made disaster. Chapter 1035. Heaven surveying 5 Xiangs. Qi clan's 2 immortals. The sky was grand and vast. White clouds rumbled, moving below one's feet. A huge lion growled lowly as its 4 limbs stepped on the air, flying towards the cloud layer. This lion's body was like snow. It was completely white. Its thick mane swayed in the wind. Strong air currents were created below its feet. On the lion's back, there was a huge chair. 2 Gu immortals, 1 male and 1 female, were sitting together. The female was old and looked like she was in her 60s, but her eyes were shining brightly. She was excited and could not sit still, looking around. And the male had the appearance of a young man. He had a sharp nose and long, thin eyes. His body was emitting a cool and experienced aura. Great uncle, your steed is really amazing. It can travel on the clouds. In just half a day, we have already flown tens of thousands of li. The female Gu immortal praised. This is a desolate beast, Qi Grand Lion. It is not flying on the clouds, but it has the ability to control air currents, thus it can fly. The young-looking man explained patiently. A lion that can control air currents and fly in the air. I have never seen such a thing. Desolate beast, what does that mean? The female Gu immortal asked. The young-looking male Gu immortal smiled silently. Qi, you just ascended to become a Gu immortal. It is normal that you do not know about common knowledge of the Gu immortal world. This Qi Grand Lion has Qi path down marks on its body. Once it matures, it can soar through the skies. But this type of lion is very rare now. It is almost extinct in the 5 regions. It can only be seen in White Heaven and Black Heaven now. As for desolate beasts, they are a certain rank of beasts. Like how Gu masters have rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3, other than desolate beasts, there are ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 6 Gu immortals, because one desolate beast can fight evenly against a rank 6 Gu immortal. And ancient desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 7 Gu immortals, while immemorial desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 8 Gu immortals. The female Gu immortal, Qi, heard this and her eyes shined. She assessed the Qi Grand Lion again, thinking, no wonder I felt such danger from this lion. Thanks to great uncle, I survived the tribulation from ascension and became a Gu immortal. If I had to fight this lion, I might get torn to shreds. The young-looking Gu immortal, Qi Zai, was hundreds of years old. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He only looked so young because of lifespan Gu. He was old and experienced. Seeing Qi's face, he could guess what she was thinking. Stretching out his arm to pat this junior's shoulder, Qi Zai consoled. Little he, don't worry, most people are like this after becoming immortal. When the matter I have to deal with is settled, we can return to Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Your seniors are there. If the seniors know that our Qi clan has another Gu immortal, they will be very happy. You will live in the Grotto Heaven for some time and learn from your elders. Remember to observe carefully and ask questions. Thank you for your advice, great uncle. Qi had a serious expression, standing up and bowing to Qi Zai solemnly. Let's sit down and talk. Qi Zai nodded, showing a proud expression on his face. Qi sat down, showing a confused expression. She hesitated for a while before saying, our Qi clan has a lot of Gu immortal elders. Why are we not imitating southern border superforces like Wu clan and Shang clan? Qi Zai smiled as he said, you want to ask, why is it that we elders who have become Gu immortals are not acting like Wu clan and Shang clan, looking after our descendants? Instead, we allow our juniors to get bullied and suppressed. Is that right? I wouldn't dare to. Qi said anxiously. In the past, when I had just become an immortal, I had the same question. As you. Qi Zai sighed. He showed a look of reminiscence. The reason is quite complex. It will take some time to explain. The underlying cause of this relates to our Qi clan's ancestor. He was one of the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs thousands of years ago. Heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs? Qi asked. The heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs were 5 publicly recognized Gu immortal experts in southern border during that time. The 5 of them had rank 8 cultivation level, at the peak of the Gu immortal world. They often collaborated and explored White Heaven and Black Heaven together. They had a close relationship. Thus they were known as the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs. Our Qi clan ancestor was one of the 5 Xiangs, Qi Xiang. And our Qi clan cultivates Qi path primarily. Rank 8 Gu immortals. Qi was lost for words. Qi Zai sighed. In the absence of rank 9, rank 8s dominate. Every rank 8 Gu immortal is a legend. Their actions have huge impact. And back then, the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs were extremely famous, even in the other 4 regions. And because these 5 people had similar interests and a close relationship, they often fought enemies together. In most situations, rank 8 Gu immortals work alone. Thus, in White Heaven and Black Heaven, other rank 8 Gu immortals would avoid the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs if they encountered them. During that time, Southern Border's Gu immortal world had the edge over the other 4 regions because of the 5 Xiangs, They had incredible fame. But dozens of years later, the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs disbanded. As he said that, Qi Zai's tone became deeper. Why? Qi, he asked. Qi Zai sighed, continuing, I am not sure about the exact details. Supposedly, back then the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs found a huge secret while exploring White Heaven. This secret represented an unimaginable achievement, but only one person could obtain it. All of the 5 Xiangs wanted to get it, but they did not relent. Because their strength was similar, and because of their relationship, they created a bet. Bet? That's right. This bet had a 1,000-year duration. The rules of the bet were, the 5 Xiang could only watch as their descendants developed on their own. 1,000 years later, whichever clan had the most Gu Immortals would be the winner. Qi he considered the time. 1,000 years had already passed. She quickly asked, then who won? Qi Zai smiled bitterly. 1,000 years later, 2 clans had the same number of Gu Immortals. The victor could not be decided. The other 3 clans were unwilling to give up. Thus, with 2 clans against 3, another round of betting was decided upon. Thus, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, until now, the 5 ancestors already died long ago, but the bet is still ongoing. So that's it. Qi he heard this old secret and was tongue-tied. After a while, she accepted this fact and sighed. That means without this agreement, Southern Border would have 5 more superforces? But Qi Zai shook his head. Among the 5 Xiangs, there were lone Immortals and demonic path members. Developing clans is something only righteous path members generally have the patience to do. Our Qi clan had Qi Xiang. Who are the other 4 Xiangs? Qi he asked again. Qi Zai responded. Qi Xiang, Anai Xiang, Bai Xiang, Shui Xiang, Qi Xiang. They were known as the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs. The following place I am going is where the current generation Anai Xiang is. Why does great-uncle want to go to Anai Xiang? Qi Zai hesitated for a moment before smiling. All right, it is not an issue to tell you. Recently, a huge matter happened in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Large numbers of Gu Immortals died around Etion Mountain. One of our elders from Qi clan died there. Thus, we are here to find the current generation in Xiang, so that they can help us deduce the truth. Etion Mountain, Qi he cried. Out. Regardless of what had occurred in Fang Yuan's previous life, this time around, the Battle of Etion Mountain involved both mortals and immortals. Thus, Qi he had heard about it long ago. But she only knew that Southern Border's forces sent their mortal experts to attack Etion Mountain and exterminate the demonic path in order to defend the righteous path. In Southern Border, there had been no demonic path power that was so brazen to create a force. Thus, the righteous path was trying to take them down. Qi Zai thus told Qi he the gambling contest of Etion Mountain. Qi he finally realized that the truth was like this. She muttered, the difference between immortal and mortal is as far apart as clouds and mud. Those rank 4 and 5 experts are just pawns of the Immortals. This truth had great impact towards Qi he, who had just become a Gu Immortal. Qi Zai heard this and smiled internally. When Gu masters become Immortals, not only would their strength and cultivation change, their mentality also had to change. At this moment, Qi Zai could use the matter of Etion Mountain to stimulate Qi he's growth, so that she could adapt to her new identity. Soon, there was silence. Only the Qi Grand Lion was still running in the air. Qi Zai and Qi he had turned silent. Clouds moved around them. The world seemed vast. Because there were Gu formations on the chairs, they did not feel any wind or noise. Could any mortal see such a sight? Qi he saw this and felt how huge the world was. Mortals were like insects. Her complex feelings faded gradually, she thought. That's right. I am a Gu Immortal. I am not immortal anymore. Mortals and immortals are different. I need to remember this. After telling herself that, Qi he's mood returned to normal. Even her mind had undergone a change. Qi Zai nodded internally at this, saying, actually, during these last few thousand years, among the descendants of the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs, our Qi clan is the most prosperous. Shui Xiang's descendants cultivate blood path. They are almost wiped out. Qi Xiang's descendants are staying inside their immortal aperture and live like livestock. They do not have any urge to improve themselves. They are lazy and only want to eat. They are nothing significant. Bai Xiang's final traces of bloodline have all died recently. As for Anai Xiang, even though they have several branches in Southern Border, there are no longer any Anai clan Gu Immortals. Qi he understood why. She nodded. Becoming an immortal is really difficult. If not for Great-uncle's help, I would have died in the calamity and tribulation already. Qi Zai smiled, shaking his head as he said to Qi he with deep meaning. Actually, Anai clan had the most hope in producing Gu Immortals. But because of that, the other clans obstructed them, resulting in their pitiful state now. 3,000 years after the bet was created, Anai clan had a greatly talented refinement path Gu Immortal, Anai Run. He was the final Gu immortal in Ni clan's history. Before dying, he planned for his clan's future. He broke the rules of the agreement, helping Ni clan and selecting Immortal Gu to refine into his future descendants' bloodline. Chapter 1036, Grudge Qi Mudman. What does that mean? Once in a while, a Gu master in Ni clan would awaken their bloodline. If they survive, an Immortal Gu would grow inside their body. Qi Zai looked at the clouds in front of them as he continued saying, Reverend did that to help Ni clan produce Gu immortals. He was talented indeed. By refining Immortal Gu into his descendants' bloodline, others could not take them away. Even if they tried to reverse refine it, it would fail. And these Immortal Gu were specially chosen and could be used by mortals, although the price would be high. Qi blinked as she felt admiration towards Reverend. If I could have the help of Immortal Gu, I might have been able to survive my calamity and tribulation alone. Qi Zai suddenly laughed sinisterly, a cold aura emanating from his body. Reverend worked hard, but in the last few thousand years, there has not been a Gu immortal from Ni clan. The Immortal Gu that he chose had too high of a cost. Even if the mortal controlled an Immortal Gu, and even if it could not be snatched away by others, this was still like a baby holding onto a treasure. How could they be safe? Once someone creates an Immortal Gu in their body among Ni clan, we call them the current generation Ni Xiang. The first Immortal Gu created is an information path Immortal Gu, called yes or no. This Gu can get the information from heaven and earth and be expressed by the Gu master, but they can only say either yes or no. Every time they answer a question, the Gu master would expend 50 years of lifespan. Qi's brows rose. 50 years of lifespan? This price is so huge. How can this current generation Ni Xiang do it willingly? Qi Zai smiled and did not answer. Qi's body slightly shook. She had over 60 years of life experience. She had gone through many things. She finally realized what Qi Zai meant when he said this. Each answer cost the current generation Ni Xiang 50 years of lifespan. How can they be willing? But great uncle is a Gu immortal, while the current generation Ni Xiang is only immortal. Does it matter if they are unwilling? Ni clan is in such a pathetic state now. Most likely, they were schemed by Qi clan's ancestors. And my Qi clan is in a bad state. Do the senior Gu immortals really have no way to help? At once, Qi felt a chill. In their following journey, Qi became quiet, no longer speaking. Qi Zai kept his mouth shut. He was someone who did not speak much to begin with. Just now, he spoke so much in order to educate the junior, Qi. Now that she was an immortal, she was one of Qi clan's Gu immortals. This action by Qi clan was by no means righteous. If newly included Gu immortals had beliefs that did not fit with it, there would inevitably be conflict among the members. Qi Zai did not speak explicitly, but Qi had already understood his words. Rotten Mud Mountain is not far away. This time, I should let Qi handle this particular Ni clan. Even if the whole of the Ni clan here is sacrificed, there is no issue. Thinking of this, Qi Zai's eyes shined with cold light. At Qi Zai's will, the Qi Grand Lion descended. The scene was filled with white clouds. Soon, the Qi Grand Lion went below the cloud layer, and Qi's field of vision expanded. She could see mountains, rivers, and forests below her. She had never seen such a grand sight when she was immortal. She was quite amazed. And among these mountains, there was a tall black mountain that was very eye-catching. It stood out among the other mountains. Even the trees on this mountain were brown-black in color. As they got closer, Qi Zai's eyes focused. Soon, Qi also found something wrong. On the east side of the mountain, towards the sun, there was a village. But now, this village had already turned into ruins. Rivers of blood were everywhere. Corpses were piled up on the ground. Not only were there human corpses, there were also beast corpses. What happened? Qi cried out. The Qi Grand Lion slowly landed on this bloody land. As the two Qi clan immortals looked at the battlefield, the intense smell of blood assaulted their noses. Qi was unable to bear watching this terrible sight. Qi Zai had a cold and indifferent expression. He muttered, Rotten Mud Mountain has a special property in the soil. The blood has not dried yet. Evidently, Ni clan was slaughtered less than 1 or 2 days ago. Something strange. There are many types of wild beasts here. It is not a normal beast tide. Ni clan was really unlucky to have encountered such a beast tide. Qi said. Qi Zai looked on with a cold gaze. Humph, what beast tide? This is a man-made disaster. There is only one type of beast tide in Rotten Mud Mountain. That is the mud monster beast tide. Qi was shocked. What? Who is it? They are so cruel, doing something so immoral. But she then thought over it briefly and said, this person can control a huge number and different types of beasts. They have an amazing method. Since when did Southern Border have such an amazing enslavement path Gu master? This person is not a Gu master. It is a Gu immortal. Qi Zai walked to the middle of the village. At the center of the village ruins, there was a layer of black mud. It was a clear contrast to the surrounding blood. This Ni clan has control of a desolate beast mud monster. Although this mud monster is already close to dying, no matter how strong an enslavement path Gu master they are, the beast tide would not be able to do anything to this desolate beast mud monster. This is the work of a Gu immortal, Qi Zai said grimly. Gu immortal? Qi did not expect that it was a Gu immortal. She felt strange. She had lived for decades without seeing a single Gu immortal. To think that during her tribulation, she would meet her great-uncle, and now there were traces of another Gu immortal. I am a rank 6 Gu immortal now. Things are different. The people I can encounter are completely different as well. Qi thought to herself. Qi Zai's expression was turning grimmer. He came here to find the current generation Ni Xiang. But now, Ni clan village was completely wiped out. There was little hope of his plan succeeding. Killing the whole of Ni clan and leaving. I want to see who you really are. Qi Zai snorted. Deep killing intent appeared. You think that by doing this, I can't find you? How can the methods left by ancestor Qi Xiang be ordinary methods? Qi Zai said this as he stretched out his right hand. Two of the fingers on his right hand curled inwards. Only his thumb, index finger, and middle finger were pointed out. The three fingers tapped at the air. Qi did not think much of the small movements, but soon, the disturbance caused by this move was huge. Boom. The entirety of Rotten Mud Mountain shook. Air currents moved and shook intensely. The rubble of the village, like snapped wood and bricks, were blown away by the strong wind. Qi took a step back. She was shocked by the huge force created. Howl, howl, howl. Pale green aura rose up in all areas of the battlefield. At first, there were only a couple dozen of them, but soon, the number of traces of pale green aura rose to hundreds, then thousands, flying in the air. At once, the entire battlefield was covered in green light. It was a grand sight. Come, Qi Zai shouted. 3 fingers were hooked, resembling a strong eagle claw. He grabbed at the pale green aura dancing in the air. The aura was affected by a strong suction force, gathering towards the eagle claw that Qi Zai's hand resembled. In a few tens of breaths, the pale green aura in the air was completely gone, having fused into Qi Zai's hand. Qi Zai's hand was no longer of normal color. It had turned into a peculiar jade green. Great uncle, your hand. He only took a look and felt her body and mind tremble. An intense feeling of grudge assaulted her. You have just passed your immortal ascension. You are still very much like a mortal. Don't get close. Qi Zai instructed, but his voice was still as low and calm as always. Qi nodded, taking a few steps back, turning her gaze around. Next, she heard Qi Zai say, the pale green aura is the grudge Qi that is scattered all over this battlefield. That Gu immortal killed Ni clan's entire village, not even letting the children and elderly live. He was truly ruthless. Ni clan did not have a single survivor. They are naturally feeling grudge towards their fate and the person who killed them. The aura is not only left in the battlefield, they are still entangled around the murderer. Go, Qi Zai shouted. At the same time, he opened his hand, slamming the pale green hand towards the black mud below him. In an instant, all of the grudge Qi was sent into the mud by Qi Zai's action. This was not ordinary mud. It was filled with earth path down marks from the corpse of the desolate beast mud monster. Qi path has a long history. Little he, watch closely. This is one of the signature methods of our Qi clan. Qi Zai could not conceal his pride. With a whooshing sound, the mud rumbled under Qi Zai's method, forming into a giant mud ball. The thick mud ball floated in the air, rotating on its own. On the surface of this mud ball, there were countless faces. These faces showed anger and hatred. Puff! Qi Zai breathed out, blowing out a breath of mystical aura. The aura entered the mud ball, as the latter quickly transformed into a monster made from mud. The Mudman shouted, Kill! I want to kill you. Qi gasped. A member of Ni clan revived? Qi Zai's method was simply unfathomable in her eyes. Ever since Fate Gu was broken, the world began to have many revival methods. Qi Zai explained, turning towards the frenzied Mudman monster, asking, What is your name? Ah! The Mudman monster was still shouting. Its limbs were still moving around, expressing its rage. Qi Zai frowned. He asked again. The Mudman monster did not listen. It continued cursing. Murderer! You forced my grandpa to die? I will tear you into shreds. Qi Zai snorted as he shifted his thoughts. The Mudman monster was created by him. He could naturally control it. Who are you? You are a murderer too. I will also. The Mudman monster's body shook as if it was hit by lightning. Mud was falling off of its body. The cursing ended. The Mudman monster calmed down, looking at Qi Zai and Qi with its hollow eyes. Qi Zai let out a breath of air. He knew that this Mudman monster had very low intelligence. It was made from grudge Qi. Questions could not be asked too rapidly. He had to ask slowly and progressively. What is your name? An IGN. The Mudman monster shouted. Qi Zai misinterpreted his words as "you bastard one." His eyes shined with cold light as he waved his sleeves while snorting. With a splat, the Mudman monster broke apart, turning into a pile of mud on the ground. Chapter 1037. Difficulties of three parties. Qi Zai snorted, pointing his finger as the mud gathered into a mud ball again. On the surface of the mud ball, there were countless faces filled with hatred. Even though it was silent, this scene made Qi feel a cold chill internally. Qi Zai waved his sleeve as the mud ball turned back into a mud monster again. Qi Zai gasped lightly, thinking, "This is the Grudge Qi from earlier. I had already dispelled this Grudge Qi once, but it could show up again by suppressing the other Grudge Qi and regaining form. It seems its owner had felt an immense grudge before dying." Qi Zai asked again, "What is your name?" "Nign." This time, Qi Zai heard him clearly. Thus, he continued asking, "How old are you?" 15. Qi Zai asked as the mud monster answered. Qi Zai's questions gradually became more in-depth and more difficult. As time passed, after a while, Qi Zai finally learned what had happened in Ni clan. A mysterious Gu immortal had controlled the beasts and attacked Ni clan village. His motive was like that of Qi Zai. It was to find the current generation in Xiang. But unlike Qi Zai, he did not know who the current generation in Xiang was. Thus, he used the lives of the entire village to threaten and force the current generation in Xiang out. Without a choice, the Ni clan leader had to step up. As it turned out, he was the current generation in Xiang who had yes or no immortal Gu in his body. The Gu immortal was overjoyed, forcing the Ni clan leader to use yes or no immortal Gu and answer his question. He promised that as long as he received a satisfactory answer, he would spare Ni clan village. In order to protect the entire clan, the Ni clan leader chose to believe the Gu immortal and sacrificed himself. After the mysterious Gu immortal obtained the answer he wanted, he went back on his words and ordered the beasts to attack the village. Ni clan village felt furious and bore deep hatred. They resisted but fell back rapidly, suffering great losses due to the huge beast group. At the moment of life and death, the desolate beast mud monster that Qi Zai subdued came to save them. It turned out that the Ni clan villages that were scattered all over southern border were purposely preserved by Qi clan's Gu immortals. Qi Zai was in charge of Rotten Mud Mountain. Once in a while, he would do a check. Thus, he knew that the current generation in Xiang was Ni clan leader. He had subdued a desolate beast mud monster in a swamp of the mountain, leaving his will in it. This will manipulated the mud monster to protect Ni clan from mishaps. As the incident occurred, the mud monster rushed to the scene and protected Ni clan. But the mysterious Gu immortal was very strong. He attacked personally and killed the mud monster after many attacks. Once the mud monster died, Ni clan's remaining clansmen were submerged by the beast group. Not a single person survived. The peaceful Ni clan village had been turned into a ruin. Corpses were everywhere. It was a pitiful sight. Days later, at this moment when Qi Zai and Qi He arrived, they found out about this. This Ni was the young clan leader of the village, the grandson of the Ni clan leader. He had lost his parents at a young age. He was brought up by his grandfather and was carefully nurtured. They had a close relationship. His grandfather was forced into death by the enemy, and the enemy even went back on his word and killed the entire village, including himself. After he died, his soul was taken away. Only his deep grudge was remaining and did not dissipate. Qi Zai asked one question at a time, and Nign had a deep impression of Fang Yuan. He said everything he knew. According to his answer, Qi Zai obtained an idea of Fang Yuan's appearance. This was a short but muscular old man. He had a black and white beard. He looked tough like steel nails. He was yellow-skinned and had small eyes. His teeth were unevenly positioned. Who is this? Qi Zai searched through his memories, but he did not recognize this person. Of course he did not. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. Even when facing unthreatening mortal Gu masters, he still disguised himself and changed his appearance. Actually, even if Qi Zai had appeared personally and saw Fang Yuan, he would not be able to expose his disguise. Because not long ago, Fang Yuan had already obtained enough Gu worms via Langya land spirit to use the immortal killer move, Familiar Face. This Gu immortal is likely a secluded cultivator in southern border. Sigh. It is a time of unrest. Qi Zai sighed to himself. Ever since the gambling contest on Etian Mountain, a large number of southern border's Gu immortals had died for some reason. And these southern border Gu immortals who died were mostly those who controlled certain areas in southern border. They had control of countless cultivation resources. This way, a power vacuum was created. Many lurking Gu immortals who were normally rarely seen started appearing one by one. This person had to attack the desolate beast mud monster many times. He does not have outstanding strength. He is likely to be a rank 6 Gu immortal. He actually knows about the current generation in Xiang. This secret is not known by Wu clan or Shang clan. Is he the descendant of one of the other 3 Xiangs? Qi Zai hesitated for a moment before deciding to pursue him. Qi clan was already in sight of victory regarding the ancient bet by the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs. But at this final juncture, a mysterious Gu immortal appeared. This matter was extremely important. Even more than investigating the deceased Qi clan Gu immortal, he, Qi Zai, had to pursue it. Northern Plains, Lengya Blessed Land. Guh. A basin of cold water was poured on Guyu Fang Zhang's face. Fang Zhang, who was unconscious, shuddered, waking up instantly. Where is this? He opened his eyes, realizing that he was in a cage, as a captive, and around him, there were 2 hairy men wearing armor. One of them was carrying an empty basin. There was still water droplets inside. The other was holding a leather whip, sneering. Who are you? Where is this? Fang Zhang struggled intensely, but he was tied up and could not move. Kid, you are finally awake? You seem pretty lively. A hairy man prison guard said as he raised his leather whip, swinging it. With a loud cracking sound, the leather whip landed on Fang Zhang's chest, and intense pain assaulted him. His thin shirt was torn from the lashing, blood flowed out of his wound, dripping down. Fang Zhang sucked in a deep breath, his face was distorted as he screamed loudly. What are you screaming for? The hairy man prison guard had a fierce expression, he whipped again. This lash hit his face, he was disfigured. Fang Zhang screamed in pain again. The hairy man prison guard was even more excited now. He kept whipping as he spat out saliva. Dog shit human. Go ahead and scream, scream. Fang Zhang was tortured and felt anguished. He was abused terribly. With the intense waves of pain assaulting him, he finally remembered. He was originally imprisoned in Immortal Blessed Land by his brother, Fang Yuan. But one day, a large group of hairy men came and brought him away. What happened? What in the world happened? Fang Zhang was confused. But he was not confused for long. The pain soon caused him to faint. He fainted. This lad is really weak. Hee. Pour some more cold water, wake him up. The 2 hairy men laughed sinisterly. The bone-chilling water was poured over Fang Zhang again. Fang Zhang's body spasmed. He opened his eyes slowly. His consciousness was returning, but the pain in his body was becoming clearer and more intense. The hairy man who whipped Fang Zhang took a huge step forward and stood in front of Fang Zhang. Next, he stretched out his hairy arm, grabbing Fang Zhang's face, gritting his teeth. Lad, don't think of surviving after ending up in our hands. Nobody will save you. Immortal Blessed Land has already been taken over by our great hairy man Gu Immortals. Your brother died in battle already. Cooperate with us, and we will let you die peacefully without much torture. Tell us, how much do you know about Immortal Blessed Land? How much do you know about your brother's secrets? Fang Zhang heard this and felt that his mind was quaking. He was in a daze, looking at the hairy men in shock. He cried out. What? Fang Yuan is dead. Humph. He was attacked by our hairy man Gu Immortals, as a mere immortal zombie. How could he not die? He has already been torn to shreds. Ha ha ha. Us hairy men are not to be trifled with. One day, we will attack and trample all humans under our feet. The 2 hairy man prison guards laughed. Fang Zhang knew little about Gu Immortals. He was convinced by these 2. His gaze was empty. He was dejected. Central continent, deep in earth abyss. In a dark room, Hei Lulan was sitting with her eyes shut. The door opened. Wu Xie stood outside. Hei Lulan opened her eyes slowly. She did not speak, only looking at him. Frankly speaking, the result of the Battle of Yitian Mountain was out of Hei Lulan's expectations. Seeing this familiar Fang Yuan, Hei Lulan had complex emotions. I have decided, Wu Xie said, breaking the silence. Oh, I am listening, Hei Lulan said. She knew that the judgment of whether she lived or died had come. If Wu Xie was unwilling to get rid of the alliance agreement for her, she would definitely be killed. Evidently, since Wu Xie exposed his identity, he would not allow Fang Yuan's ally to stay around him. If Wu Xie decided to get rid of the alliance agreement and recruit Hei Lulan, she would be able to live. Wu Xie had hesitated for a long time. He wanted to use Hei Lulan to deal with Fang Yuan by getting rid of the alliance agreement only on her end. But Fairy Li Shan had deep information path attainment, and with Fang Yuan's meticulous planning, Wu Xie's plan failed before it even begun. Hei Lulan's value fell greatly. After all, Hei Lulan and Shadow Sect had a deep grudge. If breaking Hei Lulan's information path alliance agreement was the same as releasing Fang Yuan from it, he would have to use a new alliance agreement to restrict Hei Lulan. If he gave up on it, he would kill Hei Lulan. Even though he could not obtain her Gu worms, her immortal aperture and the great strength true martial physique would remain. That way, Fang Yuan would still be bound by the alliance agreement. It could be used against him later. After considering the costs and benefits, Wu Xie made his decision. He opened his mouth slowly. Undoubtedly, at the next moment, his words would determine Hei Lulan's life or death. Chapter 1038. Rushing to refine fixed immortal travel. Green light flickered, red light shined like fire. The two lights fused, growing and weakening in intervals. The light faded gradually. The center of the formation turned into darkness again. Hei Lulan floated in the air in a sitting position. She opened her eyes. Admiration flashed across her shocked gaze. Wu Xie belongs to Shadow Sect. He is a subordinate of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I had thought that he would use Soul Path or Dark Path methods to get rid of the Information Path down marks on me. To think that he used Light Path, this shows how unfathomable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect are. Little Ant's Information Path attainment was already quasi-great Grandmaster. But Shadow Sect could actually break it using this Light Path Gu formation. Hei Lulan's evaluation of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect rose by another level. The scene she viewed changed. In an instant, Hei Lulan had returned to the room she was in previously. I have already removed all of the Information Path down marks on you. Wu Xie stood at the side, saying calmly. After careful consideration, Wu Xie decided to preserve Hei Lulan's life. After all, his biggest mission now was not to deal with Fang Yuan. It was to pick up the pieces and rebuild Shadow Sect. He had to save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Fang Yuan was a secondary goal. Even though Wu Xie hated Fang Yuan to the core, he would not lose his reasoning due to hatred. Precisely because of this, he knew his primary objective and decided to make Hei Lulan a member of his after some hesitation. She was a talented person. Great strength, true martial physique. With Wu Xie's knowledge, and with some teaching, she would be a capable force in his hands. Hei Lulan inspected her body. She did not have any methods to observe her own down marks. After inspecting herself, she saw nothing wrong with her body. Of course, the emphasis was on her soul. But everyone knew that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Wu Xie smiled lightly. The old agreement is gone. You have a new alliance agreement now. From now on, you are my subordinate. You have to listen to my orders. You are not to defy me or hide anything from me. Hei Lulan snorted coldly, not showing any respect to Wu Xie. Since Wu Xie could get rid of her alliance agreement, his methods were proven to be superior to Fairy Li Shan. From now on, Hei Lulan no longer had freedom. She had to listen to every order from Wu Xie. But, for Hei Lulan, this was a helpless choice that she had to accept. The situation was not in her favor. If she resisted, she would die. As for the fact that she betrayed her ally Fang Yuan, Hei Lulan felt zero remorse. Her relationship with Fang Yuan originally was about scheming against each other for benefits. They were just making use of one another. In fact, she even felt hatred towards Fang Yuan. What do you want me to do next? Lure Fang Yuan here. I have Stargate Gu. I can travel the 5 regions using Black Heaven. Hei Lulan said plainly. Without the alliance agreement, she exposed Fang Yuan's secrets without mercy. But Wu Xie shook his head. He said regretfully, I'm not afraid to tell you that Shadow Sect has a spy in Langya Blessed Land. We know about Stargate Gu. Even though this Gu is amazing, it is effective on rank 6 bottom-tier Gu Immortals at best. It cannot even transport a single Immortal Gu. You will be no match for the current Fang Yuan. Wu Xie obtained Spectral Soul's guidance in the Red Lotus True Inheritance. He knew a lot of secrets regarding Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. He understood clearly that Fang Yuan's new body had a larger number of down marks. Fire Path, Water Path, Wind Path, all of his paths had at least 100 down marks. That meant that the cumulative number of down marks that he had exceeded 1,000 for sure. With so many down marks, Fang Yuan could not use Stargate Gu. The next step of my plan is to refine fixed immortal travel. Wu Xie said. Hei Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. She nodded. She knew about fixed immortal travel. This immortal Gu was very useful. It was very wise of Wu Xie to refine it first. Fixed immortal travel has just been destroyed. There is a high chance of succeeding the refinement. But to refine fixed immortal travel, you will need Divine Travel Gu. And to get Divine Travel Gu, you will need 4 top-tier liquors within the world. Before Hei Lulan finished, Wu Xie interrupted her. Divine Travel Gu is in Langya Land Spirit's hands. However, even though immortal Gu like fixed immortal travel are unique, there isn't only one possible Gu recipe. A city has multiple gates to enter it. The same goes for immortal Gu. Hei Lulan was curious. This means you have a new recipe to refine fixed immortal travel? Of course. Wu Xie smiled. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world when he was alive. His accumulation and foundation was immense, and after his death, he created Shadow Sect. Spectral souls will inside the Red Lotus True Inheritance had formulated a series of plans for Wu Xie relating to fixed immortal travel. As the core of the plan, fixed immortal travel naturally could not have issues. Thus, Wu Xie had 3 immortal Gu recipes of fixed immortal travel in his mind. All of them could be used to refine fixed immortal travel. Southern border. Fang Yuan traveled in the mountains. He had just slaughtered Ni clan village single-handedly. Right now, he was traveling as he assessed his gains and losses from the battle. Experiences were lessons. Only by sorting out one's experiences could they learn from those experiences, allowing their foundation to rise and become more stable. Ni clan's Gu masters were not a concern. Fang Yuan only used some enslavement path methods to summon the huge number of beasts and trample over the village. No matter how many mortals there were, Fang Yuan did not need to attack personally. What made Fang Yuan fight was the desolate beast mud monster. This mud monster gave Fang Yuan a lot of problems before he killed it. In this battle, Fang Yuan learned a lot about his weakness. Even though I have rank 7 sword path Gu, the immortal essence expenditure is too high. Gu worms and Gu masters both had 9 ranks. Since ancient times, there was a common understanding in the cultivation world. That was, the Gu master and Gu worm's rank should be equal. When the Gu worm's rank was too low, the Gu master would not be able to use their full strength. When the Gu worm's rank was too high, the Gu master would also be unable to use their full strength. Because if the Gu worm had a higher rank, the Gu master would be like a baby holding a hammer. Not only would it be difficult to use it to harm foes, the Gu master themselves may also receive damage when using the hammer. Like earlier, when Fang Yuan used his rank 7 sword path Gu against the desolate beast mud monster, he felt a sense of helplessness. Every time he used his sword path Gu, the expended green grape immortal essence exceeded 100 beads. Fang Yuan's 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture could only produce 16 beads of immortal essence a day. It was not enough for one activation. Thankfully, he had taken a sum of immortal essence stones from Langya land spirit to replenish his immortal essence. Otherwise, in Ni clan village, he would face much greater problems when dealing with the mud monster. I was hesitant earlier, but now it seems I must reverse refine these rank 7 sword path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sighed internally. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the rarer they were, and the more valuable they were. But in Fang Yuan's situation, he had no choice but to reverse refine these rank 7 immortal Gu and turn them into rank 6. This way, they would suit Fang Yuan better and he could use them as he wished. My refinement path. Attainment is SOSO. I should ask Langya land spirit to do the immortal Gu reverse refinement for me. Even though his personality changed, he is still long hair ancestor's obsession. As long as I pay the sect contribution points, he will do it. Fang Yuan analyzed in his mind. Reverse refining immortal Gu. Even though the success rate was higher than normal refinement, there was still a possibility of failing, and it was high. Thus, it was better to ask Langya land spirit to do it instead of Fang Yuan himself. I wonder how many of these rank 7 sword path immortal Gu I would have left after all of them are reverse refined. Even if all of them are left, just these sword path immortal Gu would not be enough. Fang Yuan thought about the battle against the desolate beast mud monster again. Even though he used rank 7 sword path immortal Gu, the enemy was a mud monster. Mud monsters were different from other beasts. Ordinary desolate beasts had flesh and blood, they had bones and skin, they had obvious weaknesses. But mud monsters were made of mud. But because the mud was filled with earth path Dao marks, they became different from normal mud. Fang Yuan's flying sword immortal Gu was specialized in dealing fatal blows. Once used, a 3-meter-long silver sword would fly out. Even though it was sharp and could easily pierce the mud monster, it could not deal much damage. Thus, in that battle, even though Fang Yuan had the advantage, he was very unhappy. Eventually, even though he won, the expended green grape immortal essence greatly exceeded Fang Yuan's bottom line. Flying sword immortal Gu was the most commonly used immortal Gu of Bo Qing. Using it as the core, he created many immortal killer moves to deal with many situations. Earlier, if I had a sword path immortal killer move, I would be able to split flying sword immortal Gu into countless swords, sending down a rain of them. The mud monster would not last one hit. Thus, Fang Yuan not only needed to reverse refine the sword path immortal Gu, he also needed to collect sword path killer moves. As for creating them himself, he could forget about it. He could not use wisdom Gu, or at least, he did not find the method yet, and his sword path attainment was almost non-existent. If not for these available sword path immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would have tried to use blood path, strength path, or time path already. After pondering, Fang Yuan stopped traveling, sitting down on a rock. He contracted Langya land spirit. Right now, Langya land spirit was not so interested in refining Gu. His focus was on expanding the hairy men race and trampling over humans, making hairy men the overlords of the 5 regions. But when Fang Yuan was willing to use his sect contribution points to ask the land spirit to do it, he agreed. As for sword path killer moves, Langya Blessed Land had many in its collection. The original Langya land spirit spent all his time researching Gu recipes and refining Gu. He had researched sword path Gu as well. These killer moves were things that Langya land spirit used for research. Looking over them, Fang Yuan could not decide what killer move to get. He changed the topic. First Supreme Elder, I am willing to use the final opportunity to ask you to refine an Immortal Gu. Even though Lang Yalan's spirit had changed, the agreement between thieving heaven demon venerable and long-hair ancestor still had to be fulfilled. Fang Yuan had already used 2 chances, asking Lang Yalan's spirit to refine Stargate Gu and second Aperture Gu. Now, he made up his mind, using the final chance. Oh, what Immortal Gu? The land spirit asked. Fang Yuan's answer was quick and simple. Fixed Immortal Travel. Fixed Immortal Travel. Lang Yalan's spirit was surprised, asking hesitantly. Fang Yuan knew what his concern was. It was that Immortal Gu were unique. He replied to the land spirit calmly. Don't worry, I am mostly sure that fixed immortal travel no longer exists in the world. He had approached the current generation in Xiangs, asking a question about fixed immortal travel and other Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan asked, fixed immortal travel, spring Autumn Cicada, and other Immortal Gu, were all of them either destroyed or preserved? Current generation in Xiangs answered, no. Thus, Fang Yuan confirmed 2 details. The first was that some of the Immortal Gu, including fixed immortal travel, were still remaining, while some were destroyed. The second was that Wuxia had most likely discovered and broken the arrangements on his original body. The current generation in Xiangs was already over 50 years old. After using yes or no Immortal Gu once, he expended 50 years of lifespan. Thus, after answering one question, Ni clan's old clan leader died on the spot. But this answer had already helped Fang Yuan greatly. In the worst-case scenario, Wuxia has already broken my arrangements. He would hide himself and prevent me from finding him. He might not even be in southern border anymore. I am unable to contact He Lu Lan and Tai by Yunsheng. These 2 have either turned to his side or been killed by him. I wonder which Immortal Gu in my original body have already been destroyed. It is most likely that fixed immortal travel is already destroyed, because the special will that I designed would destroy it first. Fang Yuan made such an arrangement earlier because he was wary of fixed immortal travel's power, and also because he was afraid that he could not retrieve the special will in time after getting back his body. Thus he set them to self-detonate one by one. The most likely thing is that after fixed immortal travel was destroyed, Wuxia found there were problems and used methods to seal the other Immortal Gu temporarily. The 2 of us have swapped souls. His situation is worse than mine. He has no Gu worms to manipulate. But to think he could seal my Immortal Gu, that means he either deceived He Lu Lan and Tai by Yunsheng or used the remaining forces Shadow Sect has. Since Shadow Sect was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and was in operation for tens of thousands of years, it was natural that they had remaining forces. Fang Yuan had already expected this. Shadow Sect exists in all 5 regions. Even Zombie Alliance was a subsidiary force of Shadow Sect. The Battle of Etion Mountain happened in southern border. Most likely, Shadow Sect's forces in southern borders suffered the greatest loss, while the other 4 regions are less affected. If fixed immortal travel is already destroyed, Wuxia can't deal with me using just He Lu Lan and Tai by Yunsheng. He would need to gather Shadow Sect's remaining forces and come at me after he is prepared. Thus, he also wants to refine fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's new body was outstanding. When he thought about things, inspiration flowed with ease. There were no obstacles. And for him, fixed immortal travel was also something he needed urgently. Because of the regional walls and the fact that Stargate Gu had no effect on his new body, fixed immortal travel was the best tool for him to travel the 5 regions. As long as I have fixed immortal travel, I can return to Langya Blessed Land directly and store all of the Immortal Gu with me. My earlier cultivation resources can also be placed into the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. I can even go into Earth Abyss and devour Star Form Blessed Land. No matter which one it was, it would greatly increase Fang Yuan's strength. But not only was Treasure Yellow Heaven 2 open and would lure many greedy people to Fang Yuan if he used it for transportation, just the processing fee that it charged was too high. If Fang Yuan used Treasure Yellow Heaven to transport the rank 8 Wisdom Sword Gu, all of his savings would be expended, and it would not be enough. Are you sure you want to refine fixed immortal travel? Lang Yalan's spirit asked again. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. He frowned. What? Is this out of your capability? Lang Yalan's spirit shook his head. I am not going to go back on my agreement with thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But even though I have Divine Travel Gu and the other supplementary Gu materials, I lack the most critical material. Can you guess what it is? Fang Yuan thought and frowned. Is it the light of the immemorial era? That's right. Lang Yalan's spirit answered. No matter which Gu recipe you try to use to refine fixed immortal travel, in all of them, the most crucial material is the light of the immemorial era. Light is something hard to capture and store. The immemorial antiquity era. It is earlier than the olden antiquity and remote antiquity era. It is the time when Ren Zhu was alive. Back then, In the entire world, the only humans were Rin Zhu and his 10 children. Not a single Gu recipe will work. Fang Yuan knew that Lang Yalan's spirit would not lie, but he was unwilling to give up. Of course, Lang Yalan's spirit replied firmly. I have 2 fixed Immortal Travel Immortal Gu recipes. I have seen more than 10 fixed Immortal Travel Remnant recipes. No matter which one, they cannot avoid the light of the immemorial era. The only difference is the amount of light needed in each recipe. Fixed Immortal Travel is a precious Gu. It has great use. If not for this, it would have been refined long ago. How could you have the chance? Fang Yuan heard this and realized how lucky he was back then when refining fixed Immortal Travel. The light of the immemorial era at that time was formed using the extreme light Gu in Xiao Mang's hands. But now, Xiao Mang was dead already. Because Xiao Shan and Xiao Mang were pawns of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. These two were potential Gu Immortals, but yet they were mortals and simply pawns. Even after dying, they did not realize the truth of Tian Mountain. Once Xiao Mang died, extreme light Gu was destroyed as well. Xiao Mang is dead. His soul was not even spared. How can I get the light of the immemorial era? First Supreme Elder, if you use the light of wisdom, would you be able to deduce a recipe that does not use the light of the immemorial era? Fang Yuan asked again. Involving a rank 9 Immortal Gu, Lang Yalan's spirit was uncertain. He was only a rank 8 Gu Immortal even during his life. Even if he helped 2 venerables refine Gu, he was not clear about the exact details of Wisdom Gu. Forget it. Even if the light of wisdom can be used to create an Immortal Gu recipe, without the light of the immemorial era, I am no longer an immortal zombie. I cannot use it. I should go to Xiao Clan and check. Xiao Mang's extreme light Gu was found in a graveyard. I might find some clues there. Fang Yuan ended the conversation with Lang Yalan's spirit. He changed directions and rushed to Xiao Clan. But before ending their talk, he did not forget to pass the souls from Killing Ni Clan to Lang Yalan's spirit. Next, he asked for a list from Lang Yalan's spirit. The list was a request for the sword path killer moves in Langya's sect. Fang Yuan rushed to Xiao Clan as he inspected these killer moves. Even though there were a number of sword path killer moves, most of them were mortal killer moves. There were only 3 immortal killer moves. Among them, one was an incomplete immortal killer move, like a remnant Immortal Gu recipe. It had a lot of value in research, but could not be used directly. Among the other 2, one was for movement, another was for attack. The movement Immortal Killer move was called Sword Flash Thunder Sound. It only used 2 core Immortal Gu. They were Flash Sword Gu and Rumbling Thunder Gu. The offensive Immortal Killer move was called Dark Assassination. There were also 2 core Immortal Gu, Flying Sword Immortal Gu and Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Seeing the familiar Dark Limit Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan sighed internally. A long time ago, he had once sought this Immortal Gu, but he did not succeed. After Fairy Jiangyu died, Dark Limit Immortal Gu was destroyed as well. If I had Dark Limit Immortal Gu, together with Flying Sword Immortal Gu, I would be able to use this Dark Assassination. It is a pity. While Fang Yuan was thinking, a voice came from afar. Friend, please wait. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a desolate beast Qi Grand Lion running over. There was a huge red chair on the lion's back. 2 Gu Immortals were seated. Central Continent, Earth Abyss. The soul beast howled, emitting a wretched growl. Be careful. Soul Howl Immortal Gu has activated again. Ing Wuxia warned. A formless sound wave created air currents in the air, sweeping towards Ing Wuxia, He Lu Lan, and Tai Bai Yunsheng. The 3 had no choice but to retreat gradually. This wild Soul Howl Immortal Gu was rank 7, living inside a soul beast. Ing Wuxia, He Lu Lan, and Tai Bai Yunsheng forced the soul beast into a dangerous situation. The Immortal Gu reacted and unleashed its power, giving the soul beast enough time and space to retaliate. How can this be? This soul beast is only a desolate beast. How can it have a wild rank 7 Gu? Tai Bai Yunsheng's 7 orifices were bleeding as he called out. The other 2 were in bad shape as well. Their heads were spinning. Their souls were heavily injured. Ing Wuxia's expression was ugly. It was truly a crisis out of nowhere. Earlier, it was still fine, but suddenly, a soul beast charged into Shadow Sect's territory. The activation of Soul Howl Immortal Gu does not require immortal essence. It uses the foundation of the soul. This desolate soul beast must have been at ancient desolate level earlier. It had escaped after going through intense battle, and because Soul Howl Immortal Gu activated, it fell from an ancient desolate beast to a desolate beast. Ing Wuxia answered Tai Bai Yunsheng with a hoarse voice. At the same time, 2 words appeared in his mind. Heaven's will. My Shadow Sect's plan failed, and I defied Heaven's will. After rebirth, I did not go to Fang Yuan and perish together with him. Thus, Heaven's will is coming after me now. The way of heaven emphasized on balance between all living beings. Earlier, Shadow Sect was hidden and tried to evade Heaven's will. They operated in secret and faced less obstruction. But now, Wuxia was completely exposed. Heaven's will prepared and lured the soul beast to them. Heaven's will is everywhere. Back then, when Fang Yuan refined fixed immortal travel, it arranged the situation for him nicely, sending the light of the immemorial era to him. Now, it is trying to eliminate me. Do I really need to destroy the spring Autumn Cicada in my body? Wuxia was hesitant. We cannot get close to this soul beast. At this point, why are you still concealing your strength? Why aren't you using the Gu formation? He Lulan transmitted, urging. Chapter 1040. Fang Yuan vs. Qi Zai. Friend, please wait. From the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion, Qi Zai's voice came over. Fang Yuan stopped and gazed back. After he was far away from rotten Mud Mountain, he had dispelled the immortal killer move familiar face. Rank 8 Immortal Gu attitude. Gu consumed mental energy. If it were maintained for a long time, it would wear out Fang Yuan's mind. Moreover, because Fang Yuan's modified familiar face lacked change form Immortal Gu, it led to an increase in the quantity of the Gu worms, with over 1,000 supplementary Mortal Gu, and it also required more time and concentration to activate these Gu worms. So when Qi Zai saw Fang Yuan from afar, he did not feel he was the culprit, he only had some doubts at most. As they got closer, he also saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wore a white robe and looked like he was not marred by a speck of dust. His skin was white like snow and his eyes twinkled like stars, with long dark hair that reached down to his waist. Even though he was already old, over 50 years old, when she saw Fang Yuan, her eyes brightened and she thought, this Gu Immortal Senior has such a refined and graceful bearing and sagely demeanor. I have rarely seen anything like it before in my life. Senior, why did you call me? Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil as he asked this with his fists cupped in front of him. He did not use familiar face, and his rank 6 cultivation level was clearly displayed, while Qi Zai was emitting rank 7 aura. In this world, the strong were respected. Fang Yuan's greeting was natural and graceful. If he had his hands behind his back and showed an arrogant attitude, that would be unusual behavior. Qi Zai also inwardly praised Fang Yuan's conduct, his expression softening slightly as he said, it is only to verify some things. He then shook his sleeve, from where a mud ball shot out. The mud ball started expanding and soon turned into the size of an elephant. After another transformation, it turned into the shape of Jian. Fang Yuan's gaze became slightly dark. Jian gazed towards Fang Yuan. At first he had a puzzled look. It soon turned into incomparably intense hatred. Fang Yuan's appearance was hugely different, but deep down, a sense of intuition told Jian that the young man in front of him was the culprit. It's you. You demon. You forced my grandpa to die and even slaughtered my whole clan. As he said this, Jian charged towards Fang Yuan. Oh, Qi Zai's expression changed, his gaze turning cold as he sized up Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan felt Qi Zai's gaze piercing his body like a needle. With a cold snort, Fang Yuan waved his arm, and immediately clouds started to surge out, covering the scenery as he quickly made his retreat. Sure enough, there are an endless number of methods developed by Gu Immortals. It's virtually impossible to defend against all of them effectively. They could actually find me. The enemy was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, of a higher rank than Fang Yuan. There was no doubt that this was a strong enemy. Fang Yuan immediately had the intention to retreat. Stop! Qi Zai shouted as he noticed this. His right hand took on the shape of an eagle claw and swept ferociously at the clouds and the mist in the sky. Swoosh! It was like the sound of a huge wave. The clouds and the mist that filled the sky instantly dissipated. Fang Yuan, who was still retreating, was exposed. Qi Zai faced Fang Yuan and opened his mouth, inhaling air. Fang Yuan immediately felt an enormous suction force over his whole body, causing his speed to rapidly decline. At this moment, the Mudman, Jian, had already flown close to him. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. His expression was indifferent. Die! Jian punched his fist. It caused a gust of wind to blow. The fist's momentum was terrifying, as if it would destroy anything it struck. Jian was originally only a rank 2 Gu master, but after being killed by the beast group, he was revived as a Mudman by Qi Zai using a mud monster corpse. His strength had thus increased rapidly and was at the level of a desolate beast and could match ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals. Just from this, one could see how strange and terrifying the rank 7 Gu Immortal Qi Zai's method was. Jian's fist ruthlessly charged at Fang Yuan. But the next moment, Fang Yuan's figure dispersed, turning into clouds and mist. He exclaimed in surprise as she had not expected such a scene. Qi Zai, however, showed no surprise on his face. He looked to his right as he flicked his finger. Mortal killer move, divine flick. A pellet of qi, the size of a thumb, moved towards Fang Yuan so quickly that he actually was not able to dodge it. This time, his real body was exposed. Qi Zai let out a breath. Immediately, a thick and translucent rotating current of qi appeared around Jian's waist. The current of qi constantly revolved around his waist, and Jian's speed was multiplied a few times over. Hand over your life. Jian roared as he once again charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned. His whole body was covered in lion fur armor. The divine flick just now did not cause him any harm and only forced him to appear. A Qi path Gu immortal. He thought to himself. The history of Qi path was older than even strength path, and its decline was also much more extreme than strength path. Fang Yuan had not expected he would actually run into a rare Qi path Gu immortal in southern border. No wonder he was chased, and the truth of his massacre of Ni clan was exposed. In Qi path, there naturally were secret methods passed down over countless years which Fang Yuan did not understand clearly. I only massacred Ni clan. What does it have to do with these two Gu immortals? In my previous life's memories, there were no Gu immortal ancestors of Ni clan around. Fang Yuan was puzzled. Jian charged over once again. Fang Yuan was starting to feel a slight headache. He had already fought against a desolate beast mud monster. They did not have any fatal weakness. Even using the rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu had little effect. But this did not mean Fang Yuan had no way to deal with it. He swayed lightly as he pounced forward. He raised his hands, which were covered in a layer of cold white frost. Fang Yuan lightly struck Jian's body with his palms. Jian's offensive was crude, while Fang Yuan's movement was like a leaf swaying in the wind, nimble and graceful. Jian was quite lacking in battle experience. He was not able to even touch Fang Yuan's clothes. On the contrary, Fang Yuan's moves were nimble and refined, his frosted palms continuously striking Jian's body. Soon, Jian was covered in a layer of white frost, his speed sharply reduced. Moreover, the translucent current of qi rotating around his waist had already been dissipated by Fang Yuan's attacks. Fang Yuan had Immortal Gu, but they were all rank 7. He could not use them lightly. So he used the mortal killer move, lion fur armor, to pass this hurdle. And the surging clouds before as well as his current hands of frost were both superior mortal killer moves. The former originated from Tai by Yunsheng, while the latter was obtained from Shuesongzi. Tai by Yunsheng primarily cultivated time path, while cultivating cloud path as a secondary path. He would often spar with Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan was thus able to grasp his mortal methods. And before his rebirth, Fang Yuan had captured and searched Shuesongzi's soul. Back then, Shuesongzi's soul had been tampered by Shadow Sect's side. Fang Yuan could not get information about Shadow Sect. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was, after all, the founder of Soul Path. However, Shuesongzi's own process of growth during life, his cultivation insights, and other experiences of his were all probed out by Fang Yuan. These were all used by Fang Yuan. As for the Gu worms needed for the mortal killer moves, they were all taken from Langyalan's spirit. And when Fang Yuan massacred Ni clan, he had freely practiced with them against the desolate beast mud monster. Qi Zai's expression sank when he saw Jian, with rank 6 battle strength, being toyed around by Fang Yuan. He again used his mortal killer move, Divine Flick, to send out countless pellets of qi. These pellets of Y were extremely fast. Fang Yuan was only able to dodge a few before he could not dodge anymore, and had to use his lion fur armor to block them head-on. Lion fur armor had extremely strong defense, somewhat surpassing Qi Zai's expectations. He snorted as he changed his method. From afar, he made a cutting motion with his hand towards Fang Yuan's direction. Every time he made this movement, a blade of qi would instantly be formed. Lion fur armor could only endure 2 slashes before Fang Yuan had to use other methods. A layer of black, oil-like sticky liquid appeared on the lion fur armor's surface. The power of the blades of qi immediately lowered when they struck the black oil. The sharpness was greatly reduced, and when they impacted on the lion fur armor, the effect was reduced by 60%. This black, oil-like defensive killer move was from Heicheng. Fang Yuan had obtained this killer move when he searched Heicheng's soul and was using it now. Most of the killer moves he had obtained by soul searching had been trained countless times by their respective Gu masters. Although they could not raise Fang Yuan's attainment level, these cultivation insights could allow Fang Yuan to have shortcuts to their results. Fang Yuan only needed to train with these mortal killer moves a little to use them with ease. As Qi Zai saw this, he snorted. 2 gusts of fire qi puffed out of his nose. The fire qi dispersed in the air, turning into an inferno that rushed towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, Jian was fighting with everything he had. Fang Yuan continued to hit with his palms against the Mudman. At this time, the inferno was already right in front of him. He laughed as he activated a cloud path killer move. Immediately, 9 rings of clouds appeared around him. This was Tai by Yunsheng's defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. The inferno was completely blocked by the rings of clouds and absorbed. For formerly white rings of clouds were dyed red. Fang Yuan stretched out both hands and grabbed at the air. Gusts of air gathered in the center of his palms and quickly formed into 2 black spheres. Mortal Killer Move, Dark Vortex. Fang Yuan flew forward, his hands continuously moving as spheres of dark vortexes were fired towards Qi Zai. Qi He, who was beside Qi Zai, exclaimed in shock when she sensed the danger hidden within the dark vortexes. Qi Zai counterattacked, using blades of Qi, pellets of Qi, as well as the fire Qi he snorted out of his nose. Both sides went at each other, neither yielding even a step. Qi He was getting dazed, unable to keep up with battle methods of Gu Immortals that were on display. She had just ascended to an Immortal. Mortal battles were almost always carried out on the ground. It would never be like this where they flew up and down in a fast-paced movement. I am almost certain he is genuinely a Qi Path Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan observed while he fought, gathering intelligence. The battle had lasted for so long, but Qi Zai was still sitting comfortably on the back of the Qi Grand Lion. Even when Fang Yuan's dark vortexes and other killer moves bypassed his flurry of attacks and struck his body, they would be blocked easily by his condensed Qi. Qi Zai had the upper hand, but he was far from at ease in his mind. What is going on? This guy, what path does he cultivate? The more Qi Zai battled, the more puzzled he was. He was somewhat confused. The mortal killer moves Fang Yuan used all had the signs of being amplified by Dao marks. But the killer moves already covered many paths like Wind Path, Cloud Path, Dark Path, Strength Path, and other paths. Qi Zai was really puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Chapter 1041. Scaring himself. Fang Yuan's situation was very weird. Qi Zai could not help but feel wary. What sort of Dao marks does he have? Why can he use the killer moves of different paths and receive an amplification effect without any hindrances? Qi Zai seemed to be preparing while waiting patiently and at ease, but in fact, he was working hard at racking his brains. As far as I know, in history, only one person could do this. That was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. There were a number of Demon Venerables in human history. Among them was Reckless Savage. He was the founder of Strength Path and had also cultivated Transformation Path. Historical records had stated that he could transform into countless things, and his Dao marks could change at will. For example, when Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned into a Lightning Wolf, he would be able to use Lightning Path killer moves. When he became a Swamp Crab, he would be able to use Earth Path killer moves without feeling any disturbance and weakening from other Dao marks. Ordinary Transformation Path Gu masters could only specialize in one kind of transformation. For example, in Northern Plains Imperial Court Contest, Cheng Long and Cheng Hu could only transform into a dragon and tiger respectively. As for Transformation Path Gu Immortals, for example, Helang Zi, he could turn into 3 types of wolves, having different Dao marks on him. But when he switched his Dao marks, he had to wait for some time and use certain methods to get rid of the original Dao marks and prevent the disturbance of Dao marks of other paths. This problem had troubled every single Transformation Path, Gu Master, and Gu Immortal in history. Except one person. That was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. He could transform at will without considering the interference between Dao marks. Unfortunately, after Reckless Savage Demon Venerable died, his method was not passed down. Countless talented individuals had tried to learn his methods, but their results had been failure, obtaining nothing. Don't tell me that this enemy here has inherited a crucial Transformation Path inheritance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Qi Zai thought of this and felt a fire of excitement burning in him. Other than this explanation, he could not think of anything else. Of course, Gu masters cultivate in various ways. There are countless numbers of people and methods. Not all of them follow conventional wisdom. Qi Zai squinted. He was still very calm. Actually, his guess that Fang Yuan had obtained a true inheritance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was still an underestimation of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could do this because he had the rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable refined. This Immortal Gu was not ordinary. Not only was it the crucial thing needed for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's revival, it was also his hope of surpassing all of the Venerables in history. In the past, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, he was not resigned to that fate. Thus, he built Shadow Sect and planned meticulously. During that time, he not only revised on the knowledge gained during his life, he even searched for countless inheritances all over the world. Among these inheritances, there were Gu Master inheritances of all kinds. They could give Spectral Soul Demon Venerable new inspiration and brand new directions. There were also Gu Immortal inheritances and even a number of the other Venerables' inheritances. Shadow Sect could obtain one of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritances, the most mysterious Venerable in history, not to mention the other Venerables. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable controlled Shadow Sect and set up zombie alliance over the 5 regions. After tens of thousands of years, he accumulated his foundation and researched, putting in immense effort and making huge sacrifices. Eventually, he gathered all his knowledge and made use of the key aspects of it, creating the rank 9 sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. One could say this. Immortal Gu was not just the materialization of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Soul Path. It also showed his immense accumulation of the essence of other paths. It was an unparalleled treasure. Even though Heavens will used Fang Yuan as a tool, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan, as an otherworldly demon, broke free of its manipulation, using sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu for himself. Qi Zai felt suspicion. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 6 aura, he did not dare to be careless. He was probing Fang Yuan. He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Even if he did not have any rank 7 Immortal Gu, he had rank 6 Immortal Gu. Earlier, the method of extracting the mud ball of Grudge Qi to create the Mudman and Jian was an immortal method. But he did not use Immortal Gu right now. Immortal Gu were the trump cards of Gu Immortals. When used, they expended immortal essence. Qi Zai only had a low-grade blessed land. Unless it was a crucial moment, he would not use Immortal Gu. Of course, immortal essence was not the main reason. The most important reason was that once he used Immortal Gu, the information would be known by the enemy. The number and specific types of Gu worms that a Gu master owned were confidential secrets. Once intelligence was leaked, the Gu master could be countered using specific means. The same applied to Gu Immortals. During an initial battle, without knowledge of the background of one another, Gu Immortals would try to probe each other first. While Qi Zai was probing Fang Yuan was also probing him. All sorts of mortal killer moves were used by Fang Yuan. Together with his handsome appearance, Qi's attention was greatly captured. Similar to Qi Zai, even though Fang Yuan had Immortal Gu, he could not use them casually. Even though the rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu were powerful, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 Green Grape Immortal Essence. This was inferior to that of the rank 7 Gu Immortal Qi Zai. If not for Fang Yuan joining Langya's sect, he would not have enough Immortal Essence stones to replenish his Immortal Essence. He would lose this battle for sure. Both sides fought continuously, attacking and defending at various times. The commotion was huge. He watched unblinkingly, gasping in her mind. Unavoidably, Qi Zai was gradually falling into disadvantage against Fang Yuan. No matter how impressive mortal killer moves were, they did not have Immortal Gu in them. Thus, the amplification from Qi Zai's Dao marks was very limited. They could not exceed the level of effect from using an Immortal Gu. In the long history of humanity, only one mortal killer move was publicly known to match Immortal Gu when activated. That was the White Bone Chariot that Proudbone Demon Lord Shen Jiao created. This person was a rank 8 demonic path Gu Immortal. He was proud for a good reason. In this particular achievement, none of the 10 Venerables could match him. Even though Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables were invincible, they were not omnipotent. Specialists tackled their own fields. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Long-Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. In contrast, even though Fang Yuan's Dao mark accumulation was not as high as Qi Zai, he had a large number of methods, and because the amplification towards mortal killer moves was limited, he could deal with his opponent. Thus, gradually, Fang Yuan attacked more and defended less, gaining the initiative. Qi Zai was fully aware of the battle situation in his mind. He frowned and began his counterattack. Battlefield killer move, Qi Lockdown. Immediately, the surrounding area was sealed, air was immobilized, forming a translucent temporary battlefield. Fang Yuan smiled. He was not nervous. This battlefield killer move was only mortal level. It had little threat towards Gu Immortals like him, who had Immortal Gu. Only if they were a rank 6 Gu Immortal without Immortal Gu would they feel like this was a huge threat. And Fang Yuan already had this kind of battlefield killer move. Immediately, he used a signature move of Shui Song Zi, battlefield killer move Snow Domain. At once, Qi Lockdown was pushed aside, as coldness seeped into the surrounding air. Qi could not hold it in anymore. She gasped out loud. In front of her eyes, the battlefield had been split into two. One was an icy domain. The other had motionless air. Qi's perspective was still that of a mortal. This type of battlefield killer move, even though it was mortal level, was the trump card of every powerful mortal force. Unless it was an emergency, they would not use it normally. Otherwise, they might get countered if enemies gained intelligence on it. Just now, she witnessed two battlefield killer moves used in front of her. She felt that this trip was worth going on. She was satisfied with this eye-opening experience. Seeing that Fang Yuan was still at ease, Qi Zai lost his patience. He took the lead to activate his Immortal Gu. He was a vigilant person. He did not use an immortal killer move. He only activated the Immortal Gu. A rank 6 Qi Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not know what it was. Qi Zai was not stupid enough to use it while calling out the Immortal Gu's name. Once the Immortal Gu was activated, the entire battlefield changed drastically. The Qi lockdown battlefield dissipated, turning into fuel for the Immortal Gu. Snow Domain could not resist it. A long rope of Qi invaded it and pierced through. This long rope of Qi coiled around like a venomous jade snake. It was several meters long, assaulting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed, using his rank 7 sword escape Immortal Gu. Whoosh! Immediately, he seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, piercing the air and flying away. So fast. Qi opened her mouth, extremely shocked. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan had flown almost beyond her vision. It was a rank 7 movement Immortal Gu after all. It had spectacular speed. Qi Zai was shocked too. He had estimated that Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal specializing in Snow Path, Wind Path, or Dark Path. After all, the mortal killer moves that he used earlier were mostly from these 3 paths. But when Fang Yuan used his Immortal Gu, it was Sword Path. And it was a rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu. What is this? He is not a Transformation Path Gu Immortal, but a Sword Path Gu Immortal. Qi Zai felt like his brain was frying. After probing for so long, he had thought that he found out some details about Fang Yuan. But when he used his true methods, Fang Yuan actually displayed a rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu. And he flew so quickly. If this were in the past, I could only look on and sigh. It is a pity that you are unlucky. Not long ago, I completed the immortal killer move that I had been designing for 3 years. Qi Zai snickered, whistling as he opened his mouth. At the same time, aura burst out of his body. The aura surrounded him and and penetrated into the Qi Grand Lion's body. The Qi Grand Lion cried out in pain. Its eyes were red as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Under the effect of Qi Zai's immortal killer move, the Qi Grand Lion's speed was astonishing. In less than a few minutes, the Qi Grand Lion carried the 2 Qi Clan Gu Immortals and chased up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw this and felt a headache. Qi Zai used his Immortal Gu again, summoning the long rope of Qi. Very evidently, it was the same Immortal Gu as before. The Qi rope coiled and flew towards Fang Yuan, rapidly getting closer. He did not use any other immortal killer moves, just a rank 6 Immortal Gu. Is it because his movement killer move has a lot of Gu worms in it? He has to focus his attention on it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. During the moment of crisis, his mind was still calm. He thought about it as he displayed his deep foundation in fighting. When activating Immortal Gu, the aura of the Gu worm would leak, but when activating immortal killer moves, the leaked aura would be much more complex. Thus, Qi Zai easily noticed that Fang Yuan's Immortal Gu was rank 7 in Sword Path. And Fang Yuan could also easily notice that Qi Zai was using just the rank 6 Immortal Gu alone. Of course, this was a typical case. It did not hold true all the time. Some special methods could conceal the aura of Immortal Gu and mislead the enemy. Flying Sword Gu. Fang Yuan pointed as his Immortal Gu shot out. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was peerlessly sharp. The Qi rope was cut into pieces easily. Qi Zai's heart shook. He was shocked. Why does he have another rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu? Is he really a Sword Path Gu Immortal? Then, why did he use all those mortal killer moves? Why are both his Immortal Gu rank 7? Don't tell me. He is a rank 7 Gu Immortal, and he is purposely concealing his aura to be rank 6 so that he can pretend to be weak when preying on others? Qi Zai could not guess Fang Yuan's actual situation. He had a vigilant nature and a tendency to think deeply. The more he analyzed, the more shocked he got. He was scaring himself. Chapter 1042. If heavens will find trouble, cut down the trouble. Qi Zai's mind was churning with thoughts. His expression turned grim. Fang Yuan was also frowning deeply. He had used Flying Sword Gu earlier to destroy the Qi, but it had recovered in an instant. The Qi rope flew towards Fang Yuan again. It was not going to stop until it coiled around Fang Yuan. Flying Sword Gu might be strong, but against an obstacle that can disperse and gather at will, it cannot take it down. Fang Yuan had a realization. Earlier, when dealing with the desolate beast mud monster, he had such a feeling as well. Now, facing a Qi Path Gu Immortal, this feeling emerged in him again. Of course, this was because he lacked a relevant killer move. If he had a Sword Path killer move that could help Flying Sword Gu to scatter its attacks instead of focusing on one point, his problems would be resolved. Actually, Fang Yuan had anticipated this situation. Thus, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu and tried to retreat. But he did not think that the other party would have a movement killer move to chase him. Fang Yuan fell into disadvantage. Earlier, during the probing, he had the upper hand because of his countless mortal killer moves. But now, after using Immortal Gu and Immortal killer moves, they were fighting for real. He got into a disadvantage very quickly. The other party was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. His cultivation level was higher than Fang Yuan. It was to be expected that Fang Yuan could not beat him. In fact, It was already not easy to get to this point. I only have 2 Immortal Gu, while he is rank 7 with higher cultivation level than me and has more methods. If he has an immortal battlefield killer move, even if I have Flying Sword Immortal Gu, I would not be able to break out. I cannot stay here. Sword Escape. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Gu again, flying into the sky. He is very vigilant. Qi Zai snorted coldly. His fighting style was to drain his opponent's resources and draw out the battle. When the Qi rope breaks, the aura would disperse, and as time passes, the entire battlefield would favor Qi path more. By then, even if Qi Zai did not use Immortal Gu, his strength would be higher, and he would be able to spend less immortal essence. It was a very good strategy that benefited him. But Fang Yuan had already decided to fly away and escape after a short battle. Every round was basically at a new location. Qi Zai could not accumulate his advantage. Gu masters had limited movement speed. They were often restricted to fighting at a particular place. But Gu immortals could travel far, moving thousands of li easily. They were different from Gu masters. Thus, it was easy to defeat a Gu immortal, but very difficult to kill them, unless one had an immortal-level battlefield killer move to trap them. However, these types of battlefield killer moves took time to set up. When Gu immortals fought, they could only set up the arrangements in secret if they were in front of the enemy. They had to conceal their actions for the trap to succeed. Or like the time when Fang Yuan dealt with He Chong. He set up the battlefield killer move in advance, luring his enemy into it. Even though Fang Yuan escaped, Qi Zai had an immortal killer move to chase him. Fang Yuan had slaughtered an clan village. This was a place which Qi Zai was in charge of. If he let Fang Yuan go, he would have to be held to account for this. Most importantly, Qi Zai was afraid that Fang Yuan was a descendant of the other clans. In this 1,000-year bet, Qi clan was already going to win. At this juncture, he could not allow unexpected mishaps to occur. Thus, Qi Zai had to investigate this matter. He could not let it go. After Fang Yuan escaped, he realized that Qi Zai had chased after him. How deep is his enmity? Why is he chasing me like this? Fang Yuan was perplexed. In his previous life's memories, an clan did not have any Gu immortals. This was why Fang Yuan acted so unrestrained. To think that he actually attracted the attack of Gu immortals, and there were 2 of them, one rank 6 and one rank 7. Fang Yuan could not guess Qi Zai's motives. Because he knew nothing about the bet between the 5 Xiangs, he could only retreat while fighting. Each time, he would use Flying Sword Immortal Gu to engage in a short fight before using Sword Escape Immortal Gu to retreat. After many rounds of battle, Fang Yuan saw some details gradually. The rank 6 Gu immortal beside him is behaving strangely. She is likely a newly ascended Gu immortal. She calls the rank 7 Gu immortal great uncle. The 2 of them should be blood-related family members. This rank 6 Gu immortal is not a threat. If she could attack, she would have done so long ago to disrupt me. But in this entire battle, she has been sitting back and doing nothing. Fang Yuan obtained much information, while Qi Zai also learned a lot about Fang Yuan. This odd fellow is really a rank 6 Gu immortal. He is actually using 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Qi Zai did not know what to say about this situation. Normally speaking, most rank 6 Gu immortals did not even have 1 rank 6 Immortal Gu. They desired them greatly. This person did not have any rank 6 Immortal Gu, but he took a big leap and had 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu instead. But this step is too huge. I want to see how much green grape immortal essence you have to use these rank 7 Sword Path Gu. Qi Zai snickered internally. He was skilled in battles of attrition, with his higher cultivation level, and Fang Yuan using rank 7 Immortal Gu, he was not in a rush. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated. He followed after him closely. He was scheming and hard to shrug off. Fang Yuan thought to himself, since the start of the battle, I have already used up tens of thousands of immortal essence stones. These were all obtained from Langya Land Spirit. I am wasting my sect contribution points. This person has a good plan. He wants to waste my immortal essence. I know his scheme, but can do nothing about it. If he had rank 6 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would be able to fight in a sustained battle. He would not end up in this state. With his rank 6 cultivation level, it was very difficult to make use of rank 7 Immortal Gu. Qi Zai could not catch Fang Yuan, while Fang Yuan could not leave him in the dust. The situation was in a deadlock. After countless rounds of fighting, in order to maintain the situation, Fang Yuan had to continue to request for immortal essence stones from Langya Land Spirit. His Langya sect contribution points were nearing 0. Qi Zai was shocked. It was beyond his expectations that Fang Yuan could hold on until now. This rank 6 Gu immortal is very strange. He definitely has a huge secret. If I can obtain it, this might be the biggest fortuitous encounter in my life. Fighting to this extent, Qi Zai's gaze was getting more heated. Seeing Fang Yuan's cold gaze, he felt like he was looking at a mobile treasure chest. But at the next moment, Qi Zai's gaze froze. He showed shock on his face. he thought. Isn't the mountain range ahead the 5 regional mountain range? Oh no, so this is his plan. I cannot let him escape into the mountain range. This 5 regional mountain range was not simple. It was created by a rank 8 Gu immortal from southern border. His name was Tao Zhu. He was known as the restriction expert. This person cultivated restriction path. It was a branch of rule path, just like how emotion path was a branch of wisdom path. People called him restriction expert. It was because he was the expert of restriction path in this generation. It showed how incredible his attainment was. He had deep research regarding the 5 regional walls. He attempted to find a way to allow Gu immortals to travel through the regional walls easily. This 5 regional mountain range was created due to his research. Unfortunately, after he died, there had been no progress. But this 5 regional mountain range was left behind and became a special area in southern border. Fang Yuan was restricted by Qi Zai. He was trying to find a way to escape. He was very familiar with southern border. The 5 regional mountain range was his hope. Qi Zai had been thinking of draining his immortal essence. This was in line with Fang Yuan's objective. He was able to use sword escape Immortal Gu, and after some hurdles, he flew for hundreds of thousands of li, arriving at this place. Qi Zai had been in seclusion for some time, and because Fang Yuan was drawing his attention, he did not think of this area. He quickly took action, trying to obstruct Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. He was prepared. How could any obstruction work? Qi Zai watched grimly as Fang Yuan entered the 5 regional mountain range. He hesitated before making up his mind, saying to Qi He, "Sit here. I will let the Qi Grand Lion protect you. You will be safe. After I kill him, I will come and find you. Great uncle, be careful," Qi said hurriedly. Qi Zai nodded. Air currents burst out behind him as he chased after Fang Yuan, entering the 5 regional mountain range. Once he entered the mountain range, he felt a strong repulsive force directed at pushing him out. As it turned out, this 5 regional mountain range was created by Restriction Expert, who replicated the regional walls. Once Gu Immortals enter, it would be like they were passing the regional walls. Fang Yuan chose the part of this mountain range which was shining with golden light. It was a replica of Central Continent's Saint Regional Wall. Qi Zai was a southern border Gu Immortal. When he entered, he was sure to face repulsion. He knew Fang Yuan's motive. This crafty person came here, and because of his rank 6 cultivation level, he has the advantage. My rank 7 cultivation level is facing more pressure than him in here. No, this person is so suspicious. This concerns our Qi clan's ancient bet. I need to kill him. Qi Zai was firm and determined. He did not waver in the face of difficulty. Both parties stopped flying. They started to travel by foot on the 5 regional mountain range. While another chase occurred here, in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, a different battle had ended. Ying Wuxie, Tai Bai Yun Shang, and He Lulan were surrounding the ancient soul beast's corpse, searching for the soul core inside the soul beast's body. Soul beasts nurtured a soul core in their bodies. It was the size of an egg, but had a large number of soul path down marks in it. It was a top-tier refinement material. Other than this, the soul beast's corpse would disappear after some time. It had no use. Where is it? Tai Bai Yun Shang searched for the soul core. He Lulan said, praising with certain intent. The Gu formation set here is truly amazing. In this short amount of time, even though this soul beast had the soul howl Immortal Gu, it still died. Ying Wuxie did not speak. He was frowning. This was caused by heaven's will. It lured this ancient soul beast here. Just now, even though I killed it, I had to use the Gu formation. The more I use the Gu formation, the higher the chances of getting exposed. After all, Central Continent's heavenly court will try its best to find this place. At this time, Shernu transmitted to him secretly. Ying Wuxie analyzed to himself, Not long ago, Langya Land Spirit used Treasure Yellow Heaven to send Dark Limit Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan. This Immortal Gu belonged to Shadow Sect, but it had perished with Jiangyu. After that, because Langya Land Spirit created Langya Sect, he refined Dark Limit Immortal Gu so that the sect members could have an easier time moving around in the future. This Gu can conceal aura and hide from Heaven's will. Indeed. Since I am targeted by Heaven's will, Fang Yuan's situation is worse. He might be facing the assault of Gu Immortals now. Ying Wuxie made a casual guess, but he was actually on the mark. However, Qi Zai did not succeed in killing Fang Yuan. Both parties fought in the 5 regional mountain range. Fang Yuan was heavily injured, but because he had lower cultivation level, he could move more freely and escaped from Qi Zai eventually. Qi Zai saw that Fang Yuan had escaped. Noting that his own condition was bad, he had no choice but to return. Once he left the 5 regional mountain range, he saw Qi He. Great uncle, you are finally back. I was so worried about you. Qi Zai was prancing on the spot. Seeing Qi Zai, she quickly went up to him. Qi Zai felt warmth in his heart, but his expression turned grim. He scolded. Foolish. I told you to stay with the Qi Grand Lion. Why did you not listen to me, instead coming here? This is a dangerous place. Qi Zai's movement paused. She slowly walked to Qi Zai, lowering her head, apologizing. I am sorry, Qi Zai grunted. That person is already heavily injured by me. He was lucky and escaped. But if I see him again, I will definitely not ugh. Qi Zai cried out. He stared with wide-opened eyes at Qi. A dark flying sword had pierced into his forehead. The tip of the sword was pointing out from the back of his head. Qi turned back to Fang Yuan's appearance. He smiled lightly at Qi Zai. Shock, regret, fear, all sorts of emotions filled Qi Zai's mind. But it was too late. Bam! He fell to the ground, creating a soft sound in the process. He was dead. Chapter 1043. Surprising discovery in the 5 regional mountain range. 5 different colored lights filled the skies all year round. The entire mountain range was divided into 5 areas based on the 5 different colored lights. The dark purple light was the imitation of Southern Border's Miasma Regional Wall. The green mountain range was the imitation of Northern Plains' Licorice Regional Wall. The red portion was Western Desert's Raging Flame Regional Wall. The deep blue portion was Eastern Sea's Blue Water Regional Wall. As for the white gold mountain range, it was Central Continent's Saint Regional Wall. The rank 7 Qi Path Gu Immortal, Qi Zai, had died in the white gold region in the 5 regional mountain range. Fang Yuan let out a breath. He pulled out the flying sword Immortal Gu that was lodged in his opponent's forehead. Flying sword Immortal Gu was originally shining in silvery light, but now it was dim and did not have an aura emitting from it. This was because of the Immortal Killer move Dark Assassination. This move provided extraordinary concealment. Once used, none of the aura of the rank 7 Immortal Killer move would leak. Others could not detect it. Once used, the sword attacked quickly, at a speed which one could not react to. The only weakness was that the attack range was small. The user had to be less than 100 steps away. This was truly a short distance. Ordinary Immortal Killer moves could be used across huge distances. They were incomparable. Thus, Fang Yuan had to take a risk, using familiar face to disguise his identity and get close to Qi Zai. The closer he got, the higher his chance of killing Qi Zai. For this, Fang Yuan had to fight with Qi Zai and purposely get injured, so as to reduce Qi Zai's suspicions. Qi Zai dying from this move was not unreasonable, because Fang Yuan deceived him using the infamous familiar face. Even though it was not the original version, the core was still rank 8 Attitude Gu. When used, this Gu could influence the minds of others, allowing them to feel Fang Yuan's attitude, so as to lower their suspicions. Even though Qi Zai was vigilant and it was hard to find vulnerabilities against him, with Fang Yuan's scheming personality, he saw a weakness in Qi He instead during the battle. Using Qi He, Fang Yuan took a risk and killed a rank 7 expert with his rank 6 cultivation level. This was an incredible result. If one was an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal, they might wish for the whole world to know about it. But Fang Yuan only sighed in relief now. He did not show any expression of pride. After rebirth, he had gone through a lot. He witnessed Spectral Soul undergoing the myriad tribulations. Killing a rank 7 Gu Immortal was already a small matter from his perspective. If you did not pursue me to this extent, I would not have taken the risk to kill you. Alright, let me see why you were so insistent on chasing me. Fang Yuan grabbed at the air as he pulled out Qi Zai's soul from his corpse. Qi Zai cultivated Qi Path. His soul was just an ordinary Gu Immortal soul. It was not outstanding. After dying, he was not like those from Shadow Sect. Even though his soul was angry and unwilling, struggling intensely, he could do nothing against Fang Yuan's actions. Fang Yuan first inspected and ensured that this soul had no problems before stuffing him into the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. After entering the Immortal Aperture, large numbers of Soul Path Gu worms flew towards Qi Zai's soul. Soul Search. While Fang Yuan searched the soul, he activated Familiar Face and turned into Qi Zai's appearance. He did not forget that the rank 6 Gu Immortal Qi He was still outside. Killing her would be much easier than killing Qi Zai, but to make this easier and safer, Fang Yuan decided to use the same method to assassinate Qi He as well. His familiar face was not the original version. Without change form Immortal Gu, he could only use over 1,000 Mortal Gu to replace it. Thus, transforming his appearance was not instantaneous. He had to spend some time. After he turned into Qi Zai's appearance, he stored Qi Zai's corpse and flew out of the 5 regional mountain range. In the end, when he found Qi He, she was already dead. What killed Qi He was none other than the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion she was sitting on. This Qi Grand Lion was enslaved by Qi Zai originally. Once he died, the Qi Grand Lion regained its freedom. The Qi Grand Lion was forced by Qi Zai to travel this much. It was already hungry. If Qi He cultivated any other path, she might have survived, but she was a Qi Path Gu Immortal with a number of Qi Path Dao marks. She was a delicacy to the Qi Grand Lion. Thus, as the Qi Grand Lion was hungry, It attacked her after the control over it was gone. Qi he was a newly advanced Gu Immortal. How could she match the Qi Grand Lion? After a bit of resistance, she was killed by the Qi Grand Lion and eaten by it. It was pitiful. She cultivated her entire life and fortunately became an immortal. But the moment she started witnessing the glory of the Gu Immortal world, before she started her journey, she ended up in the desolate beast's mouth. Fang Yuan chased after the Qi Grand Lion, using Flying Sword Immortal Gu and piercing its head in a few moves. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, which was shining in silvery light, rampaged inside the Qi Grand Lion's brain. The Qi Grand Lion fell from the sky in pain. It grimaced and cried out painfully, eventually dying after its struggles ceased. Fang Yuan felt glad when he saw this result. This was the true power of the rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Against Gu Immortals or the Qi Grand Lion, once Flying Sword Immortal Gu dealt a critical strike through piercing, it could deal huge damage. This was unlike the desolate beast mud monster which did not have any weaknesses in its body. Fang Yuan had a vexing time fighting it. Other than feeling glad, Fang Yuan also felt a loss in wealth. This rank 7 Immortal Gu used too much immortal essence. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fang Yuan's expenditure rose again. He could slowly kill it without using Immortal Gu and only using mortal killer moves. But it would take far too long. To avoid more trouble, Fang Yuan had to deal with it quickly. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fang Yuan cut open its stomach and took out Qi He's minced corpse. He checked carefully. He wanted to find the crucial area near her belly. It was the place where the Immortal Aperture was at in the Gu Immortal's body. Qi He's aged body was already chewed up by the Qi Grand Lion. After ending up in its stomach, half of the body was already dissolved. Fang Yuan looked around for a long time before his gaze flashed. He picked out a piece of flesh. Similar to Qi Zai's corpse, Fang Yuan placed it into his Immortal Aperture. As had been mentioned before, after killing a Gu Immortal, there were 2 ways to benefit from it. One was to place the Immortal Aperture down in the 5 regions, where they would form a blessed land or grotto heaven, before attacking it and obtaining the resources inside. The other way was to place the Immortal Aperture into one's own Immortal Aperture, making the Immortal Aperture self-detonate. The Dao marks inside would be left behind for the victor. Fang Yuan was using the second method. After this battle, the Qi Path Dao marks in me should increase drastically. From now on, when I use Qi Path Gu worms or killer moves, the amplification effect would exceed my other paths. It is a pity that I am not skilled in Qi Path. My Qi Path attainment level is only at ordinary level. But my Immortal Aperture will benefit. The environment will change slowly. It would help me when I grow resources that are related to Qi Path. Fang Yuan flew into the air, concealing his traces as he flew among the clouds, thinking over his gains. Ignoring Immortal Gu, Qi Zai's soul was a huge asset. It had great value waiting to be excavated. As for how many Qi Path Dao marks he would get, Fang Yuan could not estimate it. But he knew that no matter how many Qi Path Dao marks he obtained, it could not match his other benefit. He only discovered this benefit of his new body just now, but it exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations. Other than feeling surprise and joy, he also felt doubts and anticipation. When he entered the 5 regional mountain range, he had a shocking discovery. His body was unaffected by the 5 regional mountain range. According to common sense, Fang Yuan was a southern border Gu Immortal. His body had the aura of southern border. No matter what other area relating to a particular region he entered in the 5 regional mountain range, he would be affected by it. But after Fang Yuan went in, he could move freely with no obstructions. After realizing this, Fang Yuan was puzzled, but it soon turned into joy. He had a guess in his mind. This 5 regional mountain range was created by restriction expert Tao Zhu, who imitated the regional walls. If I can travel freely here, does that mean I can also pass the regional walls freely? After that, he thought about the pursuers behind him. He pretended to travel with much difficulty, like he was heavily obstructed. Now, after killing Qi Zai, and settling the matter of the Qi Grand Lion and Qi he had time to think, and realized that this was very likely. My new body is not an ordinary body. It has no parents, no origins from other people. It is formed from the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. If it is treated as an immortal Gu, that would explain why I can freely travel across the regional walls. The 5 regional walls targeted Gu Immortals, not immortal Gu. In the past, when Feng Gu entered Northern Plains to investigate the truth of 88 True Yang building, he sent a rank 6 information path Immortal Gu to his family. It could travel across Northern Plains and Central Continent, going through 2 regional walls without obstruction. If this guess is correct, why would I need to rush and refine fixed immortal travel? Fang Yuan flew as he thought. He got closer to a regional wall. He wanted to verify this guess as quickly as possible. From his perspective, he could not confirm if fixed immortal travel was destroyed. It was only very likely because the special will had set fixed immortal travel as the first one to be destroyed. When Fang Yuan asked the current generation in Xiang about it, his focus was to confirm Ying Wuxie's current situation. Secondly, he wanted to refine fixed immortal travel to pass the regional walls and return to Langya Blessed Land. Why? Firstly, Langya Blessed Land was safe. It survived 7 waves of attacks in the 500 years of his previous life. It was finally taken down by Heavenly Court after Feng Yuan died. Secondly, a large number of his resources were inside Langya Blessed Land. He could develop in peace there. The cost of using Treasure Yellow Heaven was simply too high. Lastly, a crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era, was needed to refine fixed immortal travel. Even though Fang Yuan had some clues, he knew that hope was small. His biggest worries now were his calamities and tribulations. He was less than 2 months away from the first earthly calamity. Fortune and disaster came together. His blessed land had such a deep foundation. Its aptitude far surpassed the 10 extreme physiques. The power of his calamities and tribulations would surely be extraordinary. If my guess is correct, I should give up on fixed immortal travel. I should rush to Langya Blessed Land and prepare amply for the calamities and tribulations. In just less than 2 months, he was no longer an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture was out of this world. The calamities and tribulations were like swords resting above his neck. Fang Yuan looked at the vast clouds in the sky as he felt a strong sense of urgency. Chapter 1044. Ancient Cloud Beasts. Disaster follows after great fortune? Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Ying Wuxie looked at the rubble in front of him with an ugly expression. Behind him were He Lulan, Tai Bai Yun Shang, and the rank 7 variant human Gu Immortal Xiangs. The battle strength of 4 Gu Immortals. Of course, among them Xiangs was the strongest, followed by He Lulan and Tai Bai Yun Shang. Ying Wuxie was still an immortal zombie with some borrowed immortal Gu. He had not subdued Fang Yuan's remaining immortal Gu yet. His battle strength was the lowest. He Lulan was forced by Ying Wuxie to surrender. She was free from the alliance agreement with Fang Yuan, and was now Ying Wuxie's lackey. Xiangs was completely loyal to Ying Wuxie, and Tai Bai Yun Shang, who did not know the truth, was not suspicious of Ying Wuxie. He Lulan and Ying Wuxie had worked together to deceive him. He was still in the dark. What is going on? Tai Bai Yun Shang looked ahead and asked in puzzlement. Xiangs replied heavily. Earth Abyss is not a tranquil environment. Tremors will appear at times within the earth. The tremors might cause a great cave-in, like what is happening here. A strange light flashed across He Lulan's eyes. This cave-in is simply too terrifying. Xiangs nodded. Yes, each cave-in in Earth Abyss would be gigantic. Endless numbers of life forms would perish. The aftermath would be a huge amount of rubble stacked together with the grudge and death energy of the dead life forms, and their blood, countless desolate level blood beasts, bone beasts, or even blood path and earth path wild immortal Gu would be created. Master, what do we do now? Ying Wuxie looked ahead. After some time, he let out a breath. He was gloomy internally, thinking, this route is the safest way to leave Earth Abyss, previously created by Shadow Sect. I had just wanted to leave Earth Abyss, and at this timing, a cave-in happened. Coincidentally, it happened here, obstructing our path. Hee. Ying Wuxie mentally sneered. This is the act of Heaven's will. My main body defied Heaven to refine Gu, resisting Heaven's will, causing Heaven's will to be expended greatly. But now it seems, Heaven's will has already mostly recovered. I still have Spring Autumn Cicada with me. It has a lot of Heaven's will in it. Thus, I am like a torch in the darkness from Heaven's will's perspective. If I did not have investigative methods and did not slow down on purpose, I would be trapped inside the cave-in. Or if I was greedy in regards to the wild immortal Gu here and refused to leave, I might be discovered by the Gu Immortals who came to investigate. Perhaps when I used the Gu formation earlier, the commotion was already detected by Heavenly Court. They have already started searching. Ying Wuxie had obtained the guidance of his main body's will in the Red Lotus Demon Venerable True Inheritance. He had a deep understanding of Heaven's will. Heaven's will had its limits. It would be expended as well. But because its foundation was the world of the 5 regions, Heaven's will could not be destroyed entirely. It could recover at a rapid speed. Regarding Heaven's will, Fang Yuan was still kept in the dark. He was unaware, and his knowledge could not compare with Ying Wuxie. Heaven's will is so troublesome. A large portion of the reason is due to that bitch star constellation. My current body is ordinary. I need to refine fixed immortal travel to travel over the 5 regions. By gathering the remnant forces of Shadow Sect, I can accumulate enough strength to attempt to save my main body. Thinking of this, Ying Wuxie thought of Fang Yuan again. Intense hatred rose inside him. Back then, when we designed the recipe of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, my main body thought about the 5 regional walls. Thus, Fang Yuan can not only pass the 5 regional walls now, he can freely change his aura to become a Gu immortal from any of the 5 regions. However, don't think about having an easy time. Even though you are a complete otherworldly demon, and heavens will cannot influence your thoughts, it can influence others and create situations to eliminate you. Also, every tribulation that you undergo is the best chance for heaven's will to eradicate you. I hope you can survive them all until I find the opportunity to eliminate you. Even though Ing Wuxie hated Fang Yuan, the urgent matter at hand was to save his main body's remnant soul. Right now, his main body's remnant soul was trapped in the dream realm. As everyone knew, when the soul was in the dream realm, they would slowly worn down by the dream realm. Thus, Ing Wuxie was pressed for time greatly now. Compared to saving his main body, Fang Yuan was a minor matter. Thus, the priority of Ing Wuxie and the others was to refine fixed immortal travel and gather their remaining forces, to return to southern border and break through the encirclement of the southern border Gu immortals around the giant dream realm, to save spectral soul demon venerable. Southern border. Sword escape immortal Gu activated. Swoosh. Fang Yuan's body was like a sword, sharp and cutting through the sky, forming a long white cloudy line behind him. Using sword escape immortal Gu alone would not create this white cloudy line behind him. The problem was, Fang Yuan's injuries were very severe now. His injuries were so deep bones could be seen. Cloud path down marks were gathered in them, spilling out white clouds constantly. Fang Yuan's expression was pale, he was frowning deeply. Behind him, about 10 li away, a large group of ancient cloud beasts were chasing after him. What caused Fang Yuan's injuries were these ancient cloud beasts. Even though Fang Yuan had the rank 7 flying sword immortal Gu, against cloud beasts which were similar to mud monsters, without a fixed body structure, they could not be dealt with. According to legend, Bo Qin created the immortal killer move Myriad Sword Tribulation in the past, using flying sword immortal Gu as the core to create 10,000 swords that shoot down like rain. After I return to Langya Blessed Land, I must find immortal killer moves like this. I cannot have this weakness. Such thoughts had appeared in Fang Yuan's mind multiple times. As it turned out, after Fang Yuan found out a secret of his new body, he had a new idea, abandoning his earlier plan and wanting to pass the regional walls to get back to Langya Blessed Land. But not long after that, he unexpectedly entered the attacking range of a group of ancient cloud beasts. Cloud beasts were extremely rare, not just in southern border, but also the other 4 regions. It was no exaggeration to say that they were nearly extinct. But Fang Yuan encountered a group of them. There were even ancient cloud beasts among them, which had the battle strength of rank 7 Gu immortals. When ancient cloud beasts were stationary, they were like clouds, very hard to detect. Even though Fang Yuan was using investigative methods, he did not have investigative immortal Gu. He only had mortal killer moves. Thus, he went into the territory of ancient cloud beasts. After an intense battle, he managed to escape, but the ancient cloud beasts were unwilling to let him go. They chased after him. In his vision, a trace of purple-black color could be seen from behind a mountain range. Southern border's miasma regional wall was already within sight. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. His speed slowed drastically. He had stopped using sword escape immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was too expensive to use. Right now, Fang Yuan had already expended all of his Langya sect contribution points. To save costs, Fang Yuan could only use sword escape immortal Gu at certain times to maintain a safe distance from the cloud beasts. Without sword escape immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used mortal killer moves. As a matter of fact, the speed of movement from them could not compare to the ancient cloud beasts. A moment later, the cloud beasts were already very close to Fang Yuan, less than 1 li away. Seeing that the cloud beasts were near, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use sword escape immortal Gu again. Whoosh! His speed rose again. He shrugged off the ancient cloud beast group. The purple-black miasma regional wall covered half of his vision. Finally, when Fang Yuan got to the southern border regional wall, he did not hesitate, entering it immediately. Zero obstruction. It was as if the miasma regional wall in front of him was an illusion. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He clenched his fists. As expected, I was right. This sovereign immortal fetus Gu is truly mystical. From now on, even without fixed immortal travel, I can travel freely over the 5 regions. Of course, Fang Yuan was not only considering this. This can also help me fight. The battle with Qi Zai earlier is a prime example. From now on, I can lure Gu immortals into the regional walls before killing them. But his excitement only lasted for a short moment. Soon, he frowned again, because he realized that the ancient cloud beasts behind him also went through the regional walls, with no signs of stopping the chase against him. His guess was confirmed. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. I knew it. I am actually so unlucky. Cloud beasts are nearly extinct in southern border. Even if they exist, they would only be a group of 1 or 2 desolate-level cloud beasts. Groups of ancient cloud beasts like this only exist in White Heaven and Black Heaven. Seeing how white these ancient cloud beasts are, they must have flown down from White Heaven to breed their next generation. Actually, cloud beasts were a special type of life form from the immemorial 9 heavens. The cloud beasts in the 5 regions were also all from the immemorial 9 heavens. Cloud beasts had a trait. Once in a while, they would fly down from the immemorial 9 heavens, landing in the 5 regions and storing their cloud essence in the clouds in the sky. The clouds that were storing cloud essence would not dissipate unless there was a strong external force. Hundreds of years later, these clouds would turn into cloud beasts. The infant cloud beasts were all desolate level each. Once they were alive, they would follow their instincts and fly towards the sky. Passing the heavenly wind Qi wall, they would return to their origins, the immemorial 9 heavens. During this process, the cloud beasts would be obstructed by the heavenly wind Qi wall and would be attacked by fierce beasts, as well as all sorts of natural phenomena causing danger. A very small number of them actually made it back to the immemorial 9 heavens. I was so unlucky to actually encounter a cloud beast group after they bred. This luck is truly. Fang Yuan was speechless. Logically speaking, I have already connected luck to many lucky people. Even if my body and soul are split into 2 portions, my luck shouldn't be this bad. Don't tell me. To obtain sovereign immortal fetus Gu, I expended a huge amount of luck. In this way, disaster follows after great fortune. Fang Yuan flew within the miasma regional wall as a group of ancient cloud beasts followed behind him. Fang Yuan had crashed into the place where the ancient cloud beasts stored their cloud essence. To take revenge for their offspring, the ancient cloud beasts wanted to eliminate Fang Yuan. They would not let him go. As long as Fang Yuan was still injured, the cloud beasts would pursue him. The problem was, these ancient cloud beasts could also move freely within the 5 regional walls. Chapter 1045, Fortuitous Encounter or Trouble. Normally speaking, it was difficult for desolate beasts of the 5 regions to pass the regional walls and move to another region. These desolate beasts, ancient desolate beast and immemorial desolate beasts, could match the respective levels of Gu Immortals. They involved the essence of their regions, and as such, it was very difficult for them to leave the domain of the region they had been raised and grown in. To them, the regional walls were like shackles. Comparatively, ordinary wild beasts, beast kings, or mutated beasts were much more free and could move through regional walls. This group of ancient cloud beasts that were chasing Fang Yuan, however, were not raised by southern border, but originated from White Heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. The regional walls of the 5 regions had no relationship with them and did not restrict or reject them. Perhaps it was because no matter which layer of the immemorial 9 heavens it was, they all covered the whole 5 regions. This characteristic was already widely known. Previously, when spectral soul demon Venerable went against Heaven's will to refine Gu, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were able to reach southern borders so quickly because they had used Heaven Overseeing Tower to travel through White Heaven. Also, Fang Yuan Stargate Gu could attract the starlight of Black Heaven to travel over the 5 regions. Both, in essence, were similar to this group of ancient cloud beasts. They all used this special characteristic of the immemorial 9 heavens. Fang Yuan was rapidly moving through the regional wall. The group of ancient cloud beasts were chasing closely behind him. Fang Yuan could do nothing but let them follow. These cloud beasts were stubbornly fixed upon Fang Yuan, not willing to rest until they reached their goal. At this time, Fang Yuan couldn't help but fondly recall the benefits of fixed immortal travel. If he had fixed immortal travel, he could simply get away from these problems. Even if Fang Yuan was injured, there was a limit to the range the ancient cloud beasts could chase him. He could use fixed immortal travel to go beyond this limit. However, Fang Yuan only had Sword Escape Immortal Gu as his movement Immortal Gu. If he recklessly used Sword Escape Immortal Gu, it could increase the distance between them, but he would have to pay a huge price. Most importantly, Fang Yuan was not fully aware of the range in which the ancient cloud beasts would continue to chase him. If this range was extremely great, even if Fang Yuan spent all his assets, it might not be enough for the expenditure of activating Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Lang Yalan's spirit may be simple and unable to lie, but he has all along been planning against me. Previously, he schemed against me when I was dealing with Qi Zai as well. I had to pay a considerable amount to borrow Dark Limit Immortal Gu. If I impatiently try to get rid of these ancient cloud beasts, he might extort me again. After all, Luo Pa Valley, Dang Hun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu are truly tempting. The regional wall in front of him suddenly turned into a deep blue color. Fang Yuan had already passed southern borders Miasma regional wall and had now entered Eastern Sea's Blue Water regional wall. There was nothing to say. Fang Yuan concentrated on flying. The journey was unimpeded. The regional wall did not have creatures or any other obstructions. because the regional walls of the 5 regions in themselves were the greatest obstruction. After flying for a while longer, Fang Yuan looked behind him. Those ancient cloud beasts were still chasing him. Cloud beasts did not have any fixed shape and continued to chase like rolling clouds, white and graceful as snow. But to Fang Yuan, they looked truly troublesome. By now, Fang Yuan had already used all his contribution points from Langya sect and was starting to owe Langya land spirit immortal essence stones. If not for these ancient cloud beasts, how could I go this far? What's going on? On the way, Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed, his gaze enlarging in wonder. He surprisingly discovered that in this blue water regional wall, his aura was having a mysterious change. His southern border Gu immortal aura was continuously growing fainter, while the aura of an eastern sea Gu immortal was strengthening constantly. If Fang Yuan had activated familiar face, he would not have been so amazed. The key point was that he had not activated this killer move. Could it be that this new body can not only pass the regional walls of the 5 regions, but can also change my aura into the aura of that region? Fang Yuan speculated inwardly. The moment he flew out of blue water regional wall, his southern border Gu immortal aura had completely dissipated and had truly turned into one of an eastern sea Gu immortal. Fang Yuan naturally was surprised and happy. This sovereign immortal fetus Gu is truly mysterious. I am not even using familiar face, and my body can actually perfectly adapt to the new region, which means I won't be pushed aside by the region's Gu immortals. But right now, it is still better for me to use familiar face. Fang Yuan gazed at the group of ancient cloud beasts following right behind him and sighed as he activated familiar face, turning into a different appearance. He had originally wanted to quietly move through Eastern Sea and return to Northern Plains. But now, with the group of ancient cloud beasts right behind him, he had naturally dispelled this idea. Such a commotion was not what Fang Yuan wanted, but he could do nothing about it. But this place is not far away from the turbulent flow sea area. Maybe I can detour around and move towards the turbulent flow sea area and use its environment to break away from these ancient cloud beasts. Fang Yuan suddenly had an idea. His 500 years of life experience as a wanderer had given him an understanding of the various environments of the 5 regions. After pondering for a while, Fang Yuan chose to be cautious, giving up this idea. The turbulent flow sea area was like a maze. If he was careless in entering it, he might lose his freedom and be trapped himself. According to rumors, the turbulent flow sea area was a battlefield formed after a life and death battle between powerful Gu immortal experts. It was a bloody battlefield where many Gu immortal experts had fallen, leaving behind many inheritances. Many Eastern Sea Gu immortals, as well as Gu immortals of Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border would come to the turbulent flow sea area to search for fortuitous encounters. Unfortunately, in his previous 500 years of life, Fang Yuan had never heard of anyone obtaining any huge fortuitous encounter. On the contrary, he often heard of certain Gu immortals going missing in the turbulent flow sea area, or that certain Gu immortals would go missing for several months or several years before they were able to free themselves and appear again in the world. The turbulent flow sea area was not dangerous, but its special environment often caused Gu immortals to be trapped and not be able to free themselves. Fang Yuan moved like an arrow, forming a straight line in the air. He did not choose the direction of the turbulent flow sea area. Instead, he flew straight towards Northern Plains regional wall. Sword Escape Immortal Gu was activated, gradually getting distance from the ancient cloud beasts. He had already inquired Langya Land Spirit for information about ancient cloud beasts, but Langya Land Spirit did not know much. Fang Yuan then sent out dozens of wills and treasure Yellow Heaven to search for information on the limits of the tracking range of ancient cloud beasts, but he did not get any useful news. With no other choice, Fang Yuan could only choose to try to see if he could break free of the pursuit of these ancient cloud beasts. Making up his mind, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu unceasingly. Finally, he was able to throw off the ancient cloud beasts beyond his vision. Fang Yuan stopped Sword Escape Immortal Gu and used Mortal Killer moves to continue to fly. His speed naturally slowed. I have paid such a price, it would be good if I have freed myself of them. Fang Yuan was inwardly worried. Not seeing the ancient cloud beasts did not mean he had already gotten away from them. Existences that were comparable to rank 7 Gu immortals usually did not track using just sight. It depended on what the limit of their tracking range was. Right as Fang Yuan was worriedly gazing back, a blood-red ray of light suddenly flew over from the southeast direction. The blood-red light was soaring through the horizon, and when it sensed Fang Yuan's presence, it immediately lowered its speed before rapidly approaching Fang Yuan. A rank 6 blood path Gu immortal, and it looks like they went through a fierce battle. Fang Yuan frowned when he sensed the approaching aura. No matter what intention the other party had, Fang Yuan did not want to provoke any more trouble. He already had enough trouble on his hands. He still did not know if he had thrown off that group of ancient cloud beasts behind him, and there was also the earthly calamity which was going to approach in 2 months. Therefore, he immediately changed his direction and flew away from the approaching blood-red light. The Gu Immortal in the blood-red light sensed Fang Yuan's intent, quickly shouting, "Wait! I have found a peerless fortuitous encounter in the turbulent flow sea area. As long as you can help me resolve this crisis, I am willing to use Blood Oath Immortal Gu to form a pact and share this peerless fortuitous encounter with you." Turbulent flow sea area? Peerless fortuitous encounter? There really are people who have obtained benefits. Fang Yuan was truly surprised. Right at this time, several Gu Immortals appeared in the horizon, chasing after the blood-red light, with surging momentum and emitting powerful auras. They seemed to have heard what the Blood Path Gu Immortal had shouted to Fang Yuan. Curses after curses began to rain down. A blood path demon causing harm to the world. Everyone must execute them. Anyone who associates with the demon shall be killed without mercy. Block this demon and my Tang clan will definitely reward you. No need. I, Lu Qingyu, have struck this demon with my immortal killer move. He definitely won't be able to escape. You there ahead, if you know what's good for you, get lost. In an instant, Fang Yuan was subjected to the persuasion, warnings, and even curses of these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan snorted. He was not someone afraid of getting into trouble, but right now, what he had to do was hurry to Langya blessed land and deal with his immortal Aperture's earthly calamity. He changed his direction, moving away directly from the Blood Path Gu Immortal. The Blood Path Gu Immortal felt very anxious. He had already reached his own limits. Fang Yuan was his only hope to survive. When Fang Yuan retreated, he also changed his direction, flying rapidly towards Fang Yuan. If you can help me, I am willing to hand this fortuitous encounter to you completely, he cried out. Fang Yuan sneered, retreating without hesitation. Seeing this, one of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals laughed loudly. That's right. Smart guy. You know how to judge the situation. Get lost quickly. Someone else also called out. We might as well help one another. Lend a hand, and we will definitely reward you after this. Fang Yuan's brows slowly started to furrow. He only wanted to quietly return to Langya blessed land. Why were there troublesome matters occurring one after the other? He himself did not want to engage in these troublesome matters, but they instead were taking the initiative to follow him. This is the crucial information regarding the inheritance. If you obtain it, your cultivation will definitely advance rapidly, and you'd become a superior existence among immortals. The Blood Path Gu Immortal threw an information path Gu worm towards Fang Yuan, attempting to lure him. Fang Yuan screamed, "Screw off!" With a wave of his hand, a powerful burst of wind destroyed the Gu worm. At the same time, he rapidly charged towards the sky. The Blood Path demonic cultivator was not able to plot against Fang Yuan, and seeing this hopeless situation, he suddenly shot a streak of strange light towards Fang Yuan. I have already handed the crucial part of the inheritance to this person. If you guys want to get the fortuitous encounter, killing me will be of no use. The Blood Path demonic cultivator yelled loudly before flying away in the opposite direction. The streak of strange light was extremely fast, and soon neared Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted. He very much was unwilling to provoke trouble. He shouted in a stern voice, "I have important matters to deal with. Do not provoke me." Saying this, he simultaneously activated Sword Escape and Flying Sword. These two rank 7 Immortal Gu. Sword Escape increased his speed, while Flying Sword Immortal Gu shattered the strange light. Two rank 7 Immortal Gu. Who is this person? Fang Yuan's power had suddenly erupted. The group of immortals were astonished. Their expressions changed in an instant. Fang Yuan's aura was only at rank 6. Before he took action, there did not seem to be anything special about him. Furthermore, after retreating repeatedly, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals involuntarily started to look down on him. But once he took action, everyone was shaken. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals froze in their tracks. They reassessed Fang Yuan. They saw Fang Yuan wearing white clothing with his long hair fluttering in the wind. Graceful and handsome, he had quite a disposition. Right now, Fang Yuan had an angry expression, like the brewing of a thunderstorm. His killing intent was like a blizzard, giving people a suppressive feeling. There were numerous Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, but they all became silent. They turned around and targeted the Blood Path demonic immortal instead. This Blood Path demonic immortal wanted to escape, but his injuries caused his speed to fall. After some time, he was killed by the group of Gu Immortals. Based on this, he was indeed at his wit's end. No wonder he threw away the fortuitous encounter and tried to survive by using Fang Yuan. After killing the Blood Path demonic immortal, one of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, a rank 7 that had taken the lead, Lu Qingyu, spoke heavily. The imprint is not on him. Another rank 7 Gu Immortal reacted. saying loudly to Fang Yuan, "Please wait." Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. The Immortals' impressions of him had changed. They no longer acted so rudely towards him like before. They looked at each other, before flying towards Fang Yuan imposingly. Fang Yuan floated in the air, sneering without speaking. "Friend." The rank 7 Gu Immortal stopped, partway through. He could not continue his words. The imprint to open up the inheritance was extremely important, but it was missing now. The biggest suspect was Fang Yuan. But there was no way Fang Yuan would let them search his body. Looking at his immortal aperture was even more impossible. It was a huge taboo. If Fang Yuan was an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal, with so many people on their side, it was okay to request it. But Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu, and this was only what he showed on the surface. "Zhou, what are you afraid of?" The 3rd rank 7 Gu Immortal waved his long sleeves as he stepping forward. He had a cold expression. His gaze was sharp. He stared at Fang Yuan, saying, "I am a Gu Immortal of Eastern Sea's Tang clan, Tang Song. This matter is difficult to resolve peacefully today. But I have a way. As long as you follow it, you can prove your innocence." "Ha ha." Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "Prove my innocence? Why do I need to prove my innocence?" As he laughed, his battle intent surged. "It seems that all of you think I am afraid of battle," Fang Yuan said in an ominous tone. The expressions of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals changed. Fang Yuan squinted. "It is laughable. You are being deceived, but you remain ignorant. Lu Qingyu, you killed that blood path demonic immortal. You have already obtained the inheritance imprint, but you are trying to frame me now. You are really scheming." The Immortals froze again. Many people turned to look at the rank 7 Gu Immortal Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu looked at Fang Yuan with an angry expression, but he was thinking, "Impressive. This person has a sharp tongue. He is rank 6, but has 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Who in the world is he? Since when did Eastern Sea have such a person? I actually don't know who they are." At the same time, he called out, "Everyone, don't forget about our agreement. What kind of person am I? Why would I possibly deceive you?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "What agreement? I know that regardless of the Information Path Alliance agreement, it can be broken using Information Path methods. As for what kind of person you are, I only know that in the face of huge profits, people change and cannot be trusted." Fang Yuan's words were logical. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals hesitated even more. Lu Qingyu flew into a rage, pointing at Fang Yuan. "I saw him throw the inheritance imprint to you. The others also saw that I slashed it." Fang Yuan rapidly replied. Lu Qingyu laughed sinisterly. "There are many ways in the world to create illusions. Who knows what methods you use to keep the imprint secretly?" Fang Yuan raised his head and sighed, saying in a dour tone, "I have a mission from First Supreme Elder. I did not want to create trouble. But if it is like this, let's fight." Hearing the words First Supreme Elder, many of the Gu Immortals' pupils shrunk. They thought, "So this person is not a lone cultivator. He has a super force behind him. No wonder he has 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu." At once, their wariness rose again. Especially the lone cultivators. They operated independently and did not have a force to defend them. They did not want to offend a huge force. "Hold it." At this moment, Tang Song stood out. "I can guarantee on my Tang clan's reputation, as long as you cooperate with our investigation. If the imprint is not with you, we will let you go." Tang clan was a super force in Eastern Sea. It was equivalent to Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Tang clan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, his eyebrows raised as the silvery flying sword Immortal Gu flew around him. "That's very amazing, huh? Do you think my clan will be afraid of your Tang clan? Hee. In that case, let's see what your Tang clan can do." Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan used flying sword Immortal Gu, attacking the rank 7 Gu Immortal Tang Song. Tang Song did not expect Fang Yuan to strike so suddenly. He was caught off guard, quickly getting into a disadvantage under Fang Yuan's attacks. The other Eastern Sea Gu Immortals decided to look on from the side. This person is not afraid of Tang clan. He has a huge background. Tang clan might be an overlord in Eastern Sea, but it also has enemies like Shin clan and Su clan. Is this person from one of those 2 clans? Since he is attacking Tang Song, that is a good thing. We can stay on the sidelines and watch their methods. If there is a future battle, we will be able to prepare. These Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were not united. Earlier, they only worked together to capture the Blood Path demonic immortal. Fang Yuan's words and actions caused doubts among them, resulting in division among these immortals. He picked his opponent with specific reasons. If he chose a rank 6 Gu immortal, others would think he was depending on 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu to bully a weaker opponent. Only by choosing a rank 7 Gu immortal could there be deterrence. As for why he chose Tang Song, it was because Fang Yuan observed that he was the only rank 7 Gu immortal with a super force behind him. Lone cultivator Gu immortals did not want to offend super forces, And because super forces had many assets to protect and matters to take care of, they were wary of lone immortals. Thus, as someone in an organization, Tang Song spoke and acted with many concerns. After all, he was representing not just himself, but his Tang clan as well. Both sides fought for a long time. After more than 10 rounds, Tang Song was still at a disadvantage. He was breaking out in cold sweat. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was very sharp, while Tang Song was a sound path Gu Immortal with insufficient defensive methods. He could not block Flying Sword Immortal Gu. He could only evade it. He was furious and startled. A grand rank 7 Gu Immortal was being forced to this extent by a rank 6. His face was completely gone. Tang Song had a grim expression as he thought. To salvage my face, I have to use that immortal killer move to capture this rank 6 Gu Immortal alive. In that case, my display of weakness earlier can be thought of as a battle tactic. But this immortal killer move was not easy to activate. It comprised 490 Gu worms. Tang Song had to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks, while concentrating on the Gu worms in his immortal Aperture, and slowly forming his killer move. This Flying Sword Immortal Gu might be useless against mud monsters and cloud beasts, but it is really useful against Gu Immortals. Once it pierces the head or heart, they would die. Back then, Bo Qing dominated Central Continent and was known as the strongest person under rank 9. This indicates some of the power of Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the advantage, he had not become careless. Tang Song was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had a deeper foundation than Fang Yuan. But because Fang Yuan attacked first, he lost the initiative. But currently, it was a dangerous situation. The longer it dragged on, the harder it was for Fang Yuan to escape. Most importantly, he could not use Dark Assassination. Because he had to maintain the pressure on Tang Song, Fang Yuan attacked first and pressured him. If he had any time to regain the initiative and use his methods freely, the situation would be different. Thus, Fang Yuan had to use Flying Sword Immortal Gu continuously. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was the core of Dark Assassination. It had to be used together with Dark Limit Immortal Gu. After some time, by combining it with other supplementary Mortal Gu, Dark Assassination could be unleashed. I have few Immortal Gu now. If I had some more. At this time, Fang Yuan sensed something. His movement stopped as he looked behind him. The group of ancient cloud beasts was already within sight. Seeing the group of ancient cloud beasts, Fang Yuan did not feel irritation, he felt joy. The opportunity he was waiting for had arrived. What is going on? What are these things? They have such strong auras. Cloud beasts. Oh heavens, so many cloud beasts. These are ancient cloud beasts. Why are there so many of them? The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals noticed the ancient cloud beasts. They were puzzled and shocked. Tang Song's focus was on Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan had relaxed, he was overjoyed. He immediately sped up in completing the immortal killer move he was preparing. It was already 1/3 done in this short time. Soon, once I use this move to capture you alive, I'll deal with you personally. Tang Song gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan shouted, "Humph. I lured these ancient cloud beasts out from White Heaven. It was to cooperate with the other supreme elders to lure these ancient cloud beasts into a trap and capture them. You people obstructed us. We will deal with you one by one later. If you want to die now, follow me." Saying so, Fang Yuan left Tang Song, flying in the sky. The Immortals were shocked, but relieved. Fang Yuan's injuries were caused by the ancient cloud beasts, and the ancient cloud beasts were chasing him. These were all evidence for his words. After all, ordinary cloud beasts were very rare. This group of ancient cloud beasts most likely came from White Heaven. Chapter 1047, Battle of Chase and Escape in Eastern Sea, 2/3, Chase, or not. The Eastern Sea Immortals looked at each other. The first to react was rank 7 Gu Immortal Tang Song. Don't think of leaving. He moved like lightning, chasing after Fang Yuan as he shouted. Fang Yuan snorted. Don't go overboard. Don't think I am afraid of you. If not for my important mission, I would kill you here. Tang Song surged with anger. Bullshit. His immortal killer move was almost ready to be used. He was about to salvage his face. But at this moment, Fang Yuan ran away. He actually ran. Tang Song was unwilling to let him go. He chased relentlessly. His actions caused the stunned Eastern Sea Gu Immortals to pursue him as well. Fang Yuan's heart sank, but he shouted, "Those who are not afraid to die can come." Huh? Tang Song yelled after him. "Those who are afraid to die are cowards. Chase him. The inheritance imprint is with him. We cannot let him join up with the other Gu Immortals. Only by capturing this person can we obtain the inheritance of the great expert." With such great profits in sight, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals chased with even faster speed after hearing that. Fang Yuan muttered, "Not too stupid," before pointing his finger, as Flying Sword Immortal Gu flew out and shot at Tang Song. Tang Song was shocked. He tried to dodge. But because he was distracted, his immortal killer move was interrupted and he had to start all over again to use it. Tang Song almost stomped his feet in anger. The rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Qingyu passed him and chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a look and tried to sow discord. Lu Qingyu, the inheritance imprint is in your hands, but you are chasing after me. Such incredible acting. Lu Qingyu was furious. Don't run if you have guts. Against you people, why would I need to run? It would be ruining our clan's face. Fang Yuan shouted. Continue chasing me if you have the guts. We'll see who is the most unlucky one in the end. Ha ha. Fang Yuan appeared fearless. He was so arrogant even though he was being pursued by so many Eastern Sea Gu immortals. In contrast, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals became increasingly hesitant. There was a key point: who had the crucial inheritance imprint. What Fang Yuan said earlier was highly possible. And in addition, it seemed that Fang Yuan had reinforcements. And to hunt such a huge group of ancient cloud beasts, they must have set up an immortal-level battlefield killer move, or even mobilized their Immortal Gu house. This was quite possible. If we enter an immortal battlefield killer move, it would be troublesome. Tang Song was a member of Tang clan, a super force. He might not be afraid, but these Eastern Sea Gu immortals were lone immortals. These lone immortals were not doing too well. Otherwise, they would not have gone into the turbulent flow sea area to find some kind of opportunity. After all, time was very precious for Gu immortals. First, a Gu immortal fell to the back of the group before gradually separating from the pursuing group. Next, more and more Gu immortals imitated their actions. Gu immortals were not stupid, they were astute figures. The Gu immortals who fell behind were not willing to let Fang Yuan go, but they were afraid of falling into a battlefield killer move and being unable to leave. Thus, they all decided to let others take the lead and scout the route. These guys, they're useless. Lu Qingyu, who was the closest to Fang Yuan, noticed this and mentally cursed, but his actions also became hesitant. He was a lone cultivator and had obtained an opportunity in the past to become immortal. Even though he had Immortal Gu, they were rank 6. Against the immortal battlefield killer move of a super force, he might not be able to escape. Even Tang Song was hesitant. He reserved some of his attention and energy to deal with any reinforcements of the enemy. Thus, a strange chase was created. Fang Yuan flew in front, yelling and cursing angrily. He was in a weaker position, but he had an arrogant attitude. Behind him were a bunch of Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they were restrained. They displayed a weaker attitude. Most of the time, Fang Yuan was using mortal killer moves to fly. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him were also using mortal killer moves to follow him. Fang Yuan's thoughts were far less confident than his actions. So troublesome. Looking at this situation, I can only escape to the regional wall and use the advantage in that environment to break free from these pursuers. Lu Qingyu. Fang Yuan took note of this name. Fang Yuan had not received any inheritance imprint. He might have destroyed it, but it was also very possible that was only a deceptive move by the blood path demonic immortal. The true inheritance imprint could already be in Lu Qingyu's hands. If that was the case, Lu Qingyu's acting skills were almost on par with Fang Yuan's. He was a deeply shrewd opponent. In the sky high up in the clouds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With Fang Yuan at the lead, a group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals flew in the sky, while moving like flashes of lightning. There was a huge commotion. Tang Song had secretly been preparing his immortal killer move. It could already be used. He held in his excitement as he accelerated, surpassing Lu Qingyu and getting closer to Fang Yuan. This sudden action made Fang Yuan extremely alert. He immediately used Sword Escape Immortal Gu and raised his speed, flying away. Damn it! Tang Song mentally cursed. His rank 7 immortal killer move had greater effect when the distance was short. With his current distance from Fang Yuan, there was no chance to succeed in capturing him. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu and raised his speed. The Gu immortals behind were internally grumbling. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals were still fine. They could use rank 6 Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves to maintain the distance. But those ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals who were at the bottom of the Gu immortal world did not even have any rank 6 Immortal Gu. They were quickly left behind. Seeing that Fang Yuan was flying away, rank 7 Gu immortal Zhou Li was anxious. I have a way. I can bring both of you along with me at great speed. But I need to focus and cannot be distracted. I hope you can restrain him. Lu Qingyu and Tang Song looked at each other, rapidly agreeing. Tang Song was the first to agree. These people had an agreement already. They had a basis to trust each other. Zhou Li roared as countless phantom waves appeared around his body. These phantom waves moved his body as his speed rose. An immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, but Lu Qingyu and Tang Song cheered. They stepped on the phantom waves and allowed the waves to move them forward. The two thus had free time to start attacking. Fang Yuan's situation became bad. Earlier, in the process of chasing, the Gu immortals behind attacked. But because Fang Yuan was always using Immortal Gu to disrupt them and also dodge them, he was agile and hard to hit. The Gu Immortals behind him could not succeed. But now, two Gu Immortals had the free time to focus on attacking. They could use more precise methods and possessed bigger threat. Fang Yuan's pressure intensified. After a while, he was injured. Well done. This person has only so much capability. He only has 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. His other methods are all mortal killer moves. Jolie said. He was injured to begin with. He was likely hurt by those ancient cloud beasts. Lu Qingyu said darkly. Even though he has rank 7 Immortal Gu, he is only a rank 6 Gu Immortal. How much green grape immortal essence can he expend? Tang Song said, smiling in the process. As long as this progressed, they were sure to win. Their only concern was the mysterious force behind Fang Yuan and a possible ambush. Thus, they were holding back and did not deal any fatal blows. Fang Yuan's situation was quite dangerous. If this continued to progress, he might die here. Gu Immortals were intelligent and could form complex ideas. They were much harder to deal with compared to the simple-minded ancient cloud beasts. If they really fought head-on, these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were not the match of the ancient cloud beasts. But their threat towards Fang Yuan was much higher than the ancient cloud beasts. Fang Yuan had never banked on the two forces fighting each other. Gu Immortals were not stupid. They had to consider the costs and benefits before killing even a cloud beast, not to mention this group of ancient cloud beasts. This means I can only rely on the 5 regional walls. Even if something gets exposed, I have no choice. Fang Yuan slightly changed his direction and flew towards the closest regional wall. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals behind him chased, along with that group of ancient cloud beasts. Soon, the regional wall appeared in Fang Yuan's sight. The regional wall was like a fence surrounding Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan had come out of the regional wall earlier. He was originally very close to it. It was just that he was flying straight ahead as he wanted to save time traveling. If he flew by following the edges of the regional wall, he would have to take a long detour. But who would have expected such trouble to appear from nowhere? Oh no, he is going to enter the regional wall. Lu Qingyu realized Fang Yuan's intention and shouted. Good plan. We are rank 7 Gu Immortals. After we enter the regional wall, we will face greater restrictions than him. Jolie said. Quickly attack, don't let him succeed. Tang Song was anxious. The two Immortals' attacks changed. They attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan could not block them all. His injuries were getting more severe. Some of his bones could be seen through the deep wounds. He laughed instead. You dare to attack. Very good, Tang clan. If I die and the clan's plans are ruined, we will not let you off. Tang Song's heart shook. You keep claiming to be part of a clan. It is just a hoax. I know Eastern Sea's righteous forces deeply. Why have I never heard of you? Fang Yuan laughed again, his tone filled with hatred. Tang Song, why bother probing? I will not fall for it. This matter has to be kept a secret. I was sent out because we were afraid of external interference. Even if you kill me, I will not tell you my background. I will even self-detonate my soul. You will not be able to soul search me. Fang Yuan's words made their hearts sink. Which enemies were the scariest? Everyone had different answers to this question, but a large number of people would agree. An unknown enemy was the scariest. The enemy is hidden while you are exposed. You do not know where they are, or what they are planning against you. This was the worry of the 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals. From start to finish, they did not think that Fang Yuan was lying. After all, ancient cloud beasts were too rare. Why would a group of them chase after him like this? There had to be a cause. Since there was a cause, the perpetrator had to have enough confidence in their strength to take down this group of ancient cloud beasts. And in Eastern Sea, what kind of force would be able to take down this group of ancient cloud beasts? Evidently, only super forces like Song Clan. Fang Yuan's words made the 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals' attack slow, and he obtained some precious time to recover. The regional wall was right in front of him. Fang Yuan could almost escape, but at this time, Jolie attacked. Chapter 1048, Battle of Chase and Escape in Eastern Sea, 3/3. The phantom waves around Zhou Li that were carrying Tang Song and Lu Qingyu rushed forward, engulfing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of pressure. The waves were only phantom images, but he felt like he was facing a colossal tsunami. He was helpless like an ant, about to be devoured by this tide. An amazing immortal killer move. Rank 7 Gu Immortals are truly hard to deal with. In the moment of danger, these two thoughts flashed across Fang Yuan's mind. Without the waves carrying them, the 3 Immortals stopped moving. The matter is settled. Zhou Li smiled as confidence radiated in his eyes. Tang Song and Lu Qingyu looked at each other. They had guessed Zhou Li's scheme. They involuntarily looked at him in a different light, raising their opinion of him. As it turned out, Zhou Li had secretly collected information on Fang Yuan and learned about his abilities. He knew what methods were suitable to deal with Fang Yuan's capabilities. On the surface, he was helping them to fly, but in fact, he was using them to obstruct Fang Yuan while he gathered strength in the phantom waves below him. As they chased, the phantom waves got bigger and bigger, gradually creating a huge force. And now, Zhou attacked. He had not taken overt action previously, but once he did, it was a huge tsunami that swallowed everything. It was faster than even Sword Escape Immortal Gu. It could not be stopped. Fang Yuan had the rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu, but against the phantom waves, it was ineffective, like dealing with cloud beasts and mud monsters. He still had Sword Escape Immortal Gu, but the phantom waves were already surrounding Fang Yuan tightly. Fang Yuan's room to maneuver became smaller, and Sword Escape Immortal Gu could not escape from the range of the phantom waves in time. To think that this Zhou Li appeared weak and timid on the surface, but he actually had such plans. I raised my voice at him earlier, but he did not retaliate. To think that he is even more shrewd than me. Lu Qingyu felt deep wariness towards Zhou Li. Tang Song had an ugly expression. He had prepared his immortal killer move painstakingly, wanting to save his face, but he did not get a chance to do so. In the end, Zhou Li was the one who benefited. Not mentioning rank 6 Gu Immortals, among those who could become rank 7 Gu Immortals, who would be a simpleton? Once Zhou Li attacked, Fang Yuan was like a trapped beast. Our victory is assured. The 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals had similar thoughts, but Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Ha ha, friends, why are you so foolish? You came to sacrifice your lives. In my opinion, the rank 6 Gu Immortals are far smarter than you. The 3 Immortals looked and saw that Fang Yuan did not evade. His hands were behind his back as he floated in the air, calm and composed. The 3 Immortals' bodies shook. They cried out in their minds. Oh no, he is fearless. Is this the place where they are ambushing us? Fang Yuan said again. What's the name of this move? It can actually accumulate and grow in power over time, but can it break through my clan's immortal battlefield killer move? I think not. These phantom waves had incredible power and could take his life, but Fang Yuan was unmoved, as if this was not a fatal killer move, but a gentle breeze instead. He even dispelled the defensive killer move on his body, lion fur armor, in front of the 3 Immortals. Oh no, this move uses almost all my Immortal Gu. It has strong attack, but weak defense. If the other party attacks, Zhou Li's pupils shrunk. There was no time to think further. He subconsciously withdrew the phantom waves to defend himself. The phantom waves had already accumulated greatly and were a fatal attack, but with Zhou Li withdrawing most of the waves, only a small portion was left to deal with Fang Yuan. A gap formed as Fang Yuan made use of it. Farewell, friends. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape. Immortal Gu, flying in the sky like a burst of lightning, entering the blue water regional wall. The 3 Immortals were stunned before feeling intense rage. This kid is so crafty, he was putting up a front. He was at his wit's end, but he acted in such a convincing manner. Let's chase him. Tang Song and Lu Qingyu were furious. They charged towards Fang Yuan again. Zhou Li's expression turned pale. After staring blankly momentarily, he slapped himself before pursuing Fang Yuan again. It was such a good situation earlier, but he messed it up. How could there still be another chance? Fang Yuan had survived narrowly. After entering the regional wall, he went deep into it. The 3 Immortals were greatly troubled. Their higher cultivation level was a burden here. At this moment, the 3 Immortals wished that they were just rank 6 Gu Immortals. The deeper they got into the regional wall, the greater the repulsive force, and the slower their speed became. Left without a choice, the 3 Immortals could only entrust their hope in the rank 6 Gu Immortals who were still behind. But these rank 6 Gu Immortals also faced a lot of obstruction. They were very different from Fang Yuan, who felt zero resistance inside. Soon, the Gu Immortals were left in the dust by Fang Yuan. What cultivation level does this person have? He faces such little resistance inside the regional wall. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were gloomy, but they did not know that Fang Yuan was purposely holding back. Fang Yuan did not want this secret to be exposed. Thus, he lowered his speed and pretended to be having difficulties traveling, only causing them to be suspicious. They could not catch up to Fang Yuan, but the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were unwilling to give up. I don't believe that he can hide here and not come out. He is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Flying here consumes a lot of immortal essence. I want to see if a rank 6 Gu Immortals foundation can match my own rank 7. Even though the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were unwilling to see this, reality was cruel. Fang Yuan left them farther and farther behind. Even the ancient cloud beasts were catching up. After some more chaos, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals felt bitter, seeing the ancient cloud beasts surpass them in chasing Fang Yuan. These ancient cloud beasts came from White Heaven. They were unaffected by the 5 regional walls. Eventually, Fang Yuan left the investigative range of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. They could only chase the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beasts got closer and closer to Fang Yuan. Seeing that the time was ripe, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu and raised his speed, flying away. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals chased until some people could no longer take it. They chose to give up, leaving the regional wall. So unlucky. I actually encountered such a person. We know nothing about this person's identity. It is unknown whether he really has a super force behind him or not. Tang Song and Zhou Li conversed, feeling that hope was slim. Only Lu Qingyu was not talking, continuing his chase. Brother Lu, stop chasing. He is already gone. This matter has so many issues, we should first leave and discuss it. Tang Song and Zhou Li urged. Lu Qingyu said, I have my methods for investigating. I will not rest until I catch him. Hold on, I will try again, I'll be back shortly. Saying so, he turned into a green rainbow as his speed rose, charging towards the ancient cloud beasts. Tang Song looked at the light as he said in a strange tone. It seems that Brother Lu is anxious. He even used this move. This move uses a lot of his Dao marks to activate. It has a high price. It is a trump card. He rarely uses it. In the past, he used it to escape from many strong foes. What did you say? Zhou Li's expression changed. Tang Song was staring blankly. His expression soon turned grim. The two immortals looked at each other, sensing the rage in their eyes. It was very possible that this Lu Qingyu was not chasing after Fang Yuan, but that he had secretly obtained the inheritance imprint and was trying to escape from them. After all, Fang Yuan destroyed the inheritance imprint that the Blood Path demonic immortal threw out. Everyone saw that. And the person who killed the Blood Path demonic immortal was Lu Qingyu. Brother Lu, hold on. This thief is crafty. He might have help arriving. We will lend you a hand, Brother Lu. Tang Song and Zhou Li quickly chased. Lu Qingyu heard these words and moved even faster. He did not even turn back. It was like he had heard nothing. Tang Song and Zhou Li affirmed their guesses. Their expressions turned grim as they swore that they would not let Lu Qingyu go. Half a month later, a figure penetrated the green licorice regional wall and entered Northern Plains. I am finally in Northern Plains. It was Fang Yuan. He was filled with fatigue. Injuries covered his body. He had already healed the wounds that could be treated. But most of his injuries were caused by the ancient cloud beasts, Immortal Gu, and even immortal killer moves. These injuries had Dao marks in them. He had to use healing Immortal Gu to get rid of them. Fang Yuan only had 3 Immortal Gu. He could only stall his treatment. Over on Langya Land Spirit's End, there should be healing Immortal Gu. Once I return, I would get to rest. Fang Yuan spurred himself on. Earlier, he had fought with the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, and these last days, in order to escape from the ancient cloud beasts, he had used Sword Escape Immortal Gu again. He already owed Langya Land Spirit a huge debt. Most importantly, because the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were pursuing him, Fang Yuan had to travel in the regional wall. Thus, he took a long detour and consumed a lot of immortal essence. But these were not important. The important thing was the immortal Aperture's calamities and tribulations. Time was running shorter. Fang Yuan's bad feeling was getting deeper. Turning around and looking back, the ancient cloud beasts figures were already vaguely showing in the regional wall. Fang Yuan sighed as he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu, flying towards the northeast direction. Fang Yuan did not know the exact location of Langya Blessed Land. Earlier, Langya Blessed Land was near Crescent Lake, but because of Shadow Sect's attack, Langya Blessed Land had relocated. After contacting Langya Land Spirit, he did not tell Fang Yuan the exact location of Langya Blessed Land. He only gave a direction. A Gu Immortal would come and pick him up. 3 days later, Fang Yuan reached the meetup location, but no one was there. The ancient cloud beasts continued to chase him, and he could only run away. After contacting Langya Land Spirit, he realized that Langya Land Spirit had dispatched a hairy man Gu Immortal, but he encountered human Gu Immortals along the way and was killed. Langya Land Spirit could only send another person to go, but an unexpected mishap happened again. This hairy man Gu Immortal vanished mysteriously. He could not be contacted. To bring back Fang Yuan, Langya Sect had lost 2 hairy man Gu Immortals, and they did not even manage to bring Fang Yuan back to the Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit could not bear such a loss. He told Fang Yuan the location directly. 7 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at Feng Bo Cliff. At Feng Bo Cliff, he saw the arrangements of Langya Land Spirit. This was an immortal level Gu formation. Its use was similar to the Green Crystal Heroes Path Zombie Alliance had. Fang Yuan used it to free himself from the ancient cloud beasts, returning to Langya Blessed Land. After so many troublesome circumstances, he was finally safe. Chapter 1049. Selling a Human Slave. Langya Blessed Land, Black Hair Continent. Steel Thread City was the grandest city in Black Hair Continent. Just within the city, there were hundreds of thousands of hairy men. Not to mention the periphery of the city, with countless villages and towns around. Langya Blessed Land could be considered the largest paradise of hairy men in the current world. Within the Blessed Land, there were 4 continents. 3 were on the sea, with similar sizes. The 4th one was the smallest, but was floating in the sky, known as Cloud Cover Continent. It was the sacred land that hairy men from the other 3 continents aspired to reach. In the trading market of Steel Thread City, there was much clamor. It was one of the most famous markets in Black Hair Continent. Today, at the southeast corner of this market, a fat and muscular hairy man walked onto the stage. On the stage, there were a ring of hairy men with muscular and hairy bodies. These hairy men had black and brown hair. This was the natural hair color of the hairy men on Black Hair Continent. The fat and muscular hairy man stepped onto the stage as the hairy men below started calling out. Among them, one asked loudly, "Kong Ba, what goods do you have this time?" The hairy man Kong Ba was a slave merchant. He specialized in selling slaves. He had a huge business and a certain amount of fame. Kong Ba heard this and laughed, looking around. "Don't worry, everyone. I brought a lot of yellow-haired slaves this time. They include quasi-masters in refinement path. You will definitely be pleased." The surrounding hairy men had shining eyes. They discussed enthusiastically. Ever since Lord Immortal declared from Cloud Cover Continent that seeds would be chosen every 10 years to learn the ways of Immortals, our 3 continents have been engaging in huge battles. As for how to choose the immortal seeds, it will depend on who can draw the Lord Immortal's attention in the battles between the 3 continents. Just now, our Black Hair Continent joined up with White Hair Continent to deal with Yellow Hair Continent. I heard we won several battles and captured a number of yellow hairs. I am an old man. I dare not think of becoming immortal, but I want these yellow-haired slaves as labor for my Gu refinement factory. These slaves are better than employing Gu masters. They are cheap, and I control their life and death. Their offspring will also continue to be my slaves. Everyone. Hairy man Kong Ba raised his hands, causing the surroundings to become quiet. I do not want to waste everyone's time. I will now bring out the first slave. Everyone can have a look. Bring him here. Quickly move. Behind the stage, a muscular black-haired hairy man dragged the chain in his hands. At the end of the chain, a slave was tied up, full of injuries that exposed his flesh. It was Fang Yuan, who was interrogated earlier. Fang Yuan could not resist the black-haired hairy man's brute force. He almost fell to the ground after being pulled. But when he stood up, he stared at the black-haired hairy man fiercely, with a firm and stubborn expression. Crack! The black-haired hairy man raised his whip and lashed at Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan felt his face turning numb before an intense pain assaulted him. But he gritted his teeth. He swallowed the scream that he was about to utter back down his throat. "You're asking for a beating. Move quickly." The black-haired hairy man laughed as he stretched out his arm that was thicker than Fang Yuan's legs. He grabbed his neck and raised him up. Next, the black-haired hairy man stepped onto the stage and walked a few steps to the center before throwing Fang Yuan down. Fang Yuan's neck was grabbed. He could barely breathe. His head was spinning. After being thrown onto the stage, he nearly fainted on the spot. He was seeing stars. His head was dizzy. He was sprawled on the ground, unable to stand up. "Be careful, you idiot." Kong Ba scolded angrily. The black-haired hairy man who brought Fang Yuan did not dare to offend him. He quickly apologized. "Scram!" Kong Ba scolded angrily. The black-haired hairy man quickly ran down the stage. Kong Ba's expression changed instantly, turning from angry to joyous as he pointed at Fang Yuan, explaining to the hairy man, "This slave is a rare breed. I, Kong Ba, obtained him with great difficulty." These words attracted the interest of the audience. "This slave is not weak at all. He has rank 5 cultivation level." Soon, someone noticed Fang Yuan's faint Gu master aura and gasped. "Is this a city lord from Yellow Hair Continent? He was actually captured and had nearly all his hair shaved. Who humiliated him like this?" Immediately after, someone asked this curiously. In White Hair Continent, Black Hair Continent, and Yellow Hair Continent, the city lords usually has the highest authority. They had rank 5 cultivation level. In the culture of hairy men, they were proud of the hair on their bodies. Getting their hair shaved was the most cruel humiliation and punishment. In the hearts of most hairy men, it was worse than death. To make a comparison, it was like having male convicts castrated on Earth. Kong Ba laughed. "You all are guessing wrongly. This slave is not a hairy man. He is a pure-bred human." "What? Human? He is a human?" In Langya Blessed Land, hairy men were the dominant race. They rarely saw others. Many of the hairy men present were shocked. This was the first time they had heard of the rumored human. Fang Yuan had already recovered from his daze. He felt extremely uncomfortable, being watched by so many hairy men. "Get up, stand properly." Kong Ba made a hooking motion with his finger. Fang Yuan lost control of his body. A formless force was controlling him, causing him to stand up on the stage. The hairy men below the stage could see him clearly now. They were conversing softly with each other, exclaiming in wonder over Fang Yuan. Kongba laughed, feeling very pleased. He had spent a huge amount to buy this Fang Zhang. It was to create this commotion. Now, it seemed his goal had been achieved. The hairy men below the stage were talking among themselves, growing louder and rowdier. Quickly look, there's a human slave on sale there. Really? I want to see it. Go and look at this rare thing. More and more hairy men noticed this. They were gathering from all around the market. Fang Zhang stood on the stage, looking down at the sea of hairy men. He was also staring widely. There was such a huge number of hairy men. This was the first time Fang Zhang was seeing such a thing. He had seen hairy men in Immortal Crane sect before. They were slaves refining Gu. He knew the situation of the 5 regions. Humans were the absolute rulers. Variant humans were heavily suppressed, desperately surviving in some isolated parts of the world. But now, it seemed that these hairy men were the rulers here, and humans were heavily suppressed. Where is this place? Fang Zhang felt increasingly confused and puzzled. He remembered being interrogated and tortured. The prison guard told him that his brother was dead and who Immortal blessed land was taken over. At first, he did not believe it, but after some interrogation and torture, he was half believing and half doubtful. Now that he saw this, his puzzlement was intensifying. Kongba, how much are you selling this slave for? Someone shouted. Ha ha ha, this much. Kongba raised both hands, extending all 10 of his fingers. The crowd went into a commotion. Many cried out. So expensive. Kongba, you are robbing us. You must be crazy to think of such money. Everyone. Kongba raised his voice, saying loudly. This is a rank 5 Gu master. After becoming your slave, you will gain a rank 5 fighter. This is an opportunity that you may never encounter again. But there were astute figures among the hairy men under the stage. A rank 5 Gu master, it will not be easy to enslave him. That's right, to enslave an expert like this, we need at least rank 4 cultivation level. Also, this slave has clearly been tortured and interrogated. Maybe he is already heavily injured. What if he dies after we buy him? Kongba pretended to be furious. Who do you think I am? I do business based on sincerity and honesty. Look at him. Take a good look. Saying this, Kongba walked towards Fang Zhang and firmly pressed his fingers around Fang Zhang's chin and lips. Fang Zhang felt intense pain. His mouth opened involuntarily, revealing his teeth and lips. Look at his teeth. Come, look at his skin. Kongba tore, and with a sharp sound, Fang Zhang's shirt was completely shredded. Fang Zhang shuddered. He was completely naked, exposed in front of the band of hairy men. Even though he has injuries over his body, they are all superficial wounds. They can be treated. I can assure they will not result in problems. Fang Zhang gritted his teeth. His eyes were spewing fire. Intense anger and humiliation filled his heart. He would love to kill all of these hairy men instantly. Kongba chuckled. He used a twig to hold up the object in Fang Zhang's groin, saying, Everyone, look, this thing is still working. In the future, he can create human offspring for you. You will have an unlimited supply of slaves. Ha ha. The hairy men were laughing loudly. Fang Zhang's face was red. He was extremely humiliated. If not for Kongba immobilizing him completely, he would have bitten his tongue and tried to suicide. I will buy this slave. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw a female hairy man. She had black hair all over her body, and she looked at Fang Zhang with a lustful expression. Greetings to City Lord. The hairy men all knelt down, including Kongba. Ha ha. The female city lord, who was twice the size of normal hairy men, ordered. Kongba, give this slave medical treatment, clean him, and send him to my home. By night time, I want to see him. As you command, our beautiful and strong city lord. Kongba was overjoyed. He kowtowed as he acknowledged. Fang Zhang shut his eyes, losing all hope in life. At this moment, there was a thunderous sound. The world trembled. A 5-colored light shot up from cloud-covered continent in the sky, shining over the entirety of Lang Yu blessed land. What is happening in cloud-covered continent? Oh heavens, this is the light of the Immortals. This is a huge blessing. The attention of the hairy men was drawn by this event. Everyone raised their heads and looked with curiosity, admiration, and envy. As for Fang Zhang, he was completely forgotten already. Chapter 1050. Recovering from injuries on this day, from cloud-covered continent, a huge light burst into the sky. Light in the colors of the rainbow was shining in the sky, shooting into the sky like a beam from the heavens. It was so dazzling. All of the hairy men on black hair continent, white hair continent, and yellow hair continent only needed to raise their heads to see it. This is the work of Immortals. The hairy men sighed. If this were in the past, the 3 continents would only have rumors and vague legends of Gu Immortals. But after Lang Yu Land's spirit's personality changed, the situation changed completely. Lang Yu Land's spirit sent out orders, imitating the imperial court contest, to stir up competition in the 3 continents to select elite candidates to cultivate in cloud-covered continent. The war between the three continents affected all hairy men, and the immortal miracle of Cloud Cover Continent stirred the passions of the hairy men. Becoming an immortal, Black Hair King looked at the sky, his eyes shining with brilliant light. As the light faded, Black Hair King made up his mind. Send out my imperial decree. The immortal miracle is an auspicious sign. We will hold a martial competition in remembrance of this. The winner of the martial competition will be able to choose a treasure from our treasury. Yes. The guard who received the order answered as they left in a bowing position. Black Hair King's idea was not new. He had thought about it for a long time already. The war between the three continents made Black Hair King realize that the mindset of Gu refinement being important above all needed to be abandoned. To deal with the future battles, he needed elite Gu masters skilled in combat. With Black Hair King's order, a huge commotion spread out from the imperial city, rapidly projecting outwards and growing larger and larger. Soon, half a month later, Steel Thread City had an esteemed guest. This guest was received by Steel Thread City Lord personally, because he was also a city lord himself. Feng City Lord. Is there anything you need by coming here? During the banquet, while drinking, Steel Thread City Lord asked. Steel Thread City Lord. You are an insightful person. You know my intentions in coming here already. Feng City Lord smiled, pointing at the hairy man Gu masters behind him. The king wants to hold a martial competition, but each region can only send 3 people. And in our region, there are both of our cities. The Gu masters behind me are the ones I am going to send to the competition. But because the king has limited the number of people, we can hold a contest here first and decide who goes to the martial competition. Haha. Very good. I have the same idea. Steel Thread City Lord laughed, clapping as she summoned the hairy man Gu masters onto the stage. Both sides dispatched a person each and started to fight. After several rounds, Feng City won all of their matches, while Steel Thread City lost all of theirs. Feng City Lord laughed, drinking wine casually. While Steel Thread City Lord had a grim expression, she had a heavy feeling. To think that Feng City Lord came prepared, he picked such elite Gu masters. Oh no, if we do not win any battles, this would definitely become widely spread news. For the next few years, we will live under the pressure of Feng City. There is only one match left, Steel Thread City Lord. Please send your participant. Feng City Lord urged. Steel Thread City Lord snorted coldly. She placed her gaze on a hairy man. But this hairy man Gu master was breaking out in cold sweat. This situation made him feel a strong burden. Precisely so, he felt a lack of confidence. Not just him, the higher-ups of Steel Thread City in the banquet also felt no confidence in him. At this moment, an elder in the city transmitted to Steel Thread City Lord secretly. City Lord, I know someone who can salvage our reputation. Steel Thread City Lord heard this and was overjoyed. She quickly asked who it was. This elder answered, City Lord, did you forget, you recently bought a human slave. He is rank 5 cultivation level. Steel Thread City Lord was stunned. Her expression was bitter as she transmitted. This is inappropriate. My contest with Feng City Lord is an open, fair, and just matter involving our reputations. If I send out this human slave, so be it if we lose, but if we win, he will be sent to participate in the martial competition. If the king sees that my Steel Thread City sends a human instead of hairy men, would he not reprimand me? The elder laughed. He knew that this was just Steel Thread City Lord's excuse. The truth was, Steel Thread City Lord was just reluctant. That slave called Fang Yuan had been visited by the city lord almost every night since he was bought. This had made a lot of the higher-ups unhappy. The elder continued, City Lord, don't worry. The current king is magnanimous. He only cares about talent. Among the elders assisting him, there are no lack of snowmen and feathermen. City Lord, if you send Fang Yuan and he loses, he can take full responsibility. If he wins, our reputation will be salvaged, and he would be sent to the competition. The king would surely hold a good opinion of you. He might even think of you as a friend, who knows. Steel Thread City Lord looked at this elder deeply, thinking, this old fox is really scheming. Isn't the reason simply because I have neglected the nephew that you sent to me? This is such a vile plan. If we win, I will send Fang Yuan away. If we lose, I will have to kill Fang Yuan and throw the responsibility to him. Regardless of victory or defeat, I will lose Fang Yuan. Oh, forget it. Steel Thread City Lord sighed. How can I be someone who gives into lust and neglects the important matters? Even though Steel Thread City Lord visited Fang Zheng every night and was obsessed with him, she was a hard-hearted person, a hairy man who pursued authority and power. In her heart, looks were nothing. Thus, Steel Thread City Lord swapped that hairy man and summoned Fang Zheng, informing him. After learning of the reason, Fang Zheng walked onto the stage. It is a rank 5 Gu master. Feng City Lord's heart jumped. Sensing Fang Zheng's rank 5 aura, he immediately was on alert. He smiled. According to the rules, my side will decide the content of this round. In the previous few rounds, we competed using battle strength. Now how can the traditions and essence of us hairy men be discarded? This round, we will compete using Gu refinement. Once he said that, Steel Thread City Lord almost berated him in anger. The elders from Steel Thread City also looked towards Hua Feng City Lord with distaste. But Hua Feng City Lord had been a city lord for many years. He was unabashed. He ignored these glances. Steel Thread City Lord could not rebuke him. After all, the rules were set earlier. She waved to Fang Yuan. Go and compete. Display all of your capabilities. Remember, you must win at all costs. If you lose, you will lose your life to compensate for the loss. Fang Yuan heard this and was expressionless. He had been utterly humiliated these last days. Steel Thread City Lord had a strong desire for night activities. She liked all sorts of stances and positions. They did it 17 or 18 times a night. She had no restraints. Fang Yuan felt like he was better off dead. Fang Yuan really wanted to simply die, but as a slave, he was under their control. He could not even die if he wanted to. Steel Thread City Lord threatened him with death now. To him, it was a form of release. In his mind, there was a thought. Do I still want to live? I might as well surrender and die. But at this moment, a voice appeared in his mind. Idiot. A true man needs to be able to give in and put down his pride at times. This humiliation is nothing. If you have guts, take revenge in the future. Cut all of these enemies who humiliated you into 1,000,000 pieces. This is the act of an outstanding individual. Who are you? Fang Yuan was shocked. He screamed out loud. On the other side, Huafeng City's final hairy man, Gu Master, stepped onto the stage. He thought Fang Yuan was talking to him. He puffed out his chest and said, I am Mao Shi Ba. Fang Yuan did not respond. He had regained his freedom. He could use many Gu worms now, but the voice in his mind appeared and vanished instantly. He could not find any traces of it no matter how much he inspected his body. Scum, you dared to humiliate me? Mao Shi Ba was furious. He gave his own name, but Fang Yuan ignored him. It was as if he was too high and mighty to introduce himself. Mao Shi Ba was extremely angry. Why is this guy so angry? Fang Yuan was startled into awareness by Mao Shi Ba. He thought this to himself. Because of this misunderstanding, before the contest started, there was huge animosity. Under everyone's gazes, the contest started. Mao Shi Ba was the strongest Gu master in Huafeng City. He was skilled in both the pin and the sword. Not only was he good at fighting, he was also skilled at refining Gu. In contrast, even though Fang Yuan cultivated an Immortal Crane sect for some time, he mainly cultivated enslavement path. He had only explored refinement path a little. The contest had just started, but Mao Shi Ba already took the lead. During the middle of the contest, Mao Shi Ba had already left Fang Yuan in the dust. His advantage was immense. In the final moments, the hairy men watching, be it from Steel Thread City or Huafeng City, did not think that Fang Yuan could win. Even Fang Yuan thought the same. Am I going to lose? So be it. Death is release after all. He sighed internally. Bullshit. At this time, the voice spoke again. Fang Yuan was shocked. His hands trembled. The half-complete Gu went up in smoke. Ha ha ha. Huafeng City Lord laughed. Steel Thread City Lord had an ugly expression. Inside Fang Yuan's mind, the voice continued. How can a true man falter in the face of such a small setback? You are. Fang Yuan. This time, Fang Yuan recognized the voice. My main body is already dead. Only this will is left in your mind. As my brother living in this world, you are not thinking of improving yourself. You do not seek revenge. I truly cannot watch anymore. Fang Yuan's will scolded angrily. Fang Yuan snorted, thinking, you are already dead. Why are you still coming out to interfere in matters? He was familiar with Lord Sky Crane's soul, who helped him cultivate in the past. It was easy for him to converse with Fang Yuan's will. In fact, he even felt a sense of nostalgia. But on the surface, the hairy men could not see anything. They only thought that Fang Yuan was completely dazed and had a blank expression. Fang Yuan's will felt Fang Yuan's animosity and laughed nonchalantly. Since I am dead, why did you use my name to impersonate me? Fang Yuan was silent. Fang Yuan's will continued. You were humiliated and tortured, but you refused to expose your real name. This shows that you still have a sense of shame, anger, and hatred. Then why are you not using this chance to improve and get stronger? You know the situation. If you win this, you will be able to join the martial competition, freeing yourself from being a slave and regaining freedom. I want to win too. Who doesn't want revenge and freedom? But my loss is assured. Fang Yuan said angrily. Haha. Fang Yuan's will laughed. As long as you follow my instructions, you can surpass Mao Shi Ba and win this. Fang Yuan was stunned. He asked, what scheme is it this time? Humph. Fang Yuan's will snorted. Even though I am dead, I am indignant. I want revenge. None of the hairy man Gu Immortals who killed me will escape. You are my hope for revenge. Aren't you using my name now? Then take revenge for me. Why must I help a demon who slaughtered his entire clan like a monster take revenge? Fang Zheng replied furiously. Fang Yuan's will replied. There is no time for you to squabble. Follow my instructions. Start the fire, put in the 3 different kinds of gold. Remember, profound gold, ice gold, and tear gold. Place them inside the cauldron in order. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth. Even though he did not want to listen to Fang Yuan, his words gave him some hope of victory, and this concerned his life. Hesitating for a while, he stretched out his hand, refining Gu again. The audience laughed loudly upon seeing this. But in a few minutes, they could not laugh anymore. They looked at Fang Zheng in shock. He raised his right hand, holding the Gu worm. He had refined it under everyone's gazes. I won. He breathed in deeply, declaring loudly. In the hall, nobody spoke. Even his opponent, Mao Shirba, could not accept this fact. He was staring blankly. The atmosphere was quite unique. The hairy men did not want to acknowledge that a human had defeated an expert hairy man Gu master in a competition of Gu refinement. After a while, someone said, "Quickly look, the rainbow light from Cloud Cover Continent is fading." Everyone followed what the voice had said. Dozens of gazes looked through the entrance of the hall. Indeed, the rainbow light coming from Cloud Cover Continent was vanishing. From the rainbow light, a figure walked out. It seems you have recovered. Lang Yalan's spirit looked at this person and smiled. Yes. This person nodded. This is all thanks to First Supreme Elder. As he spoke, the rainbow light faded, showing his appearance. If Fang Zheng saw this person, he would be shocked. This person was naturally Fang Yuan. Lang Yalan's spirit laughed. If you want to thank me, isn't it simple? Give Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, or Wisdom Gu to me. Fang Yuan smiled. Giving is impossible, but we can make a trade. I wonder what price First Supreme Elder is willing to pay. Ugh. Lang Yalan's spirit's laughter stopped. He was hesitant. Awkwardness was written all over his face.